test, blah, 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 blah. Now, why, when I pressed that button to record, why did it start? It turned something on that it shouldn't have. Man, it's not possible for me to ever do a good job at this shit again, huh? I really feel like everything I try to do just blows up in my face. There's no reason why this should happen. There's no reason why this shouldn't be working right now. At all. There's no reason. I can't read any of this without these on. Hang on. What happens if I press this button again? Is it just going to crash? See, now it should be recording. Or this is just totally done, I guess, huh? Or I guess my Stream Deck app crashed too. Everything goes down, huh? Everything. Okay. Now if I press this button, everything should be going, right? Yeah. Okay. And then I turn it off. Okay, so I guess I need to push some of this to the CPU instead of my graphics card. I don't know. I can't use HEVC for everything, apparently. Let's just do that. Okay, let's try that. And then let's lower the bitrate, I guess, to YouTube since we're only doing 1440. Okay. Let's try again, guys. My favorite thing that happens when I try to stream on this website is when my thing crashes. And then because the geniuses who run YouTube have never actually done a live stream before, they're not aware that you don't want, if shit breaks, for people to have to go to a whole new page to keep watching the same thing. But in their infinite wisdom, the geniuses who run this website have thankfully done everything they can to make it as difficult as humanly possible. So that's nice. That's nice. Sorry about that. So annoying. So annoying when stuff just doesn't work. I'm gonna jump off a bridge one day. I can't wait. It'll be the best move I ever make. Rather than trying to make this work, you know what I'm saying? It's just the effort and futility every day is what it feels like. Nathan shows up, plans out everything, has a 50-step plan, has considered all possible outcomes. Don't worry. Don't worry. The most basic things I attempt to do then blow up for no reason. Have the recordings been working great for weeks? Yeah, of course they have, but why would they work today? Why would they work today? I actually have something to record, so why would they work? Why would that ever make sense? You know? But personally, the only reason I go through all this effort to set everything up is just so I can watch it blow up and think about living in a homeless camp. You know, that's really exciting for me. That's really, really exciting for me, is when nothing I ever try to do works, ever. God, I love it. Ah, great energy today on the stream, huh? Fuck me. It doesn't matter. No one's going to watch this anyway. So I'm going to record this. I'm going to record this because people will probably at least tune into that if it's half decent. And, yeah. And our parking spot got moved. I just got a text. Our parking spot has been moved. Okay. Glad to know. All right, let's give this one more try. My goodness. If there's a God, he wants me dead so bad. Dude must be pissed I'm still here at all. Seriously. Unreal. Unbelievable. Dude has got it out for me. All right. This is the second time I'm going to try to record this. My computer just exploded into a giant fireball on take one. Ladies and gentlemen, got some games from the recent Korean Star League that took place this last weekend. I believe GSL has shifted their schedule around as, of course, a lot of the top Korean players are going to prefer that over online cups. So I decided we would start in the bracket stage of this online cup and just kind of see what happens. I don't know who the Protoss player is, but in the bottom right, we have the Red Terran player. He is Gumiho, going for a barracks gas opening. So very defensive. We'll give him a lot of options to deal with stuff. Speaking of stuff to deal with, his opponent, the blue Protoss in the top left, I'm not going to try and read that clan tag. I don't know what it means. I don't speak Spanish or Korean. It's a Korean tournament, so I guess it could be also that. But his name is Ranger. And he's proxied to second gateway in front of his opponent's base. Now, to me, this is probably one of the most annoying builds to deal with in Terran versus Protoss. If you try to do a Reaper expand and you move your units out and you're kind of just trying to do any sort of normal fast expand build, you'll typically die to this. So it can be a very frustrating strategy to go up against for that reason. The probe comes in, and if you're Ranger at this point, you're not really crazy interested in what Gumiho's doing. You don't actually have too many options because you're fairly committed with this. You could try to take the expand behind it, but typically you're looking for that cybernetics core to finish, and you want to just chrono out stalkers as fast as possible. Just because Reapers generally aren't going to deal very well with them early on in low numbers. And little pylon block on the factory that's being built. I guess he doesn't want him to get a cyclone, or he wants to have vision of when the factory finishes. Or maybe he wants to see if the starport gets proxied. I don't know. Is he going to cancel it? No cancel. So that also keeps the Reaper inside of the main base rather than going out to scout. Now, Ranger is, as we kind of talked about going into the double stalker, he did expand, but not until after he started the stalkers. So again, it's mostly about pressure. If he gets up the ramp and there's no bunker here, it's going to be at best this mine finishing and trying to run over there. If he doesn't challenge the ramp, then the mine should be able to completely cut it off once it sieges. But the pylon has seen the first mine complete, so he knows that there should be a mine on top of the ramp now. And while the stalkers can do a little bit of contain action, Gumiho's not really sweating it, which is just incredible. His opponent is kind of like scared to try and make this move. And now that he's waited for the second stalker, I think this is the tough part, because at Widow Mine, yeah, and he saw it finish with the pylon too. So, you know, leaves a little bit to be desired. I was still concerned about this though, because there's no bunkers. So even though the mine did go off, the second one is not really in range. Stalkers can continue to poke. Meanwhile, Gumiho gets his Reaper back inside of the main base of Ranger. There is no shield battery. Keep in mind, he was just chrono boosting out units. He spent all the money that he could just getting out those gateway units, getting those stalkers across the field, and playing for this big contain on Gumiho and where he is. So he's not necessarily... like, the economy isn't there. 23 probes to 26 SCVs is not great. There's 3 Widow Mines. Medevac is boosting out. So I think that this could potentially get very ugly very soon for Ranger. The only reason why maybe the natural is safe is because he doesn't have enough probes there for the mines to be worth it. So he might prefer that the mines go to the natural instead of the main base in this situation. Let's not forget that when Warp Gate finishes, Ranger will also have a very forward reinforcement point. But the medevac is coming, and for Gumiho, he's going to take a turn back towards the main. This is a big one. Adept on the edge will get the first vision, but the Stalker is in the natural, so Widow Mines are going to come out, and the probes have mostly run away in time. Doesn't look like any big hits will go off. Let's not forget the entire main base is no longer mining because of the precautions being taken by Ranger. So with the mine drop, you don't always have to get the big cash money shot, and that one shoots and it's going to die. Gumiho's trying to use that as a distraction to get this mine out to shoot, and instead pull back once again. And that's what makes this game kind of interesting. If the mines hypothetically could get shut down, if Gumiho botched this, so the medevac got killed by the Stalkers, then there's a world where this forward gateway means big attack, big counter, and possibly death for the Terran. Now, back at home, he has made 2 tanks, got a bunch of Marines. Sometimes we see this Marine tank Raven move out once Stim gets done and you make your transition into medevacs. Sometimes if you feel like the Protoss is being really greedy, you make that move out sooner. But Ranger, his third base is pretty late, relatively speaking, for a Protoss. And if you're Gumiho, I think moving out here is a great move, not because there's a lot of things you can do across the map yet. I'm not entirely convinced of that, but mostly shutting down the gateway. No more pylon, no more reinforcements. Could you imagine if he moved out to this west tower, the Adept saw him, waited for him to reach this point, and then he warped in like charge lots? We know he doesn't have charge, but I'm just saying. I'm a very paranoid player, so all I can think about are the many different ways that I would get killed. That's what I do. Meanwhile, reactor on the factory back home. Gumiho's Stim is coming in. Even Gumiho's not enough of a psychopath to play mech versus Protoss. The only generally viable strategy for Protoss players these days is Max Pax Blink, right? Lots of Blink Stalkers, as things like Interference Matrix and nerfs to Disruptors and Colossus have kind of made that tier 3 tech a lot less impactful than it used to be in these matchups, especially since Gumiho not only has the Interference Matrix, but the Siege tanks as well. So there are Stalkers with Blink. I think it would be kind of tricky for him to make the move. The Raven's up front. I'm surprised he didn't blink for the Raven. A lot of Protoss players will go for it. The tanks were not Siege, so he could have gotten away with it. Hypothetically, maybe, possibly. I'm not entirely sure, but I like to think maybe. So Gumiho does get himself wedged up here. He has Stim. So the moment that these Stalkers try to commit to the tank, I think he's going to drop the auto turret and just stim everything. Interference Matrix onto the Immortal did prevent it from being able to focus down any of those Siege tanks, but there you go. Stalkers are going to blink in. Bio reinforcements coming from the backside, completely surrounded, and GG is called. Gumiho taking the first map of that series, and it's not really super surprising. We kind of have an unknown player versus an established GSL champion. So let's take a look at game 2. I don't have any of the time info or the game length info popping up for me. We're just going game to game, doing my best to keep it simple and straightforward for y'all. And let's see it as we go into game 2. I wanted to warm up my casting powers a little bit before we do the semifinal matches of this event. Spoiler alert. There's some good players there. Yeah, I wasn't going to go crazy in depth with the spoiler. Let's turn off that bar on the top. In the bottom left, we have the red Terran. He's Gumiho. It's one of my favorite Terrans. He's a very creative player, and he's kind of been up on the up and up again, since he's got a good diverse mix of not only the types of strategies that you would expect a guy like Gumiho to do, mech, battle cruisers, all those shenanigans, but he's also a player that really has gotten good at doing that straight up bio play. He doesn't really play super tech heavy with it. He just likes to throw units at you, but that's not a bad way to do it. I thought that move out last game was almost a little presumptuous, going that early without Stim, without medevacs, but some guys just do it and they make it look so good. So Ranger, our blue Protoss in the top right, doesn't look like we're going to see that proxy gateway this game. He instead will just go right up into Gumiho's base, gets the scout on the barracks. He's going to see one gas, Does he see the second one? I feel like you want to confirm it. He might have seen the SCV dropping off the resources, but he will see it. He checks the edge in case it's like 2 racks Reaper. Some people do that. It's becoming more popular again in TVT and TVZ. I don't know if y'all have noticed that, but I was watching, I think it was Gumiho, was it his GSL game? Or it was a game last week? We've seen him busting out the 2 racks Reaper. So maybe in the later stages, if he wins this, then we'll get to see a little bit more of that. I'm not sugarcoating too much. I'm not sugarcoating too much with it, just because, you know, this is obviously a skill mismatch for this series, but I also wanted to start with a match that wasn't too crazy either. It's still early in the morning over here. I'm getting my coffee, and Reaper picks off the probe, knows that there's nothing sitting out there, there's nothing watching, and Gumiho is going to take that expanse. So Reaper's going to go across the map, and for that early game, it's like we were talking about with game 1. For Protoss, usually that early game leans on the Stalkers. Everything else it's a bit flimsy. You know, you can go for an Oracle. You could try to do something cute, but it leaves you so susceptible to either having that get picked off by a random mine, or getting really anything involving mines not having the stable detection's annoying. And speaking of stable, Gumiho is going Reactor Reaper after his expo, so he wants to have enough Reapers and Hellions to bully Stalkers in that early game before Blink off the field. And I do like that. The early numbers can be great, especially if the Protoss skips on shield batteries. We know Ranger only went for a battery in his main this game. Last game he was pretty lazy about the batteries, mostly because he was proxying, he was trying to be aggressive. So that's what we're supposed to expect, right? If you're trying to kill the Terran early on, if you're trying to bring that pressure, you're not going to invest as much into shield batteries. And also worth pointing out, these Stalkers might be committing a little too far on the map with the other 2 Reapers showing up. There's still no battery in the natural. One just began, but if he gets caught, he could kill 1 or even 2 of these depending on the positioning. Looks like 1 Hellion for a Stalker. Great trade. Oh, he's trying to get the other one before he finished the first. So I think he could have gotten 2, but that spread on the damage hurt him a little bit. And now, of course, they are back towards where the battery is. So Hellion is just gonna dance around. I think the Reapers go back to the natural. Hellion tries to get splashed on the main. Gumiho trying to do everything he can with these units, looking for maximum value. I think the battery should keep Rangers safe. Oh, he boops a probe out of the range of the heal. That's just brutal. The Korean Star League runs every week, and I believe the only requirement to play is something like, I don't even know if you have to be Master League, but I think that is it. If there is a requirement, it's Masters League. So you see lots of players kind of come up. You get your opportunity to play against top tier pros. You get that experience of being in a very difficult lopsided match in a tournament, etc. It's very hard to find long-term success in StarCraft if you can't occasionally take a nap off a top player in an online cup. That's like Babby's first steps, you know. Some people think Grandmaster means something, but really being able to take a random game off a pro in an online tournament, I'd say that's a much bigger indicator that you're getting somewhere. That you're getting somewhere with StarCraft. Now, there isn't a bunker, but there's also no blink or charge. So these Stalkers are just going to be annoying while there's a drop inside of the main base. And I don't think Ranger's going to be able to do too much. Maybe the Immortal just right clicks on the tank and just tries to focus it, but Stalker does get popped. Immortal is only shooting Marines. That might give the tank time to get away. No, it will not. So great defense by the Immortal. Gets rid of the tank, buys back the main base mining. Ranger did burn his overcharge, which means the natural will be open for a frontal assault in the near future. But that Prism actually gets the Stalkers into the main base. You're kind of surprised to see the Stalkers do this much damage without blink. And great target fire actually on Gumiho's tank. So we're kind of seeing some nice moves by Ranger. I don't necessarily like his position, because for a TVP, you usually want your third base around 420. Ranger got his third base at the 520 mark last game. So he's very committed. He's adding more gateways. He basically needs to kill Gumiho with the way that he's doing this. And that's where I think it starts to get tough, because again, there is no blink. He's just been doing Prism Micro, which is great, but now he also has to juggle the Zealots, and he's actually going to try to do that. There's also some units hitting the front at the same time. The Immortal, however, not going to be enough. Tank is too far back, and Gumiho has another tank inside of his main base. I think he knows there's no blink. All he has to do is just play this one close to the chest. 2-base Terran is generally going to beat 2-base Protoss, especially if you get stim. That being said, his stim is very late, but Ranger still isn't going for blink. He has a Robo Bay, and he's adding those gateways like we said, but there is nothing else. There's nothing else. So unless the Immortals can get on the tanks, and he is going to drop one on the one in the main base, but it barely survives with just 26 hit points. That'll get her done. Yeah, just barely 26 HP to survive that attack. Absolutely ludicrous. Now, Ranger's still on the outside. He has the Observer for vision. Somehow this Warp Prism, I don't understand how this Prism has been so impactful. But he's going to try to take a third base behind this. And I think Gumiho, I think the bear is tired of being poked. That's what I'm going to say. So Ranger is going to send out another wave of Stalkers. He has a lot of units here. But we will be seeing that first bio drop hit. Keep in mind, there's still no stim. So these are just regular Marines. They're just regular Marines. They're like, I'm not going to go so far as to say that they're off-brand, but it's like classic Pringles, you know. There's not really any spice or seasoning to it. If you just kind of want to eat chips out of a can, that's what a naked Marine drop is. These Stalkers cannot go down the cliff because they don't have blink, so... If you're Gumiho, you're just looking to take trades. The Prism Micro is pretty tight now. The Stalkers are low. I actually really love to see this. This Prism control out of Ranger is very, very strong. Like, come on. You're gonna tell me this kid's not putting up a good fight against a GSL champion here? Nah. He's doing some great work. But this is where the reality check comes in, because everybody knows Interference Matrix, kind of Imba versus Protoss. So this whole game's about to boil down to whether he can get the Interference Matrix on the Colossus or the Prism. He goes for the Prism because the Stalkers were going to get him. So that means the Colossus is safe. He can pull the Prism back and possibly use that to juggle the Colossus. But with 4 tanks and no charge, I'm not sure that it's going to be enough. He tries to come right up on top, does get one of the tanks, but the Colossus goes down. And there it is. GG. Gumiho takes the 2-0. Was making sure that everything didn't crash into a giant fireball while I turned the recording off again there. Okay, so that worked. That's great. That's fantastic. Trying to do... I have it set up so I can record it in 16:9 or 9:16. Yeah. Crazy. Okay, but now we can get to the really good match too. Ay. All right, there were two matches in the semifinal that look really good. So we're gonna start with the first semifinal. It's Solar versus Cure. I don't know anything about these series. I didn't look at the final matches. I only looked at the semis. So I knew Gumiho made it to the semis, but I do not know what happens from this point. Let me just switch scenes and start recording. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've got ourselves another Terran versus Zerg here in the Korean Star League. Getting into the semi-finals. I think these are still best of 3 up till the finals, and then the finals are best of 5. We'll have to double check if I can for you. But in the bottom right, we've got one of the best Zerg players on planet Earth. In the blue, he is Solar, representing Team Onside. He faces off in this series against the red Terran player in the Northwest. He's missing a couple of SCVs. He's not making any SCVs. His name is Cure. And his proxy got immediately scouted. Well then. So the second SCV was going to build there, but now he's like, well, I'm going to build over here because you don't know how many barracks I'm making. You don't know how hard I'm cheesing you, but the drones. But then the drones come. Oh, no. Well, normally when you build the barracks next to each other, you create the choke that stops drones from being able to reach your SCVs. So because he spread them out, they can't box themselves in, and he's just kind of stuck. So he goes back to building SCVs at home. This barracks will probably never finish. Oh, he found this one too. Oh, oh no, as Pig would say. Oh, wow. There you go. Okay, so again, I told you I actually did not know what was going to happen in these games. So that was a kind of brutal way for that first one to go. All right, so let's just get into game 2 then. He just absolutely crushed him there. If you can't build the barracks, it's hard to build the Reapers. Don't try and cheese Solar, because he'll come after you. He'll come for you. We just learned that one real quick. So, wow, look at that. Look at that. Already on game 2. What a great series, huh? In the bottom right, we have the blue Zerg player from Onside Gaming. He is Solar. Building the depot on the natural ramp, we have the red Terran player representing Team NV. He is Cure. Now, if you watch StarCraft 2, you know who Cure is. You know who Solar is. These guys have been competing and dominating for a tremendous amount of time. One of my favorite memories of Solar was watching him on one of his first big tournament runs back when I was hosting DreamHack Masters in Stockholm and at the Globen Theater. And that was a phenomenal tournament where Solar ended up going all the way to the end. That was same event. I think I spent the rest of that evening partying with Hero and departing. Actually, yeah, I hung out with all the Korean Protoss players. We got a little bit turned. You know, I'll remind all of you to, of course, consume whatever you do responsibly. But these guys are fun to party with. I'm gonna say that much. Solar as well. He was also there. He got everybody's drinks after he won. What a Chad. What a Giga Chad. So this game, we don't have the proxy, but this is a build that we've been seeing pop up a little bit more and more again recently. So basically, the Terran players are like, look, you guys are either trying to metagame us going for a fast expand with either the pool first shenanigans or the really greedy 3-hatch shenanigans. So when you go for this 2-Rax Reaper, not only does it wall your natural off and set you up for the mid game, but it's so you can just expand behind this, right? Like, you can get out on the map, be aggressive, harass, but also not necessarily commit fully in any way. You can do this with just one geyser, and you could even pull off the geyser if you wanted once he was done with Reapers, but he doesn't need to, because it's going to give him enough money to get the command center. So what does the state of the game become? What does it coalesce around now? It's all about Zerg getting the third base, dealing with the Reapers, and that will be a challenge. The hatchery is going to start before the Reaper gets there, but this is one of those strategies where the Zerg player can get forced to build a lot of lings and have to move their queen over to that third hatchery to prevent it from getting shut down. You don't want to lose drones to the Reaper. You don't want to lose lings to the Reaper. But at some point, if you end up with 3 or 4 Reapers knocking on the door of that building hatch, suddenly you can put enough pressure on it to make the Zerg reconsider finishing it. This game, though, we can see add-ons have already begun. Cure is going to start his wall off now for real on his natural, and it's not a crazy amount of Reapers. Zergling speed is going to need 70 seconds to finish, real time, from this moment. So, can he cancel this hatchery? I think maybe. It's all about getting the Reapers on there as early as possible and then just hitting it as much as you can. But this is like the big fear for the Zerg player, is that you're on 2 base versus a 2 base Terran. And typically when the Terran is able to get a cancel like this, you would think maybe you get counterattacked, but there's no Baneling Nest. We don't see a Baneling Nest. We don't see a Roach Warren for Solar. So he's just in the very uncomfortable, awkward position of trying to desperately save this hatch. It's so low. He does get the cancel. That's huge. That's an absolutely monstrous cancel to get. Just the fact that he has to completely restart it, burns the 75 minerals for starting and stopping. The queens can't actually spread creep or do anything here because there's no creep, right? They can't use any of their abilities off creep. And meanwhile, Cure, he's got his stim a quarter done. Natural command center is ready to go. It's got 2 more barracks inside the main base. So you've got a 4-Rax Terran on 1 gas with stim about to finish. And this is making me feel like Cure is going to push him with a bunch of stim unsupported Marines. He could even bring SCVs with this, I guess. If there's no Baneling nest, then just Marines is really all you need. But this Overlord's not in position to see it either if he just goes around. So what happens next? Solar would want to drone up this base that's been delayed. Maybe he'll think about getting his 4th a little bit earlier. But I think there's a huge attack coming in from Kira in the next minute or two with this. The fact that there's no factory and no second gas means he can't go medevacs. So this has to be centered around the combat shield timing and the stim timing more than anything else. So I think biggest thing here for Solar is he is finally getting the Baneling nest. He doesn't have a lair. Let's keep that in mind. So he can't get Baneling speed, and that would still be very far away, even if he could. But just Lings and Banes should be able to defend this. This is going to break down to execution. It's a lot of bio. If he target fires, if he's very good with when he chooses to stim, then I think Cure can win the game with this attack. But the Queens are building up energy. Banelings are in production. And that should be the big one for Solar. Let's remember, the factory is only just now started. We only just have these gas being taken. So Cure's follow-up is going to be very slow if this doesn't deal damage. He's not going to be able to move out immediately. He still needs to start the starport and build medevac. So there's the first stim. He's just going to take the base is what it looks like. Throws the grenades. He's like, that's it. I just want to fight here right now. Stutter stepping backwards. And he says, if you try to bring those Banelings forward, I will kill you. Stim has run out. Now, is he going to pop it one more time? That would put his Marines at the point of being one shot by the Banes. So he does. Now continuing to step back. Can he focus the Banes? Gets off of the creep on the high ground. All the Banelings are still alive, but the third base is still alive as well. So it doesn't get too much better for Solar. He's going to lose another Queen or two, but the Marines are being depleted purely on the Queen defense. In some way, the third base stands strong. We did talk about the transition coming for the starport, but we also didn't mention the third command center only just begins now at the 6-minute mark. These Marines, no hope of them getting home. As we pointed out earlier, there's no support for them. This was a very, very committed attack. Oh, that one Marine. Does he make it away with 2 health? Look at you. Look at you. Oh, Bob the Marine came back. His homies were waiting for him. What gods? So now Solar can get back to chewing on these rocks like a chew toy made of something that isn't rawhide. I couldn't tell you what the best chew toy materials are. All I can tell you is I've been programmed to know that rawhide equals bad. But you can literally put anything else in, and apparently that's fine too. So +1 carapace on the way. Solar just has 1 evolution chamber, and his lair is very late. That's the side effect of this game. The way that it played out is that both players are very far behind in terms of their tech where they would typically be by now. Because usually the Terran goes straight for the medevacs and stim and bio. He's still chugging up to that +1 attack. Still needs to get another eBay. And what's really mind-blowing to me is that after that first attack failed and he is trying to play off the edge of creep, he's just out there. And he's very lucky that Solar doesn't have enough to dive on that, because I think if Solar thought he could, he would have. And it might have worked too. But playing off the edge of creep is the right move. And denying these 3 tumors would be huge as well, so he doesn't have to burn a scan, but it looks like he is going to have to do that. Baneling speed about halfway done. There's only 2 medevacs, so he cannot save all the Marines if he decided to abandon the post. But the tank gets a good shot onto the Banes directly, gets target fire off creep, and it is just mostly Marines versus Lings for that fight, but another wave of Banelings is done. And you see this stim from Cure. This is a little bit adventurous. It feels like a mild overstim on his part. Bio's going to get backed into the corner. He's just being so good about avoiding the Banelings, and Solar refuses to let him target fire the Banes. So he bleeds out enough of the units that he can load the rest up in the medevac, jumps over to the main base. We were talking about upgrades. Cure +1, Baneling speed about to finish, and Zergling +1 armor is still about 15 seconds away. And he's only just now starting a 2nd evolution chamber. So when that finishes, he can start +1 melee and +2 carapace for the Lings. But the third base is finally landed for Cure. Cure's plan is to just be insanely aggressive over and over and over again. Don't stop. Can't stop, won't stop. Goes back into the main base. It is just the Lings here. He's happy to trade. That carapace upgrade makes it a little bit easier for him, but Cure's got a double drop loaded on the north side. Solar has plenty of Lings and Banes, and most importantly, Solar has Bane speed. So he's forcing those pickups a lot more consistently, a lot more easily now. And this is where, for Cure, you need to get on the ball. A lot of Marines is great. A lot of medevacs is great. He's going into Liberators. I actually do really like to see that. I think having some sort of bulwark against counterattacks is really important, or at the very least, send out something that requires a response other than Ling Bane to deal with. The queens have mostly been at the front this game, just trying to push out the creep and deny the drops. Solar's playing big Ling Bane. 55 Lings, 13, 17 Banes. You know, he's shuffling them around a little bit. Looks like we had one of the observers drop out at this point. It was a pretty intense game so far, so I get it. It happens. Marine's now going to spread off creep, trying to avoid those Banelings, and does manage to lift up in the nick of time. Still has the double drop waiting over here, but the queens are ready to catch that as well. Now +2 attack, +1 armor. And for the Zerg, +1 attack, +2 armor. So somehow it ends up all a bit of a wash. The Banes are going to try and get a run by on the third. He just takes the 3 depots. It says 3 supply depots. That's a lot of money. 3 supply depots is actually a lot of money if you think about it. That's 300 minerals. What is that? Is that 5? Is that 6 SCVs? 300 minerals is 6 SCVs. And the supply block. He's gonna get blocked up on this. Oh wow, the wall he rebuilt isn't even a wall. So you can see the pressure. Pressure is starting to mount a little bit. Now there's still 2 liberators on the north. We still have 2 drops on the bottom. A little bit empty. Is he gonna force it just to try and get his attention? I don't know. Well, he put it on patrol so that on Solar's mini map it looks really distracting. I actually love that a lot. Marines are gonna go up in front of the tanks, sieging from the low ground. So he's saying, I want to spread everything out, keep everything on the bottom of this ramp, move forward with a small pack, and then just draw you into me while the Liberators siege the north side. And this is beautiful, right? Because he needs the Hydras, he needs the Queens, and the Hydras do come out at a really good time to stop it. So maybe it wasn't as good as I was originally thinking, but he did kill this base. So you have a 3-base Terran versus a 3-base Zerg. He does have a 4th, but until the drones are here, it's not really a 4th. So now it's a 4-base Zerg. Okay. Tomato, tomato. Semantic, we get it. We get it. But being down 1 base, that's where Terrans are most comfortable versus Zerg. The real issue is at some point, Solar will definitely try to counterattack him. I feel like it's been coming this whole game. And this could be the big moment. Lots of tanks here exposed. The Lings and Banes coming in, so the tanks are gone. Marines shut down. And that's the reinforcement wave. So what happens next is Solar could spread out a little bit here, a little bit here, and maybe even try to set up here. But instead, he's just going to go for the SCVs. I don't know why I would suggest a sick flank to surround the army when he could just kill 17 SCVs. And I'll tell you what, that's a lot more than 300 minerals as he takes the 5th base in the northeast corner. So his army for Cure is about as far away as it could possibly be to do what he needs to do. I think the only thing that maybe Cure does here, he could still try to focus that base down. Oh, is the spread coming? Is he going? Oh, he's going for the counter attack of all time, or not? No, he's coming back home. He's coming back home again. Big counter attack and a big move out. 3 medevacs came forward with some of the Marines going up towards the main. We've got 7 health on this one. Very, very close. More reinforcements did get popped, but the drones got hit by the Liberators. 7 and 6 kills on each. Absolutely brutal. And here's what I wanted to say earlier, but couldn't he just load all of this up into the medevacs and doom drop him? You know, that feels like an option here too. He doesn't want to go complete YOLO though, which is understandable. He'll get his 4th base, and that puts the Terran now on 4 bases versus a 4-base Zerg, as that northeast keeps it even. And this is the dream scenario for Cure. He's got tons of money. His upgrades are looking fantastic. And we talk about things that are going well for Solar. He did make it to Hive. He was able to get the Hydralisk upgrades, so they can be really good. But he needs to get up something with a little more staying power versus the bio. And that's either going to be creep spread, so the Banes can kill everything. His creep spread's been kind of shut down this game. It's not the best. And that's mostly because Cure has literally been attacking from the earliest moments of this matchup. At no point has Cure stopped attacking at all. It's worth mentioning. He just literally hasn't stopped pushing ever. So if you're Solar, you just need to have the sickest engage with your Banelings, because everything else is going to feel like it's not enough. Vipers can help though. Blinding Cloud over the tank. I was going to say I like the Hive for adrenal glands, but the problem is that when it's this many Marines, the only answer is Banelings. If you don't get Banelings onto these Marines, they will kill everything. These are 2-2, +3 is on the way, but the Hydras are 1-2, the Lings are 1-2. So the siege tanks are sitting up on the high ground. Now he's going for the flank of the sentry. Lings from the south, from the east, and the west. completely enveloping this army. Only one tank reinforcing is even able to contribute to this fight. Everything else died instantly. Now let's see Cure spreads on the top of this high ground, or maybe he'll just keep running away because he doesn't want to try to spread against those banelings. There are a lot of banelings, let's face it. Currently looking at the units tab, we got 17 banes, 50 marines, 64 lings, and 16 hydras. But the 2 vipers are the big ones. I would love to see that late game tech be used to get lurkers if possible. I know that it can be really hard to afford those. His economy is in shambles, let's face it. He doesn't have mules. He's at 169 supply. Nice. Only has, you know, $150 to make his next round of units with. So he's kind of forced to stick on Ling Bane. And I think that that's where this is so difficult for him, is that normally you need to be on 1 or 2 bases above the Terran. Cure, he's got a planetary with 25 SCVs mining. He is a rich boy, and he knows it. So all he has to do is just force Solar to continue to trade his gas for the mineral units, and that will eventually just bleed him out, because he just doesn't have enough bases. You don't want to be a 4-base Zerg versus a 4-base Terran. That's not very fun. That's not very fair. Cure's main base is mined out. So is Solar's. So not really a lot of opportunity either way. Liberator comes up. Will get popped by the Hydralisks. We love to see a little cheeky Liberator action. They can be. It can be so good. One Ling is going to see that big army on the bottom side. Now I'm wondering, there's only 3 medevacs, so he can't really doom drop. Okay, with 4 it gets a little more interesting. He's just going to try and siege this base from the high ground. We talk about shutting down the creep spread. This is exactly what I mean. No creep up here at all. The creep kind of goes towards the front of the army, so it's like a slip and slide more than anything else. But look at the pre-spread on the bio. He's just waiting. He's just saying, look, come up the ramp, move up the ramp, give it everything you got. There's the stim. I'd like to see some patrol commands used to spread the bio out a little bit more, but it may not be necessary. Are the Banes dead? There's still one more pack coming in. Gets a huge tank shot off, though. All the Banelings are gone, and that could not have gone better. Could not have gone better for Cure. Drones are on the run. Marines are going to stem forward and start ripping this force to pieces. Hydralisk on their own will not be able to do it. Drones are coming back for the fisticuffs, and GG is called. Cure ties this series up 1 apiece. Now this has turned into a pretty good matchup. This turned into a pretty good best of 3, I guess. I think we're still best of 3. We've got one more replay for this series, and the score is 1-1. I think we know what that means. The final map is Royal Blood. I don't have the game length info or any of that. I have it all turned off. There are settings for that, so I do not know what actually happens in these matches. I just like casting them because it's fun. And these get played live at, like, usually the semis and the finals are at like 10-11 p.m. my time. So that's just, it's very difficult schedule wise. So it's been nice to come over here on the YouTubes and get some more wonderful games in. I don't really get to cast stuff anymore, so this is the closest I guess I'm gonna get now. So it's a good time. I hope you've been enjoying this series, as I definitely have. In the bottom left, tied up 1 apiece, we have Solar as the blue Zerg, and as the top right red Terran player, we have Cure. These two just deliver constantly. If they were teenagers in a rural American town in the 80s, they would be pizza delivery boys, because even demons coming out of portals from another world couldn't stop them from getting that pizza there on time. You know, when I think about famous pizza delivery men of the past, I think of course, Tobey Maguire in the hit movie Spider-Man 2, with the infamous pizza time reference, obviously. I also, of course, go back to Sam Porter Bridges in Death Stranding, who carried pizza across multiple kilometers through snow to get it where it needed to be on time. And that's a level of dedication that not everybody has. Some people see an unscalable mountain and they think to themselves, well, clearly nobody wanted me to go over this, so I should give up. Meanwhile, the real heroes of our time, they know the truth. That mountain was put there to keep uninteresting people away. That's right. It's called barrier to entry. Convincing yourself you can't do it is the first step on the path to failure. So Cure is going for a Reaper expand this game. Nothing out of the ordinary at all. Barracks, gas, Reaper, Marine. I love going for the one Marine. I love going for the one Marine behind the Reaper, because a lot of Zerg players, if they see you build Reaper into Reactor, it like sets them off. It puts them in like a feeding frenzy, you know? It's like a shark smelling blood in the water. They say they can smell from miles away when a fish is bleeding or something. So Zerg players know when you don't build a Marine. They always know. And then the Overlord flies over your base. It sits over your command center. They make it dance. If Overlords could spray, they would do that too. But thankfully they can't. Thankfully they can't. Because that would be super illegal if Overlords could drop sprays. The Reaper does a little bit of poking. Does not manage to deny the first creep tumor. He is aware of the third hatchery that's on the way. And he says to himself, well, look, I haven't been a greedy boy in this series yet. I just did a mass Marine attack. I was going for some other shenanigans. But instead now we have 3 CC, Starport, Hellions. You'll love to see it. I mean, getting the Hellions out early. Let's examine the facts of this series so far. We've had no roaches and a lot of lings. And even in the games where it was standard-ish, Solar has been leaning very, very heavily on the Zergling play. So I can't really imagine any scenario other than, look, if he's not going to build roaches, why wouldn't you want to open up with Hellions? Get out on the map, apply some pressure, get a couple of juicy shots off to kill the lings. Oh, he goes up the ramp, slow lings are waiting for him. He jumps back down. Nice little dodge there. But you can see these two players, very good. But it was definitely a hard attack to deal with, that fast bio rush. So the first 2 Hellions just go right past because he says, you don't even have ling speed yet, brah. You don't even have ling speed yet. I want your drones. Give your drones to me. And so he goes for them, and so he gets them. Now behind this, second gas, or sorry, yeah, actually it was the second gas because one in the main still hasn't been taken, into Banshees with Cloak and Hellions. So maybe he wants him to think that he's taking all of this gas because he can't see the guys that are in the main, but there's nothing over there to scout for Solar anymore anyway. Just a little Reaper Hellion poke trying to boop the Queen off creep as they start a few more tumors. And Callian in the chat mentioned when I talked about patrolling units behind the bio to split it up. Yeah, patrol splitting is the thing. Your units kind of naturally spread themselves out when you use patrol. So sometimes you can use that when you're setting up a defensive spot that someone is going to attack into, because it's easier than trying to manually click on all your units and spread them out. That's about it. And they'll still attack anything that comes in range. But this Overlord comes forward for a little bit more info. Marines will be able to pop it relatively easily. There are still Hellions in the back. And Solar is at a little bit of an easier time handling it. Hellions aren't amazing versus Queens. Oh, that Overlord. Was that like 1 health? So he did get a teeny scout, but he doesn't really see anything. I think he just saw that it's just bio, really. There's nothing insane happening. It's not going to be mech from Gumiho. And it's not Gumiho, so if that tells you anything, I've got Gumiho on my mind. But it's not Gumiho, so you're not really surprised to see Kira build barracks, because that's what he does. Is he going for the tumor? Yep. Great snipe. That right there is just a little play that if you play Terran, you're like, that's a standard move. If you want to be able to win games, that's something you got to be able to do. So the Banshees actually shut down the 4th base from building. We do have some lings going through the northwest, maybe checking for a little ninja base. But there is a Spore Crawler here with Queens, so the Spore Crawler's radius for the detection is rather large, so you can't really play around it on this expansion at all. I think instead you just keep them here and deny the 3rd, or the 4th rather, and he does deny it again, even gets the cancel, so not bad at all. Is there anything these lings can do? He already sent one to kinda check. The wall's not done, so are these Marines not enough? They might get eaten up here. They're backing themselves into a corner. Is that going to be enough to hold it? Hellions are coming back. Banshees trying to deny the 4th one more time. But there's an Overseer now, so the Queens are no longer afraid of the Banshees. Queens are typically never really afraid of Banshees. I think back in the day, I had like a build where you went 4 Starport Banshee, back when mutas were still bad. And I think it's like 4 Banshees, 2-shot a Queen. But that's like 400 gas, bro. And that's with no upgrades either. So it's a bold strategy, Cotton. Believe they say in the business. Hellions can see the rocks they're being worked away at. Creep continues to spread. I like keeping the Hellions alive. There's not really any reason to get rid of them. I think they're always going to be better in Hellion mode. I'm not personally a huge fan of Hellbats, but being able to shut down creep, being able to occasionally get big juicy hits on Lings, those are all things that can buy you a tremendous amount of time and space for a future attack. So if we compare this to the last game when we talked about how everything had been delayed, everything was delayed a huge amount by the way that last game played out, because it was that big bio push and Solar's third base getting canceled by the Reapers really set him back. But now Cure, he's going to have his armory finishing in about 30 seconds. Maybe he'll make Hellbats. I don't actually think he needs to use Hellbats here, because I think they die to the Banelings too quickly. I feel like he would probably rather just have the Hellions try and kite around the tank, but maybe he wants them to just soak for the Marines, which is also acceptable. So kind of like that he leaves the Hellions back with the tank and moves forward with the bio, since he can just load these up into the medevacs. And he is going to focus down one queen, steps away, and there's the pickup. Of course, if he tried to chase this, if he tried to run this down with the Zerglings, then having 6 Hellions behind him becomes a really smart play. I really love the way that Cure set this army up. At the same time, Solar has done a much better job of securing his economy. He's got that west base, the 4th base is done, so we have a 5-base Zerg versus 3-base Terran. I always talk about it. If you're a Zerg, you want to be up 2 bases. Looks like we just had most of the Marines popped on the right. Banshee's still clearing out the creep. I'm not the greatest observer ever. I'm working on it, though. I appreciate y'all tolerating me. Double drop's going to hit the west side. Gets an Overlord looking for a queen. Not going to be able to get it, but with that pushback, I think he could try to hop, skip, and jump into the main base. Don't forget, these guys are still here on the right side. But 2-2 is on the way for Cure. I do not believe Solar has started his +2 upgrades. He is getting a hive. Well, he's got an infestation pit, excuse me, so he can get a hive. Now he's getting the hive. And he's also finally started those +2 upgrades. So he's only behind about 30 seconds. He's about 30 seconds behind on his 2-2. Hydralisk range is coming in, though. This is where Solar is trying to power up his army to the actual powerful units of it. Like, Ling Bane can be great, don't get me wrong, but if you're using medevacs, you're jumping around, it's very difficult to force the Terran to fight where you want. So many units on the ground here. What's crazy to me is that there's been no sign of like a counterattack at all. I think that's got to be the biggest credit to Cure, is that Solar has not really been able to go on the other side of the map. And it looked like he was trying to set up for a surround, but then he sees this big bio move out and he says, well, I got to go back this way. And then Cure says, okay, well, now I can go back this way. And we've got 2 standoffs happening at the same time. He's trying to lead him into the mines. The mines actually do end up hitting a lot of the Marines. And these Widow mines do not pay off any way, shape, or form. So Cure says, all right, now I need to bring everything in the bottom right. He still has those 2 drops on the left side as well. Let's not forget about that. This is where the Hellbats with the medevacs. Okay, I can see it. If the Banelings aren't there, yeah, your Hellbats are going to do work. So the Marines get picked up and run back home. Siege tank is target firing down the Banelings. He actually does get all of the Banelings with the tank. Not bad at all. Still has the medevac with Marines in it, so he can continue to push out. Another bio move out towards the center of the map to try and clear that creep. Solar desperately trying to keep that creep spread in front of his base. Is the one thing stopping Cure from mounting a ground-based assault on him. But now he's got a sensor tower at the 3rd. He's got a sensor tower at the 4th base. We're getting command centers out the wazoo. That is going to make things even more difficult for him. We do have Vipers not coming out. They will start to consume for energy. There's the lurker den we were talking about last game. Adrenal glands to finishing. That said, 3-3 is already on the way for Cure. He's been very adamant about getting these upgrades started on time. Does he see these overlords spreading out? Free overlords? Bueller? No? That's okay. The base is probably worth a bit more than an overlord or 2. And there's actually a lot of Lings here, but no Banes. Not anywhere near enough Banelings. The Marauder's just going to click on the hatch. Gets a decent mine shot up. And then now that one was okay. Here's the first counterattack. Finally, Solar is going to try and get a big push against Cure. Now, can the Banelings actually make it through? They blow up on a building command center that gets canceled, but the planetary still dies. I was going to say, the Baneling clicking on the regular command center was a choice, but he did get the actual planetary, so I feel like when you're a Zerg player, you kind of write that off mentally as soon as you make that move. You kind of just say, Jesus, take the wheel. I'm pretty sure these banelings are either going to kill the planetary or I'm going to lose right here. And that's weirdly enough, I think I'm okay with that. I think of all the things that I can accept or not accept in my life and in my universe, that seems like one of the things I can accept. Meanwhile, this drop guy finally got cleaned up on the west side. See little blood spatters on the ground there. But Kira's just been leaving units everywhere. Look at this. How did two brothers sneak behind enemy lines? Oh no. Though the Zerg can smell him. It's that Old Spice body wash. Smells so good. He knows somebody has to be around here. I'm not sponsored by them, but anybody from that company is watching, feel free to toss me a buck. Solar's gonna try and jump on the drop over here. I like that he takes the empty medevac, splits them off. Is he just waiting for drones? He knows he can't cancel the hatch with 2 Marines, so he's like, I'm just gonna wait for drones. Well, now he's revealed himself. Now he's revealed himself completely. Solar's army is still split. Not necessarily where it needs to be, but I suppose it doesn't really matter anymore. He's got a lot of money. Both players have a lot of money now. Solar's gas bank isn't really where he wants it to be, but he's still investing in crucial upgrades, getting the range upgrade for the lurkers, getting the widow mines to blow up Kira's own Marines. That's not a bad way to handle things either. And with this base still not actually done, being turned back into a planetary, he could go for it. I think it might be a little too risky, but he could have. This command center should be free farm. So Kira trying to take multiple bases at the same time. The advantage of doing something like this is that this base should be safe, since the attention is focused on the right side command center. The sensor towers have also given Kira a pretty tremendous amount of vision to do what he needs to as well. So I like that. I like that a lot. And now we have ghosts coming out, which means it's about to be our favorite time. It's about to be, you know, you look at the clock and you see that it says Pew 30. Yeah, that's what it's about to be. 62 more lings though, and 10 more banelings. How many lings are on the map? We're pushing 100 now. We're pushing 100, if not for the fact that we're also making 1 million banelings. He did try to poke up on this space, but there are some tanks to shut it down. Nothing really happening there. And Solar setting up a massive counterattack in the northwest. This planetary with no support should just get popped instantly. It's worth mentioning, Adrenal Glands is done for the Zerg player. We do not have 3-3 ready yet. 3-3 is done for the bio player, so Kira does have it, but is he a little too far exposed as he retreats into the tank line? He did lose a lot of the bio. Looks like he lost maybe a half of the tanks. What do we have for the counterattack? This medevac is still here. He could drop there. Doesn't look like he's going to. These are just changelings. Those are not actually Kira's units. So all he has is that single lone medevac out on the field, and I think that Solar will. He's not really close enough to it to do anything. So this could get a cancel on this. I think he could get a cancel here. Don't see why not. He tried to research burrow on that hatchery. Interesting. Big move out in the southwest as Kira's going to bring the ghosts forward. It's interesting because the ghosts deal enough damage to 2-shot lings. They really help kill Zerglings, but you don't want the banelings to smash into them. That's what always makes it so hard. Nidus is wormed by Solar, but the bio is ready for it. What he just sensor tower, man. Sensor tower. Okay. Sensor tower, good unit. That's all I have to say. He had excellent vision, excellent awareness, and Solar has really tried to bring it to him, but that's the way that the game's designed right now. Those tanks stay really far back. The ghosts are the last line of defense, and then the bio kind of just annoys you to death from the front. It can be very difficult to decide when you want to try and make that push in, as you don't know how deep the tank line might go. Gets a couple of big splash hits off on those banelings. Now another wave of units is stemming through the middle with widow mines, tanks, and ghosts galore. I think in this situation, you want to just try and pull those Marines back, let everything else just take that head-to-head engagement. So the siege tanks get blown up, but he destroys that southwest base. He's going for the Viper. Can he get the Viper? Nope. Is he going to drop for it? I know you won't, man. There you go. Getting the Viper kill is huge. We talk about the economy situation. Solar, he doesn't have too much money sitting in the bank anymore. He wants to do a lot with this counterattack. Lurkers were trying to get over to his base. He keeps trying to get a Nidus off as well, and it's just not happening. Snipes the lurker, picks it off, and we've just got this Venn diagram. Eating the whole map makes it so difficult to try and get an attack on Kira without him seeing it coming. Gets the drop on the back side of the gold base. the drones have to run. He did not actually unload everything. So that one Marauder might eat a Baneling. Nope. No, he doesn't. Okay, well, he thought about it. Ghosts pew pew the lings to smithereens. We have not actually got to hear the snipe sound effect much, so it's a little bit heartbreaking. I would like us to get to the point where we have all 13 ghosts casting snipe on hydras at the same time. Not because I'm biased, but just because I really love great sound design, you know? I'm also happy when I hear the Nidus erupt as well. It's just that we haven't really gotten to hear that. I don't think this Nidus really counts. You know, this is more like a giant creep tumor if you think about it. So he's finally getting a little close to the creep. The Lings, Banes, Lurkers sieging up, coming in for the rest of the army, but there are a lot of ghosts in the back. The Banelings have been cleaned up. There's 3 Lurkers anchoring this, so if he A moves into that, that could be a huge mistake. This is where Solar really starts to fight back in this. Get the Lurkers out, get the upgrades for them, use the Vipers, try and pull in, avoid the EMPs. And most importantly for the Zerg, you gotta dive on that army. Oh, he doesn't have the detection. Snipes 2 of the Lurkers down. He's going for the last one. He gets it. So Cure able to get all of the Lurkers. That should open things up for him to try to take another step forward. There's only 1 left on the map, and it is coming out of the Nidus Worm. So he had to bring it all the way out of the networks. He could have had it with his army earlier. Widowmine's going to take out 3 Hydralisks. And things are starting to collapse for Solar. Cure has just gotten too much damage done. I think even though Solar has a big, powerful army and he has really good tech available to him, Cure just got these bases up too easily. And the money's not really there anymore. Solar's expansions have been picked apart too much this game. But what a fantastic match. What an absolutely crazy, crazy best of 3 between these two. If Solar can pull a hat out of his bunny, I'll be very impressed. But this is a lot to ask for. EMP on the single lone infestor. That just hurts. Now, he did miss the Vipers, so maybe some big blinding clouds. Gets one in the front of the tanks. They did not siege, though they're continuing to retreat back. The Widow Mines popped a little bit of them as well. Marauders, Ghosts, Marines, tanks spread out on top of the ramp, and they are going to eat that up. GG. Cure takes the 2-1. All right, I always make sure my recording stops before I like to make sure the recording stops before I boot that up and take a look at it. Oh, that's a good match. That's a good match. Feeling good. That match was crazier than I thought. Oh, that match was pretty sick. Yeah. So that's the nice thing is I can do that stuff here, and then the recordings I can upload in 4K later. So we'll have all the individual matches go up is what I want to do. And also I can try to learn from these games is the other thing I'm trying to do as well. See if I can take any things away for our ladder matches later. I need to start opening up with Reactor Hellion expands again. I need to get my courage. Need to get my courage to do that. It's nice to see. It's nice to see people open up with Hellions for that. All right, I'm just gonna use the restroom real quick, and then the next match that we have is Gumiho versus Dark. Gumiho versus Dark should be a pretty bangerang series. Just give me 2 minutes. Yeah, thanks, Nunya. Yeah, we got another match. Got another match right after this. I'm just taking 1 second. All right, let's do it. I want to do that Reaper build a little bit more. The 2 racks one that you build in the natural. I kind of like that one a lot. All right, let's do it. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Korean Star League. We are in the second semifinal. We have another Terran versus Zerg coming your way in the bottom left. You know him, you love him. One of the most absolutely terrifying Zergs in the history of StarCraft. He is dark. I can use the word history, okay, guys? I can use the word history. StarCraft 2 has been out longer than Brood War was when StarCraft 2 was announced, which officially makes StarCraft 2 the older game, even though mathematically that doesn't make any sense. His opponent in the top right. Oh, he's doing the Reaper thing. It's Gumiho. Literally just talking about this. We casted that other semifinal with Cure, and Terrans have been busting this out. Terrans have been busting this out a lot. Obviously, I like Gumiho because he's creative, he's handsome, he's smart, and what really I find the most attractive thing about Gumiho is that when he spills something on the table at a restaurant, he actually like cleans it up, and if he has a wet wipe in his purse, he actually just wipes it off the table and keeps it nice and clean. It's just something that I've always respected about him. You know, he doesn't assume that the waiter's job is to clean up his messes all the time. He actually takes some ownership over his own sloppiness, and I just can't think of anything that makes me respect a man more than taking accountability. Is there anything hotter than that? I don't think so. But Dark might try to show that with his little Ling opening. So Dark went for a really fast Lings. If you did a Reaper expand, you could be totally boned by this. This build is one of the reasons why the Reapers are a thing now, because for the Zerg player, the Lings can't do anything. There's a wall. Like you're just not doing anything with this. So they're kind of stuck. He can try to counterattack and be annoying, but there's not much he can really do. And for the Terran player, yes, there's a fast Queen. Yes, there are fast Lings. But if you're the Terran player, you don't have, there's no third base. The third base is really late. What is the point of this build? What is the point of this build? Anyone? Bueller? To delay the third base of the Zerg? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Because any Zerg worth their salt will build queens and eventually get speed if they see that you're going for a lot of Reapers. Like, it's not a surprising response. So you're just going to sit here and attack this hatchery because this is actually the only real thing he can do. He could go into the main and then the queens will trade. Maybe Lings will come back. You know, there's a couple ways it could go wrong. But just keeping these here and being annoying is the best thing, because you don't want the Zerg to start spreading creep. I think that's the more important thing here. So for Dark, he's keeping it chill. He doesn't want to burn the queen energy, because he knows that if he tries to go take his third base, he's going to have to march these queens off, or he's going to need to make a lot of Lings with speed. His speed is getting close. He's making 8 more Zerglings. So this all plays into what we already know about the game. He's lifting the barracks for vision too, which gets dangerous because we do have these 6 Lings that have been waiting all game. And with speed, he can actually get in and ruin his day. So Gumiho needs to be counting the drones. He's like, look, you don't have workers on your natural, so you must be doing something else. But he's more than happy to keep the Reapers here, even if the only thing that they do is just delay creep spread a little bit, because that's the secondary role. You want to deny the third, delay creep spread. If you get kills with the Reapers, like, I know obviously you would want to say that the goal is to get kills, but it's usually asking for too much. So if you can't shut down the Reapers until you have Ling speed when you go for a build that's not super economic, then you can see that Gumiho, worker wise, very close. But Dark, this is exactly what he loves to do. He's so good at using lots of units and being aggressive, and in a way that allows him to deal with the aggression. You know, he's one of the... If Gumiho is like the number, let's say 3 or 4 Terran, arguably, let's say that Gumiho is arguably number 3 Terran, right? We'll say that Maru and TY. I mean, TY just came out of retirement, so I don't know if that's really fair, but a lot of people don't want to give Gumiho that credit because he's not boring enough of a player, I guess. You'd think winning GSL would do it, but that only counts if your name is Cyril. So unfortunately, Gumiho winning GSL did not magically mean that he's one of the best players ever, although I think that he is, because he's an absolute god. But Dark, if we were talking about Zerg players of all time, I mean, Dark kind of, I think he's a good contestant for third, right? I wouldn't put him over Raynor or Cyril personally, but you've got two players that are both extremely, extremely good, except of course you don't really have that non-Korean competition for Terran. I love the drop, by the way. Grab the Overlord, barely escape, bleed one Marine, and get the shutdown. That's very nice. And now Hellions come up to try and poke the creep and maybe deal with the Lings. But what are we seeing here? Dark's going roaches. So we talked about that match where Cure played some pretty heavy Hellions because there were no roaches made the whole match. But now Dark is saying, bro, your wall off is your stim. Your wall off is your barracks. He knows this is high value. I mean, even if that's all he does is kill that and go home, that's a colossal win. So he kind of pinches the Lings here. The Ravagers sort of get caught, but the roaches are going to get the reactor. So the wall is open and Stim is just exposed. Oh no. Oh no. Physical pain. And then Hellions fighting roaches also gives me physical pain. I take real life damage from that. I take actual IRL damage. I can feel my HP slipping down. My insurance company just called to tell me that I don't have insurance, but if I did, my lowered HP would raise my rates. How crazy is that? That quote spam in the email gets live updated as you commentate StarCraft. It's beautiful. So he jumps out of the bunker, dodges the bile, tries to get the salvage on that one, and the Liberators with the tank can kind of buy time. But this is the dream scenario for Dark. Like, Dark has just put himself into such a beautiful spot. He was so ready to deal with the Reaper wall off at the front, and he's got his 3 bases set up. He's fully saturated. There's 2 Hellions here, but I think 1 Queen can kind of deal with this. Yeah, he's got Lings too. There's nothing doing there. So I think if you're Dark, you just stay outside of Gumiho's base. You don't let him leave. The biggest thing is delaying the 3rd. Gumiho has a 3rd command center. If Dark can take his 4th and deny the first attempt Gumiho makes at landing this 3rd base, then I don't see any possible way that Gumiho is gonna outplay Dark from that position, because I think that they're a little bit too close. I think they're a little too close skill-wise for that to go that way. But he just comes up. He's gonna bile the Liberators. Okay, he gets both. Lings will trade out onto the bunker. SCVs do get pulled, but he doesn't have vision up the ramp. He does not have vision up the ramp to hit the tanks. The Lings get in from the behind, though. There's the Biles. Top tank gets picked. Biles the second one down, and that's GG, baby. Dark takes game number 1. I have to say, definitely an interesting way for that one to go down. Definitely an interesting way. Let's go to game 2. I do have spoiler-free replays and stuff for this, so doing the tournament live at 11 p.m. is a little bit difficult for me, so I hope you guys are enjoying getting to see some high-level StarCraft here, because these games are great. They deserve to be commentated, and I am here to do that. I am here to talk about the games while they are played, and to hopefully say something that either is informative or hilarious, whether it's at my expense or yours. So let's find out who wins this one, huh? In the bottom right, we have the red Zerg player. He is Dark. Currently up 1-0 in this best of 3. He faces off against the blue Terran player. Looks like we might be seeing that Reaper expand again. He is Gumiho. Sorry, I like to box the workers. I'm a freak. I'm still playing StarCraft every day. 12 years later, I'm still grinding SC2 every day, like my life depends on it. The reality is, there's just not that many games that you can play that many times. They're still fun. Every game of StarCraft in its own way is kind of unique in that sense. You know, it's like every game of StarCraft has its own MD5 hash, literally, because of how replays work, right? So no 2 players have ever created replay files with the exact same MD5. That's how I like to say no two exact same games of StarCraft have ever been played. You know? If they could do it perfectly, then shouldn't they match? Cryptographers, please don't respond to that comment. I'm just trying to make a point, all right? I'm trying to make a point without having to actually back it up with stats. That's what I'm doing here, but at least I'm being honest with you about it. So it's the Reaper thing again at the front. And this is just such a fun build because it is a weirdly defensive strategy. Like, this build leaves you the ability to not only gut check your opponent. We do have, by the way, very fast Roach Warren from Dark. Only 12 drones mining minerals as 6 lings go across the map. But you have the wall off. So building the command center, you don't have to worry about getting backstabbed. There's no reason you should ever lower these depots until you're done with the Reaper phase of the game. But against roaches, there's a little bit more poking you can do. If there's no ling speed, then there's not really any way that the Zerg can stop the Reapers out on the map. That's one of the reasons why this build is so annoying if you play Zerg, because, you know, can roaches trade against Reapers? Sure. But there are a lot of games where we've seen in the past a player that builds too many roaches or doesn't get ling speed, they get booped around by the grenades, they eat a couple shots crossing the map, and then it doesn't turn into too much until you get to the other side of the map and you realize, oh my gosh, my units are not at full health. And I actually can't afford to turn them all into Ravagers or something like that. So you get this. The Roach, it has 4 range. The Reaper, it has 5 range. So it's not easy micro, but these guys are pros. So this is what they do. This is literally what I was just talking about. So you can just wear the roaches down as they cross the map. And if they try to turn into Ravagers, then you just attack them. So if you are Dark, you just have to make this really slow, painful crawl. And he might actually, oh, 12 health, not bad. So he does have to turn that transformation a little bit early. Of course, the other roaches are a little more exposed as a result. Now the lings are trying to come in from the backside, but he can just go up that cliff. So I think that's the move. Go up the cliffs, take it around town. And even if this is still a tough attack, he's now had time to build the bunkers. Compared to game 1, there's nowhere near as many Ravagers. It's just 2. And he's going to continue to try and poke with the Reapers away from the wall. I think that's the right move, because if everything is in the same spot and together, then I think the biles for zoning become a little too powerful. But, like, what can you really do with this wall? Like, the Marines can't reach it. So, yeah, he just floats it back, and I think that was his only option. He floats the wall back. He just completely gives it up and says, all right, well, let's just use the bunkers as the front. But that doesn't mean that Dark is going to stop. Just because Gumiho was willing to give up some space doesn't mean he's going to stop, so... Back home, he has a cyclone building from a factory. And here's the biggest thing. Dark has not taken a third. He hasn't taken a third base. There are Reapers in his base, and it looks like some drones are going to die. This is very big for Gumiho. So 2 drones killed. It puts him ahead on workers. And now killing those lings makes it a little bit easier for him to come up here and deny the third base. Oh, so a 2-base Zerg versus 2-base Terran. We have a Roach Warren and ling speed about a third done. There's nothing else. He doesn't have a lair. He doesn't have evolution chambers. He doesn't have a baneling nest. Looks like the Ravagers should be able to kill at least 1 of the Reapers, maybe 2. He steps back. There's a lot of overlords that have been rallied across the map here, by the way. I just want you to know. The Viking pilot inside me, the one that I ate for breakfast, he's screaming about going to kill those overlords. I'm not letting him out, though. Too much protein. So 3rd command center coming in for Gumiho, double engineering bay. Very kosher, very straight up, very standard follow-up. He did his Reaper thing. He held the counterattack. Last game, the counterattack cost him everything. This game, he did a much better job handling it. I like Dark's vision, though, because it does give him a clear line of sight over the main paths to his base, right? Over there, through this little pitch in the middle. He's got vision on the bottom side, and he can kind of see both of the primary exits for Gumiho's army. So because of that, I mean, Dark is still in an okay playable spot. I think economically, he really wanted that 3rd base much faster, and his Ravager attack didn't do as much as it needed to. So for Gumiho, here's what I like. 1-1, stim. All the way up to 5 racks immediately, right? Or 4? Is it 4 barracks? No, he's 5 because he has one of the naturals. So he's up to 5 racks already. He's got 3 command centers. He's got engineering bays. All he really needs to do is get the starport with the reactor and an armory, and then everything is mostly set for the rest of the game. Cyclone cannot hit this overlord from the low ground, though he doesn't have the vision. Dark retreated and then spread the overlords out again. So if you look, you can see that he's got still this great coverage of vision. He can see everything. And it looked like he maybe wanted to pull back a little bit there because of the cyclone. He did get Ling speed, but he actually does not have Zerglings. So he's been mostly cranking out drones while he goes up to lair. And now he has his 1-1 coming in. Now he's getting Roach speed. But Gumiho's about a solid minute ahead of him in terms of the upgrades. I don't think that Gumiho's going to be forcing a fight anytime soon. This is just one of those early games where Gumiho kind of saw, you know, he heard the voice of God. He's like, oh yeah, I hear the bells calling to me. And then he realized he didn't want to die. So he decided to do the right thing and kind of chill, sit back, not commit anything. But this is a lot of Marines. This is going to be a crazy amount of 1-1 Marines. And he doesn't want to show all of them yet. But the Overlord, yeah, he knows. He's like, you got a lot of bio. But he doesn't have a Baneling nest yet. So if it's just going to be Roach Ravager to deal with pure Marine with an upgrade advantage, that's scary. But I don't think Gumiho's going to attack him before the upgrade advantage is gone. I say that. He's getting ready to move out right now. Then it's a thin window. He's got 50 seconds before it's tied up. And now Dark is just absolutely cranking out the roaches. So he's going for his 4th base. It is 3 versus 3. Typically, this favors the Terran pretty heavily. There's a lot of bio with Stim. 1-1 is still not done for the Zerg. If these Marines have a 2 upgrade advantage and go head to head here, I think things get ugly very quickly. But buying time pretty well for himself so far is Dark. He's also going for +1. For Burrow, excuse me, and Nidus. So if this attack fails, he's going to get Nidus wormed real bad. Overseer is kind of here chilling on the edge.
Research.
Gumiho can see it. He's going to scan and try to kill some creep. I like that. The Cyclone double Reaper in the medevac. And now he's like, I'm going to follow you. And then he turns around. That was kind of cute. Nothing really happened there, but it was adorable in a way. Can this depot see the Overlord? Yeah, I think if you see an Overseer at the edge of your base doing this, to me, this just screams, I'm going to put a tunnel in your back door. I'm going to force a worm inside of your base. There's no reason people siege these outside of your vision like that. Well, it's in his vision, which makes it worse. But with no Banelings, this should be like get on top of him and kill him. That is what I'm expecting. Can he get it done, though? The Nidus network is done. He has the vision, but he needs everything at home to stop this push. I just don't think it's there. It's too many Marines, right? Oh, there's the transfuse. He's got the burrow. All the roaches can do their little burrow shenanigans. We got a counterattack towards the 3rd. Roach is going to be going under the ground. The Bile's trying to hit the tanks. If the Ravagers could survive this fight, that would be tremendous. But the roaches are all getting burned down. These guys are about to pop out in this base. It looks like maybe get some SCVs, but they need to unburrow. They need to actually start drawing his attention. There we go. Finally. And as this hatch gets popped, all I can think of is every Ravager that dies being extremely painful. Start the Nidus, start the Nidus, start the Nidus. He's got 2 burrowed roaches inside of the main base. This is it. It's Nidus time. That doesn't work. I can't just say that and it appears. It's Nidus time. No. Okay, the roaches are still in the main. The roaches are still in the natural. He's burned all of his scans. It's Nidus time? Question mark? Well, there's nothing in the network, Nate. So why? Yeah, why wouldn't you want to take a direct assault against 2-2 bio and siege tanks? Why wouldn't you? I think Dark's dead now. Oh, there it is. There it is. So he's finally doing it as the push kind of begins. Deals with the roach in his main base. There are some bio units there because of that. So let's see what happens as the roaches unload. It's no longer even on upgrade. So he just kind of funnels them in and then steps back, uses the scan. And he gets the worm, but there are still roaches inside of his base. So that's very annoying. He's going to have to scan at least one more time to get these roaches. Will he, though? Will he, though? No, he won't. So here's where it gets interesting. 2-2 is done for the Roach Ravager. So finally, we're getting upgrade parity. And perhaps the more interesting thing is that 3-3 never began for Gumiho. He's only starting it now. So he doesn't have that upgrade advantage at all, like we talked about. Oh, there you go. The roaches, they're going through the floor. How do they tunnel through a depot that's lowered into the ground? Nobody knows. Nobody knows. Should be against the Geneva Conventions, but here we are. Oh, these roaches are still here. I'd drop a worm in the corner. Gumiho doesn't have vision of this space. I would have loved to see a worm there.
but he's going to cut the roaches in the main base. And suddenly Gumiho has not been able to go across the map in a long time. He's just not been able to go across the map at all. So he's going to scan for the burrowed roaches. He will get them all. Does this guy still have vision in the main? No. I'm like, overseers in siege mode have a lot of vision, but not that much. So Dark, I mean, he basically bought himself a new life with the burrowed roach play. 73 drones to 58 SCVs, 5 base versus 3. The 5th base, I mean, this is like a macro hatch, so we could say it's a fourth base, right? It's 4 bases versus 3. Well, okay. And then like 20 supply of roaches just burrow tunnel into tanks and marines and die. Well, this is going to decide it right here. Gumiho is either going to just A-move through everything, or he's going to eat a ton of biles and get completely swallowed up. I don't feel like there's too many other options. The biles have thus far been doing a ton of damage out of the medevacs, though, forcing the tank pickups. Marines are trying to spread out behind it. And there we see the first siege up force. Now, that was definitely important. Dark is trying to keep this valley clear, and there is only one creep tumor, so he's trying to hold it. Now, look at this infestor. The infestors are on the high ground, so he's saying, look, if you're going to try and go down this ramp, if I could launch a fungal down here onto a clump of bio. Oh, he's going to go for it. He's going to go for it. Oh, from downtown gets 3 medevacs. A bunch of marines. I didn't know the 3rd medevac was going to die. I just said it. Oh, did he move the roaches to the tank and then unburrow so the tanks would friendly fire and blow it up? I don't know what to say, guys. It's a pretty good game. It's a pretty good game of StarCraft we're getting ourselves into here, is what it seems like. Let's not forget, if he could get to like Nidus or something. Oh, what? Is he still just trying to like trickle in roaches? I didn't even see a roach. Oh, nope, there's another one. He's using it for vision, huh? He's like, I see you. Keep scanning. Oh, he's going to build a turret behind it. That's what happens. So the Ravagers are all holding the main ramp, trying to drop some biles, maybe? Where's the infestor? He doesn't want to do a bile without fungaling first. That's fair. Huge roach counterattack. I don't think he goes for the flank. I don't think he can break this, but I do not see a whole lot of opportunity. He's just going to be looking for another fungal bile combo because that is what he needs to win this game. Looks like another one of the siege tanks. The Marines are still continuing to push forward, though, and the reinforcements have caught the roaches. They're only 2-2. Guys, these roaches are 2-2 versus 3-3 bio. It may be time to stick a fork in it. It may be time for us to think about game number 3. I feel like Dark has been playing from behind all game long, and he's done a really good job of giving himself a few opportunities, but this is just too many siege tanks. It's too many tanks to overcome with roaches. It's too many tanks to overcome with roaches. I feel like we can all agree. If he didn't build the turret, then I kind of like the burrow play, but if he's got stable detection with his army, I just don't know how I don't know how you engage. He has to go for a full surround. Look, he's here. He's here. He's here. This is it. It's going to be a giga sandwich. Now, the fungal does hit the medevac. So killing the medevacs, I think, is a really, really nice grab. Would definitely burn into the income before the next wave of army comes up. But that right side just gets completely chewed apart. The infestor gets killed as well. Dark kills his own creep tumor on accident. And this hatchery, I mean, I feel like you could just give it one shove with your shoulder and you probably knock it over. And by probably, I mean definitely. So drop some biles. I don't even think he gets a tank there. G is called, and Gumiho ties this series up 1-1. I'm going to get us into game number 3 in just a second, ladies and gentlemen. Pretty good match, huh? Pretty fantastic series. I wasn't sure if we had, I know they do fake replays when the series are only like 2-0. So I don't actually know if I need the 3rd replay because I don't have time data on it. But let's go. Let's find out how this one ends. Been a pretty banger series, I'd say. I'll say it's been a hell of a series. And the winner goes up to face off against Cure from the previous best of 3. So in the bottom right, currently tied at 1-1, we have the red Zerg player. He is Dark. He loves the roaches. Sometimes he hates the roaches. His opponent in the top left, the blue Terran player, who's opened with Reapers every game in this series so far, is Gumiho. And if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? I think. I don't know. We're gonna have to wait and see. It's obviously gonna be the Reaper build. I guess this is just a standard meta build now, since it takes away a lot of agency from the Zerg. The thing about Zerg is that you can't ignore this build. If you try to just do a regular old greedy opener, and this is a very interesting way to wall this off now. Is he going to use a third barracks, or did he, what? Why would you not want the wall done? Why not put the barracks here? Am I crazy? Is it because of the add-on? He wants to wall this with the add-on later and he'll put a bunker here? I don't know. That doesn't really make sense. We'll find out. I'm sure. Next episode of Dragon Ball Z. We just gotta let Goku scream for another 20 minutes straight, and then we'll find out what he's gonna do. It's certainly one way to go about it. Yeah, I just wanted to wall it off there. I don't know. I guess he wanted the bunker here so that it could protect the add-on. If this is gonna be stim, then you want the bunker right here. If Gumiho builds the bunker here later on, then we can call Nathanias a wizard. But otherwise, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. So Reapers are coming out. That's not very surprising. But like I was saying, if you're dark, you can't play crazy greedy against this. As we've seen, opening with just roaches doesn't really give you a whole lot against it either. So it's one of those games. So I like going for the early speed and just getting the surround on the Reapers so that you can just go forward into a normal game. But a lot of that hinges on whether you get that third hatchery up. And if he doesn't open with the roaches, then obviously getting the third hatch is difficult. But as we saw in game 2, if he opens with the roaches, then he can't afford to build the third hatchery as early as he would want either. So these lings are just trading their hit points for time, trying to get the queen out about 3 or 4 seconds away. And he does get a ling kill there. Every ling that dies right now makes it so much worse if he ever were to get speed. And he still can't afford ling speed either. He's just about to have the gas for it. So these Reapers are going to keep him contained for a little bit. We see a lot of Terrans stop at 3 Reapers. I think if you smell blood in the water or feel like you need more Reapers, you can get them. But a lot of guys try to go for the follow-up into Stim. So they don't want to build a ton of Reapers because they're thinking about, why? What? Come on. Really? After this whole conversation, after everything I said, are you kidding me, bro? The Reapers are going to make their way back out of the main base. Are you kidding me, bro? Really? Really? You guys ever play Resident Evil? You know how like the big bad boss always has its heart attached to its outside? Gumiho, you're not Wesker. What? You could have tucked it in. You could have tucked in the stim. I mean, he's clearly not in danger of having his stim canceled right now, but I have been emotionally traumatized by game 1 and also game 2. You guys have watched this whole series if you're still here, right? I feel like you're all aware that him putting his tech lab with stim as exposed as possible has not been a winning move. Do we all agree? It makes me anxious. There's no roaches this game though, and ling speed came in pretty late. So Dark went for the I'm gonna try and just survive this defense and not worry too much about it for real. So Overlord comes in, he sees the factory timing. This is really important. It tells him A, that there's another barracks over here because obviously the wall off is with 2. And he does lose the Overlord, which kind of sucks, but knowing the factory timing is always important. I think as a Zerg or a Protoss or a Terran, you always want to know when the Terran gets a factory. There are so few things they can do without the factory, but once the mines come into play and Hellions are on the back of your mind, then you got to worry about all sorts of stuff. So Ling speed is ready. Dark is going to send out a paltry force, just 7 Lings. He doesn't have a lot. Stim is about to finish, so I don't think Gumiho's in any danger. He's also got his ramp covered very well. So these Lings come up, he sees it. He sees that Stim and he thinks to himself, oh man, if only I had a way to get on that. He doesn't. I don't think you want the Lings to get tucked in here. You don't want to get completely cut off. But meanwhile, this gives Dark the opportunity to do what he wants to do, which is drone up, get a lair, build some roaches, get some Lings. Okay, well, if he's building roaches and Lings, why not another Overlord? Okay, maybe. On one hand, I think he's worried about a naked stim attack because that is something that Gumiho has done before. that he'll just build a bunch of Marines and go for it. We saw Cure do that actually in his series as well. So maybe these guys were watching that. Maybe they're aware of it. But these big bio move outs with very low tech. Even Gumiho doesn't make it that low tech though. He's got a lot of Marines, but the medevacs are, I think his plan is to have them join the army. Dark doesn't have a Baneling nest. So the Marines can kill everything with good control, good micro, target fire, stutter step, etc. Like this is enough bio. This is enough bio to kill a lot. So it really is just going to boil down to the position he can get himself in. Even the medevac bringing 5 more Marines over just to make sure he has the absolute maximum amount of firepower available here. Burrow, roach speed on the way, but none of it's done yet. There's no upgrades. There's no 1-1. I think really you just want to get the creep. Get the creep spread. And if you can get all the tumors, take the fight, focus down the queens. Trying to do Roach Burrow micro mid-fight. Well, he doesn't have Burrow yet, so he can't. That's unfortunate. Lings coming in from the back, but they are not going to do anything. And we see Marines, man. When you get the man with the gun up front, you can do a whole lot. So most of the Roaches get shoot out. A lot of the Lings. But, you know, Dark still had 10 workers. And the biggest takeaway for me is that Gumiho's third base is extremely late. He kind of wanted to kill him there. And Dark's awareness to start building Roaches so long ago and prepare for this is really impressive to me because he's got a 4th base now. So if you're Gumiho, you have to shut this down. You absolutely cannot be on 2 base versus 4 or you are super dead. So that's why he's YOLOing in. That's why he's bringing everything. And that's why I think it's worth it for Dark to bring everything to try and push him off. Because the reason this tank isn't going to siege, he absolutely has no intention of staying and fighting. He just wanted to kill that 4th, get out of dodge. The queens, however, look at that beautiful position. Already thinking about what his opponent would do to try to get to that next spot. And here's maybe where you could try to siege this tank, but I don't see it. So once again, 4 base Zerg. It's a macro hatch until he gets drones there, but it's still a pretty good spot for him to be in versus a 2 base Terran. He has the 3rd orbital, but he needs to float it over. So it's not a real 4th base. It's not a real 3rd base. The low eco, scrappy. But I feel like Dark's gotten the better of Gumiho this game so far. The drops are the big thing because we haven't seen mutas this series. We haven't seen the Hydras tremendously early. And I mean, you see that there's Burrow available on those Roaches, and you have got to be a little bit on edge. So he drops. He does the best to manually pick up the tank. You see, Gumiho does not want to siege his tanks. He doesn't want to commit the tanks with the drop. That will be the sign that he's looking for the decisive damage. His 1-1 is almost ready. His concussive shell is finishing up, so Marauders will be better against the Roaches and really everything. Concussive shell is just a generally good upgrade to get, mostly because it costs nothing. And it researches faster than, what, every other Terran upgrade? Concussive shell used to be built in on Marauders back when I was 18. It was a long time ago now. You just built Marauders and they just instantly killed everything. It was beautiful. It was beautiful. They just came out with slow. You didn't even have to research it. I used to make a lot of Marauders. That's all I'm going to say. That's all I'm going to say. So Dark has Lings spread out in the main. He's got his Baneling nest getting speed at the edge of the 3rd base, but the way that he has spread his creep and the way that his vision is arranged, Dark can see his whole half of the map, right? Nothing really gets by him. I think the only blind spot is if a medevac went around the left side out of the range of the tower. He could come in and try to drop here or unload here, but even that's still a little far away. So he's mostly focused on his new bases, taking this one, taking this one. I think the Baneling nest is at mild risk in that position, but since Gumiho is very defensively postured right now, and you look at that, you're like, oh my god, he just burrows a random Ling outside my base? What kind of psychopath does that? Now I have to scan constantly. You don't know if there's burrowed Banes, you don't know if there's burrowed Roaches. Well, we know that Tunneling Claws has not been researched yet. But look at these Lings. Look at these Lings running around, okay? This is the National Geographic sponsored portion of the cast. The beautiful Zerglings prance around in circles in anticipation of prey falling from the sky. It's beautiful. It's like the Sarlacc pit, right? You're just hoping someone falls in there and they're never coming out.
We do have the ghosts get 2 snipes off on the Ravagers. He's got a big spread. It's so difficult because you try to come through this choke point and then you clear out some of the creep, but the tumors are still on that northeast side, which makes it very, very, very difficult to get into a spot where you can actually, you know, move. Because he'll still get surrounded by the Ling Bane. If he steps up onto this position, there's the Ravagers and Roaches are going to hit from the north and the south. And it looks like he's getting ready for a counterattack. So there is a Burrowed Ling blocking the 4th expansion of Gumiho. So he's going to try and get that next economic leg up. Some bio here to push the creep tumors back outside that 5th base. And this is what we were talking about, though. It is a lot. It's a lot from Dark. Gets out of the range of that ghost snipe, though. I always forget that they made it so you can run away from snipe now. It's a lot harder to land. A lot harder to land those steady targeting shots. So the Zergling stops him from burrowing. He sends the Marines down to clean it up. But the Zergling is still burrowed there. He almost loses those Marines. And now he's going to get sandwiched in the choke point. Blinding Cloud on the tanks. Banelings coming from every direction. Parasitic Bomb on the Medivacs. And going through the slow zone makes it so hard to escape. Oh my goodness. Dark might just kill Gumiho right here. Somehow sandwiched him in the dead center of the map. Gumiho completely caught off guard. GG. Dark takes the 2-1. Wow. How about them apples? How about them apples? Personally, I like Cosmic Crisp apples. I like Fuji apples. I like what else do I like? I'm a big fan of like the sour green apples, you know. I understand that they're not for everybody, but they are for me. I saw you mentioning the music, Verm. Is it like crazy loud in the game? Is it too much? Is it too much for you? Nobody all day has mentioned the music during the casts except for you, so I'd like to open the floor. If everybody's been nervously not saying anything because you're hoping not to offend me, I want you to know that it would not offend me. But if the music needs to be turned down a smidge while we're in the cast, I can do that. I can do that. So I like having the music on because my in-game audio has been very low in my recordings over the last month, and quite a few people have complained about it because obviously I can't put the copyrighted music in my uploads that I want to make money on. So I'm using the in-game music more now. So that's really all I got. So I did try to I have been trying to raise it up, as it were. Balance the audio a little bit better. Volume sounds good on your end? Okay. Nobody has mentioned it, so you mentioning it just makes me want to ask that everything is okay. All right. It's probably just a little louder than usual, but it's working fine. Awesome. Yeah. I noticed when I look back on anything that I started uploading, like when we started doing YouTube stuff here again, that I had several comments that it's like, if I'm not talking, there's like no audio in the video at all. So I need to be able to have a moment to pause, right? Without it being completely dead air. So
That is the problem that I've been working to solve. So yes, it is definitely louder than you're used to. And I intend to keep it that way so that we just get used to having a better mix for the audio. It used to be okay for it to be like that because I would have music on when we're on Twitch. I like having the music, you know, really come through, but I'm not doing that here, so that's why. All right, let's we got one more match now. So I actually did not know who was going to win those games. It is quiet in a few of the recent uploads. Yeah, exactly. And I have not it's not that easy for me to go change stuff like that once it's already up. So yeah, I'm just trying to go by the feedback that people are giving me. So I'm sure you guys get it. So I actually did not know who was going to win those matches. There is a final. I'm guessing, yeah, it's Cure Dark now. So yeah, let's just do it. Let's just get into it. See what happens. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back with more Korean Star League. We've got the finals here. Looks like they may have adjusted the number of games that they play for these, because I know that they've been moving their schedule around the GSL. So I'm no longer certain if it's a best of 3 or 5, but I do get dummy replays. I just wasn't sure, honestly, if the format had been changed to accommodate for GSL. Normally this is on Friday nights. They actually moved it to Saturday night because of GSL, and they had pretty low participation for the previous week's tournament because, you know, GSL is back and it's live, and that's amazing. That's great. I think I can speak for all of us when I say we all missed GSL being offline. But that, of course, means other Korean tournaments have to adjust their schedules, their timings, their lengths. You want these guys to participate and not be afraid of having their builds leaked and stuff, so you do what you can. In the bottom right, we have the blue Terran player. He's Cure. Going command center first against this man in the top left. The red Zerg player, he is Dunk. And I always have to say his name like that because it just, you know, makes me... Maybe Pig has stopped saying Dark's name like he is, I don't think there's an appropriate way for me to really describe it. You know, Pig makes some interesting sounds when he's talking about pro Zergs. But even if he stopped doing it, the good memories I have of those moments is probably the reason I have to reference it forever until the day I die. So just deal with that. Just deal with that. One day I'll be 65 years old. I'll probably be in a hermetically sealed crate somewhere, plugged into an AI pod, just living as a digital version of myself in my 20s, and I'll still be making jokes about Pig, even after he's been cybernetically augmented into a android. I don't know. I don't know what kind of robot Pig would be. Probably just a streamer still, honestly. Guy already does like week-long subathons. Just probably run the first ever 365, right? It just never stops. Once he no longer needs to sleep. I figured that's what all the labs in his basement are for, right? But command center first against Zerg. That's always fun to see. We kind of had a whole meta evolve just from Terrans doing this too much. Like Zerg players were all like, no, we're going to start doing pool first. We're going to get really aggressive. We're going to do a lot of lings early on. So you can't just get away with this. Now, Dark, his first scout is going to be seeing the factory at the edge of Cure's base. That's a weird place to build a factory. Most Terrans wall off. It makes you feel like he wants to hide it. Dark is trying to keep his overlord far enough away that Cure's SCV won't see it. So he doesn't know that he's been scouted. And these two lings come up into the main base. There's nothing actually here, just two Marines popping out of the barracks. So he can kind of determine, okay, this was a command center first. He's already got his orbital done. There's nothing else there, just two Marines. So he probably went command center first, double gas after 2 racks. And that is what we have here. So he can go straight into stim and do a 2-1-1 out of the CC first. A very strong build. The time it takes to turn into an orbital command is about the same build time of 2 SCVs, 2.5. So when you make that transformation, getting it done as early as possible gives you the least amount of lost time to build workers. Either that, or you try to saturate your base before you turn into an orbital, which is considered a psychopath move by most, since Obviously, mules give you more than 2 SCVs worth of income. The mules give you like 3.5 SCVs worth of income. So you would still typically want to have it, but you just don't have as many SCVs. So going command center first is a great build because it allows you to get so many more workers than you normally do. And that's why I like it. You get both orbitals out of the way extremely fast, and then your command center just gets to build forever. So it can help you really power up to a great economy. And this is going to be a very fast 2-1-1 like we talked about. No upgrades, just stim. And a little bit of a wall off getting set back up on the way home. I don't think that's a wall, though. Yeah, he should be able to get through there. So he could put the bunker on the final hex to close it off. But he doesn't have to. It's going to be a depot. And that makes sense. There's nothing really unreasonable there. Marines are going to move out. Medevacs are in tow. Dark made a lot of roaches in his series against Gumiho. Cure kind of mixed it up. We saw Cure do the Reaper build. I guess we've already seen Cure do CC first now. He's going to take a third behind it, but the Ling, I think he saw both Medevacs move out. So how is Dark going to respond? Medevacs are headed to the southwest. We've got some Lings prepared, fully saturated third base, just one queen, a couple of creep tumors. Where does Cure unload? Is he going to try and take down the front? It's looking like it. It's looking like he wants that the front of the natural, clear out the creep between the two bases. Dark has not actually tried to get his fourth base yet, though. So he's playing this one very defensively. He's building a lot of units. He's getting that roach warren. So we may see Dark try and swallow this army if Cure overextends and then go for a big counter. But I think he respects Cure enough to know that what Cure is probably going to do, play around with the drops, maybe, do a little tappy toes, little footsies with the main base, little drop in, kill an overlord, drop out. There's no fourth base to cancel yet. So he's mostly just waiting for that. And it is about to start. Oh my God. Oh, he's going to see it right as it begins. No, drone turns around in the nick of time. So he saves himself from having to cancel the base, but he also, he's got 3 medevacs of bio just chilling outside of his main, and that is not an easy thing to deal with. There's no spore. The queens are all positioned in the natural, so it looks like there might be an opportunity for him to get something done with all these stim marines. There's no baneling nest, and the roaches are still not out yet. This is his moment right now. But the roaches are coming out, so I think the moment is going away. It is going away. There was an opportunity to try and get that drop, but Dark manages to take very little damage while securing the southwest hatchery. So I guess you could argue, you could try to argue that this base is going to make it so he's really stretched north to south. So Cure should be able to leave all these units up here and just load up 2 more medevacs and go to the bottom. And I think that would probably be one of the stronger moves that he could make. Dark has to just run up and down this ramp, so he's stretched vertically. But the thing is, if Cure just goes to the bottom, now you see Dark, he's actually, the Ling's gonna see it. Yeah, he sees the medevacs have moved, so he knows, okay, well now I just bring everything to the bottom. And the third base, Cure's third, there's actually nothing there. His tanks are sieged in the natural. There's no bunker here, so he takes a little bit of a nibble and then pulls back. Cure somehow actually does just go all the way to this hatchery and kill it, by the way. So I talk about being vertically stretched. Sending those Lings for the third run by might have been the big mistake from Dark. So now we have a 3-base Terran versus a 3-base Zerg. That's a very hard spot for Zerg to play out of. But he is going into Baneling Nest, Infestation Pit, Ravagers, 2-2 upgrades. 1-1 is only just about to finish for Cure. His armory lines up, so he can go into 2-2 pretty quickly. But I don't think Dark is out of this by any means. He is supply blocked. He's Shadow Realm supply blocked. Oh, the biles! He is at 154, no overlords in production. You guys ready for it? You're gonna see him start like 7 overlords at once, probably. It's what I'm gonna guess. He's gonna spend every dollar he has on more. 1 overlord's not gonna cut it here. I don't see it. I don't see it. So that supply block's actually pretty brutal for Dark then. He's got another drop inside of his main to deal with. There's another drop headed towards the bottom side. There's 2 more overlords. As he's realizing he can't make units. He's realizing that you need to be able to make units to win the game. That's a big one. And that's not a diss on Dark. Cure's just kind of been whacking him from both sides. Hitting him in the north, hitting him in the south. That triangle base is so nice because you can just run around these 3 spots, right? Well, his patrolling Lings actually blocked him. The Lings on patrol block the hatch from starting. See, that is actually also brutal because now, once again, it's just down to this bottom left base. So Dark, in a weird turn of events, is just not able to do what he wants to do. The counterattack did very little. And Cure is just waiting for like a base trade. Cure is looking at the game state and thinking to himself, I don't need anything other than drops forever. And I can just build up these tanks at home, get my upgrades, take a 4th base, and then go for a huge push with 2-2. And his 2-2 is halfway done. So that's still on the table. Banes are going to shove back some of those bio units, but what we saw work really well against Gumiho's tank lines. And one of the things Dark does really well, aside from keeping his units spread out to deal with these drops, he's got Vipers. Vipers are going to be on the way. So blinding cloud on tanks, sometimes that is all you need to catch a dub. So these tanks, they're going through traffic here. Those supply depots kind of blocking things. Overlord can see the drop moving in on the north side. What's here on the south? Not much creep spread. A couple of Banelings. No Bane speed. Cure is just going to take the fight. The tanks in the back not able to siege, but that doesn't enable them to dodge the biles. And all the Banelings are gone. So I think you want to just siege the tanks on top of this ramp. That's where you want to be. So Dark recognizes that he absolutely has to take this fight. He cannot let Cure just load up there. And he does pick everything up. That base gets canceled one more time. And Cure is really just, again, we talk about it. The map has been stretched vertically. He has to run so far from corner to corner to protect these bases. That is what makes it so difficult. That is what makes it so difficult for Dark, is that he doesn't have some big army that can just completely smash one side or completely lock it down. It's Marine tank. It's the bread and butter of Terran. It's one of the most powerful army compositions in the game. It's not really gimmicky enough to just abuse any particular aspect of it. He's stepping forward with the Marines. He's leaving the tanks off creep, spread out. Even if he came in with biles, you know, I'm not sure it would get the work done. I'm still thinking about the Gumiho siege up earlier. So we did have some Liberators come over to the main. That's kind of cute. They were like supporting the drop, but there's still a lot of Queens. So Cure's going to try and move over to the southwest base one more time. The Vipers are going to come in and flank. He says, oh, I'm zoning the Vipers away. So he uses bile, the parasitic bomb, onto the medevacs. And that's just going to make it so he has to move that medevac away from the rest of the units so they don't take too much damage. Everything else has been cleared out, though. You've just got Marines fighting Ravagers. Very good fight there for Cure. He got the deny one more time in the northeast. Still has this huge bio ball, but Dark's got some money. Oh, that Liberator. How about this? How about them apples? He's going to have to abduct that one. Yoink. Humiliation. I'm still thinking about Dark Nidus and Gumiho. I don't think there is a Nidus network, right? But it would be cool if there was. Sure be cool if there was. I would bring these medevacs back to repair too. One parasitic bomb could kill all of them, actually. They are low enough health now that one parasitic bomb could kill every medevac. The Liberators come back over to siege Zemain while he pushes the bottom left. And this is what you'd love to see. It's that vertical stretch. One more time, baby. Say it with me, chat. Vertical stretch. It's your favorite. It's word of the day. Word of the game. Nathan, you saying the word stretch over and over again makes me and my wife uncomfortable. Thank you, guy in chat. I got you. I got you. +3 Carapace is coming in. +3 melee. Chitinous plating. So there's going to be some big dummy thick Ultralisks. Now, they have not reached full dummy thick level yet, but as we talked about earlier, most of the tanks have been kept in the natural to defend. There is a 4th base, so this 3rd, he can kind of afford to give it up, but only because he's done so much damage with the drops on the other side. It's a very scrappy game. For a final, you can't ask too much more out of a game 1 than this. I really don't think that you can. There's Marines inside the natural. Looks like you got through the rest of the Queens there. The Marines are still pushing the bottom left. They're going to get forced to lift up by the Ultralists. One Marine gets saved by this medevac as the Ravagers and Banes came back, but he lands at 3rd base one more time, goes to take the gas there once again, and is now also beginning to turn the 4th base into a planetary fortress. 4 ghosts being produced. And you guys can see that there's a lot of effort that goes into casting Cure play this game and Dark, because they're both very fast. At no point do we have 2 minutes for me to talk about my favorite kind of rock in this game, and that might be a good thing. That might be a good thing, because if we had to talk about my favorite kind of rock, I'd probably give a non-answer, like my favorite type of gem or jewel, since they're basically in rocks. I mean, it's a pretty fair argument. The same place you find rocks, you find almost everything, right? Don't we just dig everything out of the ground anyway? So emeralds are my favorite rocks. There you go. Now you know. Why emeralds? I don't know. Because they're beautiful. That's why. Don't at me. My birthstone is a ruby, though, so it's not related. I just like how emeralds look. I just like that green. I like that green. What can I say? Now, if we had a teal-looking jewel, like Brood War Terran teal, that would probably be my favorite rock. So Dark does have the fully upgraded ultras now. It's worth pointing out he didn't have the speed upgrade for the first fight, which makes them much harder to use. Look at that, landed Viking fighting Ultralisk too. Ah, gotta love that Heart of the Swarm cutscene that has literally never happened in the entire history of the game. So big spread. I think the tanks need to be more spread out. Like, Corrosive Bile could definitely do damage. Oh, he doesn't realize there's ghosts. Wow, the Ultralisks just got deleted. Oh my god. I just watched Yami Yumi lock the Ultralisks inside of a piece of jewelry. That's fascinating. Wow. Okay. I mean, it's just Ravager Bane now. I'd move the tanks up, bro. Move the tanks up. You're good. Don't get fungal. Well. Oh! That was a pretty sick fungal. That was a pretty... Look, just because I play Terran doesn't mean I can't enjoy when other people make good plays. Gonna snipe the Infestor. This poor base, man. This base right here has been like the bane of the game. Ultralisks come in. They're going to deny the third base here one more time. One cloaked ghosty boy. Oh, they're going to snip, snip, snip. Yeah, Ultralisks absolutely get wrecked by ghosts big time. So this base has been destroyed for like maybe the 20th time this game. I've lost track, honestly. There are Infestors alone in Cure's base. That makes me nervous. None of... they all have energy for a fungal, so it could be like a reverse bait. I don't know. It's like, dive on my Infestors, but then you realize that there's a platform hidden inside the floor that you step on, and it opens, and you just fall into a pit of lava. Yeah, they didn't give Zerg the pit of lava trap, though, in this game. It's a shame. Maybe StarCraft 3. I'd like Zerg to have a pit of lava option, mostly because it wouldn't make sense, you know? Then I could go on the internet and argue with people about why it does make sense for no reason for hours every day. I didn't say I was a good person. I just like StarCraft. Lots of tanks, lots of ghosts. I mean, this right here, this is peak Terran performance. This is what you expect. This is like a pretty good army. I think the only thing he's missing are Liberators. He's building Vikings because I guess he's scared of Broodlords, but honestly, I think this army would die to Broodlords no matter how many Vikings he tried to add to it. So I would just say get Liberators to zone. You want Liberators to keep the Infestors away. You want Liberators to keep everything away. You want Liberators because they're kind of hard to deal with. So, I don't know about the Vikings, but I'm also not Cure. And if you put me in a saw trap and told me I had to beat him once out of 100 games to live, I would just ask Jigsaw to flip the switch and blow me up right then and there. No hope at all for me. But a big fungal on all the ghosts. Wow, I've never seen ghosts run forward to avoid the bile like that. That could have been so much worse. It should have been so much worse. This base always becomes a very contested hotspot, though. We've got Dark trying to inch his way forward. He is trying to get all up in there. And with the tanks on the high ground spread, I think what you do is you send a couple of Marauders forward, try to yeet them onto an Infestor or two, maybe. But look at this counterattack. At the same time, we have one Liberator and a tank on the Planetary trying to hold it down. For Cure, that northeast base is gone. Bottom left base has been picked off. Looks like some of the Vipers are actually going to get grabbed by the Vikings as well. Huge amounts of tech units being ripped apart. Does get Ultralisk with the Liberator. Gets both Ultralisks with the Liberator. That should help, but there's 3 more. Oh, a 4th. Yeah, no, this base is super dead. So he finally does have his 3rd mining, right? But everything on the back end, close the door, shut it down. And this game just continues to stay insane. Dark finally took the base of Destiny once more. If he can hold on to it, then I suppose anything's possible. But this is still a very, very scary Terran army to deal with. As Cure continues to spread that siege line. Looks like we've got about 8 tanks. Or 7 with this. Sorry, the 8th one is on the cliff behind. Does get another fungal onto the medevacs. Most of them go down. He's only moving forward with about 20, 30 supply at a time, and he says, oh, you're out of fungals. I'm going to come here and snipe. He's not out of fungals, by the way. These were very adventurous snipes, but he does get them all. Gets a huge amount of damage, picks off the majority of this army. It has been clamped down on, but if you look, Cure is no longer mining. He doesn't have any income. There's one mineral patch in his main base, and that's it. Look at the income tab. Look at it. How about it? Yeah, he's got no money. Unlike Batman, who has a lot of money, apparently. I don't think we've ever really been able to see his books. That one guy kind of talks about it in The Dark Knight, but I think Morgan Freeman kind of threatens to kill him, right? It's kind of messed up, honestly. You know, they could have just like paid him off or had him join the team. Clearly, he was a smart guy, right? Now, this is where I would say break the rock tower and just limit the amount of angles that they can come at you from. But that's just my little Terran heart fantasizing too much. Dark's army is very scary, but it's not fully realized and it's not maxed out. He does have neural. Is he going to try and mind control the tanks from behind? Yep, there we go. Okay. So he mind controlled the tank. He got scanned and instantly died. He's going to go for this one from behind. The scan misses. He's using the tank to kill the other tanks. Oh, he got Cure to kill his own tank. Oh, this is just filthy. Another one. I would have tried to neural parasite the ghost and then EMP the other ghosts. But I'm also bad at the game, so it wouldn't have worked anyway. Now, this is a lot of Ultralisks for a small choke point, though. Everything we're like... Oh, there we go. Oh, he gets the ghost. Oh, yeah. Oh, he snipes. Oh, he got sniped by his own man. For the swarm. And then he runs it into him. Oh, beautiful. You love to see it. Now, see, that's Dark. That's some 700 IQ. Oh, he gets another one. Oh, he's sniping. I can't. Oh, oh, no. He's got the tank. Wow. Is this the best value out of Neural Parasite I've seen in a pro game ever? Maybe. It might actually be. I mean, Cure has no money. Dark has a little money and not really the position that he needs. He just keeps mind controlling the tanks. There's too many of them, though. That's the problem. He needs to mind control like 3 siege tanks at once. That's his hope. That's really the only move he has. There's also no detection here to deal with these ghosts, so they can just kind of kill everything on their own. I'm gonna guess. I feel like Dark. Oh, this is it. The tanks are all on siege. There's no better moment to go. Right now. That's it. You no longer get to make a choice here. Oh, Young burrows for the fungal, and he does land some big ones on everything. Can the bios hit, though? The bio did take out the natural expansion, but a decent amount of the Zerg force still remains. But with the medevac support and the bio, is this going to be enough? I think the Banelings can finally clean it up. The drones, they did burrow. They're alive at the northeast expansion. There is a Ling burrowed under this base, so he's not going to be able to take that easily. He just has 8 SCVs mining, period. This income tab, there's a reason I've kept it up, and it's because it's absolutely crazy. Yeah. Don't put 4 ghosts into a medevac with 15 health either. Or if you do, repair it. Please repair the med. Just get them out. Just unload. Just get them out. Look, it's got 15 health. I'm not trying to say that I know the game better than you. I'm not trying to say anything like that. I'm just saying it's been a long day. You need a little shoulder massage. I get it. You do that. I'll fix up your medevac. It's no biggie. The Overlord has decided he no longer wants to peep into that base. He's done. He's done with his life of staring at stuff. Now he just wants to come here and just let it all hang loose. I think that's what we're gonna see. Nope. No, he's just chilling there. I thought he was gonna dump creep. My bad. So we've got the Liberator trying to get a little siege up here, and I think pretty easy to just kill this with a bile, right? Just, oh, the Ravagers kind of ran away at the worst time there. That is unfortunate. So 3 drones die, but okay, yeah, that's okay. I think Dark kind of missed his opportunity there. That's little moves like that are going to open this game back up for Cure. I think he wants, at this point, you want to just neural parasite it and then make it hold position so you can drop biles on it.
Assimilation
Oh, that's such a sad sound. Tentacle in my brain. Sometimes it'd be like that. You guys have never been mind controlled by a tendril coming from an alien monster that wants to eat you? No? Really? Big overlord damage. Weirdly enough, we are in that phase of the game where I think individual overlord kills are that big of a deal. Also, you cannot neural parasite loaded medivacs because the game doesn't really know how to handle that, apparently. I think Pig dropped that hot tip in a recent tournament. I don't feel like it was always that way. There were always like weird things with transports and mind control, but you could, you would maybe even want to just heal up your Zerg units with the medevac too, right? If you think about it, neural parasiting a bunch of medevacs actually could be a sick play if you were like healing roaches or ultras. Units that die slowly over time. Of course, if you were doing that with your energy rather than simply fungling the medevacs or the bio, then that's why I'm not a Zerg player. That's why I'm not a Zerg player, because I look at that situation and my brain just goes to very dark, twisted places, whereas Dark doesn't. So really, it's just false advertising from his username more than anything else. Somehow this game is still going. This is game one. This is game one of the finals of the Korean Star League this week. Good golly, Miss Molly, you sure like to ball. Shout out to the 2000s hit straight to DVD, straight to VHS. I don't think they played King Ralph in a movie theater, but I do like John Goodman, so I don't know if you've ever seen that movie. It's not very good, but it has John Goodman in it, so if you're bored and you miss that man, I'd recommend it. King Ralph. It sucks, but it's got John Goodman. So now the infestation pit is finally exposed. I was gonna say the tech is very, 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 very valuable at this stage of the game. Nobody has money, so even though there's no resources in the main or queens or drones, get the Ultra Cavern, get the link, get the pool. Be like the opening scene of Armageddon. Get the book. Whatever you have to do, just do it. I feel like you want to just. Like Liberators. Am I crazy? He's still building Vikings. Is it just for the Vipers? Are there Vipers still? No. There's 106 Lings. And no anti-air. And no money. Am I really crazy for being like, wow. I guess Overlord hunting is also a pretty decent strat now that I think about it. But at the same time, Liberators. I would just love to see Liberators. I would love to see a lot of Liberators. I would love to know what he would do if 2 ranged Liberators showed up here and he scanned. He wouldn't be able to neural. Well, Nate, you're not the guy in the game that's gone 26 minutes long. I mean, his brain is probably deep fried right now. That's true. That's true. Deep fried in vegetable oil or animal tallow? Well, it's not 1969, so probably vegetable oil. That's fair. Oh, mind control? Did I miss it? What guy? He took something. Oh, he took the Viking. That was the Viking voice. It's kind of like a Nidus. When a unit gets mind controlled, it plays the assimilation successful or complete. It plays that sound effect to everybody, so everybody can hear it. Well, both players can hear it. Even if it's your unit that's being stolen and you no longer have vision of it, you'll hear that command. So, as a caster, as an observer of the game, we can also see it that way. Gets a scan, picks off an infestor. Somehow, Dark is able to get back into Vipers. Somehow, some way, Cure is maxed out. A big Ling counterattack is going to hit, but that base is kind of empty. All right, I'll try not to miss another neural parasite. My bad. I'm getting very excited about this game. Oh, look at that. 4 infestors just right there. They're just chilling. They're just chilling. They're just chilling. They're just chilling. Oh, the Viper just ran into the bio. Oh, the Lings get inside here. There's the Liberator. Okay. Love to see the Liberators. Some of the Banes get traded through. I would love to build a missile turret right here. That's where he needs it. Right there. Lings are going to try and run back around towards the other base. A couple of Lings ran into the army. Where are the infestors? There's still 5 of them. They're burrowed underneath. Looks like he's going to go for 1 fungal. Trying to hit the biles onto the medevacs. And, oh! Okay, half of them gone. Lings have ripped apart the northeast base. Lings have almost ripped apart the southeast base. There's a decent amount of supply that has to be held there to defend it. But this is really the only actual base that Dark has. Oh, there's the scan. This could be it. This could be the moment. Pew, 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 pew. Snipes on a few of the Ravagers. The fungals hit 2 of the ghosts. And now he's realizing, yeah, they got to give this base up. There's just nothing left there. So in a crazy turn of events, one of the only reasons why Dark is in this game is because he couldn't take this base all game. Because this base right here got shut down so many times, he's like, I'm not mined out. I'm not mined out. I can actually keep going. Meanwhile, this base is gone. This base is gone. Main base is gone. 4th base, gone. Northeast corner base, that's it. And he's floating over to this top one too. Looks like there was a neural parasite on a ghost, but a scan in time to stop it. And he just barely doesn't see those lings here. So right as he tries to move out, those are going to come back. There's the bile. Parasitic bomb being dragged back over to hit the other air units. A difficult spot to be in. He's going to throw another parasitic bomb. But he doesn't actually have real anti-air. So the parasitic bomb is primarily going to make it so it's 1 Ravager hit to kill the libs instead of 3, which is still great. And if he gets enough energy for more parasitic bomb, then he can kill both of them with 1 shot now. So all the bases that are mining for him have been stopped though. Get a bunker and a turret. You've got so much more supply. The only way he loses here is the base trade and you notice there's no detection anywhere. He doesn't have any turrets at all, period. And that breaks my little Terran heart. You guys know how much Nathanias loves missile turrets. The only way he can lose this game is if burrowed infestors get underneath him. It's just such a funky matchup. It really is. I don't know. Float your barracks to the north. Just reposition everything. Hunker down over those 2 bases for the rest of the game. Dark has no money. He is long distance mining from like 3 screens away. Okay. I got tired towards the end of that game. Okay, that was... Whew. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Let's go to game 2. Wow. Just casting a 30-minute game like that was... Look, I'm not gonna lie to you. That was intense. You could say we just went to work. In the bottom left, spawning as the Red Zerg player, trailing down 0-1 in this series, we have Dark. Facing off on Ancient Toilet against the blue Terran player in the northeast, Cure. Now, cistern is a synonym for toilet, so I'm legally allowed to say that. If you have a problem with that, make better maps. Thank you. Looks like we're going to have the Reaper opening. 2 barracks towards the front of the natural, right? He's going to be able to expand behind it. And on this map, you have a lot of room to run around. You've got the little Reaper cliff here. You can go around here, go around there, and then you can even jump down here. So if you're being chased by Lings, you have a couple different places that you can use to manipulate the terrain and be annoying. And what race is better at being annoying than Terran? The answer is none. I think Terran players would say that Protoss players are annoying, but have you ever been Widowmine dropped? Do you actually know what it's like? No. Terran players, they don't understand. They don't get it. Not like I do. I got to Master League with Protoss, and then I started playing a bunch of people who mind drop, and I realized playing Protoss sucks. So I stopped. You ever have you leave like 1 probe to get the mine, and then the splash damage blows it up? Yeah, no, I can't handle that. That's worse than watching like a 0 day till expiration spy call expire out of the money, you know, just flush money down the toilet. Even that is not as bad as the feeling of getting mine dropped. So Cure With this build, we talk about it. You can go for the safe expand. You've got the wall off at the front. If we look at what Dark is doing, it's very standard. He's got just one drone on gas so that he can slowly work his way up to Ling speed, but he wants as much mineral income as possible. Why? So he can start his third base before the Reapers arrive. Why? So he can defend his third base, you dingus. If the hatchery starts faster, then that means by the time that the 3 Reapers are poking it, it's going to have more health. And if it has more health, then that means there's more time for the queens to get over there and try to push the Reapers away. So while he does this dance in the natural and tries to kill a Ling or 2 or a drone or a few, he will instead find that he has accomplished very little. And now he will go check the hatchery. He sees, oh, okay, it's been going for a little bit now. So in game 1, Dark did end up canceling that base, right? Or he wasn't really able to get it. He tried a few times. We've seen this build so many times today. I'm not even sure if that was this best of 3 because I just cast a 30-minute game in game 1. I don't even remember how that game started. It's already been flushed out of my brain trying to follow infestors neural parasiting ghosts and then those ghosts sniping the other ghosts, because that's not something I get to see very often. So you just have to forgive me. That being said, heck of a match, huh? Pretty good series. Nice back and forth. I have absolutely no idea how this one is going to go. These are the finals of the Korean Star League. I believe week number 18 or 19 was this week. Big shout out to Chicken Man SC, Dave Testa, and all the fine folks making the KSL possible. Not to be confused with my old tournament series, the Kappa Star League. Korean Star League's got a little more flavor to it, a little more pizzazz, you could say, a little more jazz hands. And Dark hasn't made any steps towards tech yet. He's just been droning up. He's got a decent few Lings. The map is big, and the 3 Reapers can be going between so many different points because of those cliffs that we talked about. There's not as many of them towards the north here, though. They're indicated by those blue lines. So that's on this map what tells you where Reapers can go. So if you know where these are and you use them correctly, then it's like looping a killer in Dead by Daylight. You just drag the Lings, you get to this point where for them to get to you, they have to go so far around that you have, at that point, then multiple opportunities to escape. But typically you don't see the Reapers make it this long. This map just kind of facilitates it because of both the size and the number of cliffs. So it makes Dark have to respect him just a little bit more. On Ancient Cistern, the third base becomes a little bit tougher. This third location is very open. You have huge wide angles of attack from basically every direction. There's no choke points here to wall off. There's no choke points to block. So unless you want to build a wall a whole screen away from your command center, and then you need to make like, 2, maybe 3 of them, you're going to be doing a very aggressive build on this map. You want to keep your opponent defending, since that the wide open nature of it is going to make it a little bit more difficult to funnel those Zerglings in single file into Widow Mines or bunkers, tanks, Hellions, what have you. You just only have so many ways that you can really do it. So Banshee's going to come over to the third base here. Goes right on by. The Overlord saw the Banshee and he sees, okay, well, sorry, that's the fourth base rather. But there is no Spore Crawler and the lair's not done yet. So Cure ends up getting a little bit of cheeky damage in here thanks to this Banshee. And this is the dream scenario. There's nothing else you want more than this. There's no Spore, there's no Overseer. You just want to keep shooting those drones until you run out of energy, and that is it. That is all you want, and it's gone very well. 11 drone kills. It has to use the transfuse on a drone, and then he gets another one anyway. Look at that shimmer, that shum. The shum. He has no idea. He has no idea where he is. Big pack of Lings waiting outside the natural. Backstab opportunity is there, but the medevacs are actually going to fly by. So Cure, he should be able to see it. He should be aware. And 13 drone kills by that Banshee is just disgusting. Absolutely game-changing. Has Dark rebuilt all of those drones already? Yes. Could he have spent that larva on something else? Also, yes. And now the Banshee's like, well, if you're just going to have lings out on the map, I'll kill those too. I'll use that to support my little droppy drop. We do not have Banelings. We do have a Baneling nest. We don't have Baneling speed. He's just going straight to an infestation pit with a burrow. Is Dark just going right back to where we were last game? Is that his plan? It's very different focus than game 1. I don't know if the Banshee pissed him off, but he's not going for the double Evo. We're not okay. Now he's got the second Evo with the pit. So he's going 1-2. And then I'm assuming we're going to have that hive start shortly, but with the Banshee here and poking in this regularly, Kier should be aware of when that happens. And Dark can't even afford to go for the hive, so I kind of take that back. It's an awkward spot. Like, yes, it's a lot of lings, but he's got Medivacs. He's in a choke point. He's got 1-1 Marines. The lings do not have any attack upgrades yet. They are finishing literally right now. So the fight just got more even. But he already lost a lot. And that tank on the low ground is just filthy. Absolutely filthy. You'll notice I talked about how key to success for Cure is keeping Dark on his side of the map, not letting him use that open space and run those lings around. And so far, he's done a beautiful job of avoiding that scenario. He's going to load everything up and now go back to that main base. There is nothing here. Some lings are on their way, but keep in mind, no Bane speed. It is close. It's just not done yet. So a drop is going to hit the top. He's got a siege tank, a bunch of Marines. Now there's this other drop in the main base. Tons of Marines, a few of the Reapers. He focuses down all the Banelings one by one. Every single Bane popped. And that is just absolutely filthy. Bane speed finishes, but he's already got what he came for. He's going to dip. The top expansion is also killed with the support of the Banshee. Now he's going to come back down, and that is it. GG. So Cure is going to go up 2-0 in this best of 5. I did get some dummy replays, but the number of them was not the maximum amount of games possible. So I apologize. Let's go to game 3. Let's see what happens. I've been enjoying this series quite a bit. All right, in the top left. Well, because they gave me 5 replays, but I thought it was best. I thought it escalated one more for the finals, so I wasn't 100% sure. Since I know that they sometimes mess with the schedule when they're running behind on time, and obviously they had a 30-minute game 1, so it wouldn't be the first time they turned it into a best of 3. So I was like, I don't think that's what they're doing here, but I think it is also possible that that is what they have done before. So that's why I'm not always 100% sure. The Korean Star League is meant to be a way for Korean players to just make a couple extra bucks on the side and obviously provide great entertainment for those of you who tune in to support it. They are up on Challenge every week, KSL Weekly. If you want to reach out, if you want to support them, I know they take contributions on Matcherino and stuff. You can do the thing with the code where you just contribute a free $1 just for signing up on their site or something like that. So always great to have causes and good people bringing each other together over the beautiful game we know as StarCraft. And what do we have here? One more time, baby. We've got the 2 racks. We've got the spawning pool and the gas. So it is not hatch first. It is not a fast command center. It's Cure basically saying, I don't care what y'all doing. I'm going to have vision. I'm going to give myself agency to get the damage done that I need and also the scouting that I need. So that's what I like. This, I don't know. Was he worried the SCV would finish on the other side? That's probably it. So you see he's going to go mine that and go get ready to build the expansion. But that's the beauty of this build. Pool first just doesn't really do much. You can commit to a Ravager all in, but I'm just not crazy about it. I'm not crazy about it. It worked against Gumiho once, really. It also worked against Gumiho's, it worked against his what? I'm suddenly forgetting. Oh yeah, I blew up his stim like twice and just made him move the whole wall back. But Cure has been a little bit more proactive with his Reapers. He hasn't really opened himself up to that big counter potential. So he throws the grenade to run behind the mineral line, sees the Roach Warren, sees the Roaches popping out. And this is big. He loses a Reaper. So when we talk about what makes the Reaper opening strong against Roaches, in that Gumiho match, we got to see, actually might have been on this map, we got to see the Reapers do a really good job of just pushing him back, and oh, he builds both add-ons, so there's nothing out here. I love the idea of the bunker up front so that you don't have to worry about getting biled down on your add-ons, but you do have to keep some units here to make that possible. And he's going to build a Marauder with Concussive Shell. I love it. If this bunker gets completed and he gets a Marauder with Concussive in there, holding this becomes a million times easier. So the Reaper can just kind of do the grenade boop, try and buy time. He just wants to poke, but he needs... Oh, there's no way that bunker's going to finish. Marauder's coming out. More SCVs are getting pulled. He needs to finish this bad boy up. Don't let the Reapers die. SCV. Oh, he's just got to take out the wrapping paper, and there he is. So you see that Marauder in there should help a ton. We know that when they turn into Ravagers, Roaches get back all their HP, though, so needs to maybe get a few more SCVs to repair. And once Concussive Shell is out, I think you just yeet the Marauder at the Ravager and use the slow tag to get the kill. That's what I have to assume the play becomes. But by building the bunker out here, this is what I really, really like. And I think that this is the answer to the Tech Lab issue. You build the bunker in an exposed area. Your opponent isn't massing Speedlings, so you can't really work around this. You know, the Marauders... We don't get to talk about Marauders and bunkers very much, but bunkers do give units extra range. So Marauders have 7 range inside the bunker, which means they outrange Stalkers, they outrange Ravagers, they double outrange Roaches. So that's just like the ultimate, I don't feel like dying to your Ravager attack. And as a follow-up to the Reaper build, he's basically bulletproof, because Lings can't really get by the wall. You wouldn't really want to be doing Banelings against something like this. I mean, Banes could work with no Hellions or tanks, but it's like risky because the wall has a lot of HP. So yeah. What I'm trying to say is that Cure is he's put himself in a good spot. Look at this. He's going to float that reactored barracks over too. He says, why not? Why not take a free Overlord? Why would I want to leave your Overlord in front of my base? Dark just went from knowing everything about where Cure's stuff was to knowing nothing. So where does he defend? His third base, very late on the south side. He's moving out the Marauders. He's moving out the Marines. Stim is only halfway done, though. I don't think I expect anything here. He's got a lot to defend. Like, Concussive on exposed Ravagers could be the ticket, but he's got a lot of Speedlings coming, and there's, again, no Stim, no Medivacs. I think if you're Cure, I think you overextended. Dark probably wants to chase him down, but he's, like, nervous that there might be more behind it, so he's not. He's, like, respecting him. But all of this could have died. He could have surrounded and killed all of that, I think. If the Ravagers just chased immediately and the Lings tried to cut him off, then I think I could see it. Now Stim is done. That changes the game pretty heavily. Now the Banelings are really important. If this bio, if he saw him on the ramp, hold the ramp. No, if he held the ramp and he got the Ravagers immediately, then I think that things get ugly. But now he has no bunker and he has to fight in open space against mass Lings. That's what makes this really hard, and no Medivacs. So he steps forward. He cannot afford to Stim. He cannot afford to Stim again after this. So he has to just kind of take the fight right here. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to do it, though. This is a tough spot. The SCVs are going to get pulled. Uh-oh. He stimmed again. Look how low these bio units are. These Marines are all dying in like one hit to the Ravagers, but he has the Marauders. Oh, so they can't all get away if he gets on top. He's got most of them down. Trimmed about half of them off, it looks like. Got 4 Ravagers. He's got 6 left, so close. Those biles, though. Look how low the Marines and Marauders are. No Medivacs, no heals. No Medivacs, no heals. It's a tough spot. Cure does have more SCVs. That's probably worth mentioning as well. So he can afford to bleed, but it's still a lot. Oh, there's the next Stim. Okay, he forces him in here. Gets 1, 2, 3, and there's 3 Ravagers left. That bile does not actually hit too much. The SCV is surprisingly good. Meat shield soaking in on this as the Marines are going to hold strong so far, continuing to step back, but there's only one Ravager left, and now the medics are out. And I think that that should signal the end of this attack, which crazily enough ends with both players having, I was going to say same amount of workers, but he did just make a huge drone wave during that. So Dark just saturated, finished saturating his natural, and is now beginning to saturate the third base. So Cure had a huge economic advantage at the way that the openers played out, but eventually he had to pull so many SCVs to hold that attack. He economically handicapped himself, right? There's just not a whole lot that you can do in that situation. If he had kept the bunker up, I think it's a little bit easier, but he probably wasn't expecting that attack to hit the way that it did, because he's been the aggressor all match long. And Dark used to be the crazy aggro guy, but it seems as everybody around him improves, they're kind of joining him in the madness. So to me, this is a great read. He gets the Ravager, he gets the Queen, Roaches are starting to die. I mean, this might even be game if he gets enough drones. But he sees the timing of the lair finish, and yeah, there it is. There's the dive on the drones. He knows he's hurting for money. He's gonna try and wiggity swooty his way on out of there. Medevac survives with 30 health. And there's another drop over here. The Marauders, 16, 17 and counting drones killed. This is where it becomes almost untenable for the Zerg. Like, there is a third command center that Cure has finished. He's shifted his production back towards his main. He does still have the wall, but it's not everything. And I think that this is just what makes it so difficult, because we were looking at it before. It was 50 SCVs to 38 drones. Then it was 50 drones to 38 SCVs. And now it's 52 SCVs to 48 drones. So everything that Dark has accomplished in the last 2 minutes has mostly just been trying to keep his drone count at 50. He hasn't been able to do much beyond that, and I think that's what makes this so difficult to stop, because Cure is not going to relent. Another drop is going to hit that base. He's got one on the south side still picking off the creep, and because he went for Concussive Shell Marauder this early, like, his pickoff potential for these units is pretty huge. Don't think he was expecting this. Kind of had that unload queued up, but he's looking for the main base. 3 queens on their own. If I'm you, Cure, I'm just dropping directly onto the queens, but instead he'll go for the roaches. So maybe we should see a transfuse or two from Dark, trying to keep him alive. But I'd say get the queens, get rid of the anti-air, take the anti-air away, and then just fly everywhere. Because there's no good answer to this. There's no spore crawlers. He can't afford to build spore crawlers. There's hardly any queens. He can't even afford to rebuild all of his queens. And he's mostly just relying on the roaches as fodder to hold on. But I think we're going to see this attack from Dark. This could be game deciding, depending on where Cure's forces are. You notice that Cure does not extend himself to the third base. He just says, mine the third, keep everything at the natural. I'm okay with pulling back here if I have to do that, because I just don't want my tanks too exposed. And I get it. It does make sense. Because he knows that Dark is on low eco. He's aware of that as much as we are, so he doesn't feel the pressure to commit everything for his third base, because that would be the only way he loses, right? Really wide open third with multiple angles of attack and no choke points. That is the biggest thing with most of these maps. So you've seen Terran players adjust. They just don't commit to the third. They just don't commit to the third because there's no reason to. If he was behind economically, then it wouldn't really matter, right? So since the game is in a good place for him, he's been very patient about it. I would still love to see a bunker or two, because the run buys are certainly something that he has to worry about. But since he's already up 2-0, we can only be so nitpicky. Cure has played a great series thus far. I do have at least another replay or two here, so I don't know if it ends on this one. This could be where Dark starts to mount that comeback. And 5 tanks at home. You gotta love it. Keep the tanks at home, move everything else out in the drops. That is the way to do it. It's gonna pick off one morphing Ravager and then dip back. We got a double drop on the southwest. So going back to the multi-prong for Cure. That is always the biggest thing about the Ravager-based armies, is the anti-air is just very limited. Gets the queen, shuts down what was going to be a bunch of creep tumors he was trying to spread. I don't think he had the energy for it, but he was going for it. Sorry, I tried to click on this drop. I wasn't sure if it was going to move there. So he still has multiple drops out on the field, and for the first time, I feel like in this whole series, Dark actually has a fourth base mining. Isn't that a miracle? Feels like that's been the hardest thing ever for him this whole match, that fourth base. And here's the big move out. All the tanks for Cure. He says, I'm maxed out. I got my 2-2. I'm coming for you, baby. I'm coming for you. He's got those drops. So he can try to hit him in the main. He can try to hit him in the third and push the fourth on the ground all at the same time. That is what makes this so difficult. Now, meanwhile, Dark's trying to set up a flank, so he wants to get behind the tanks. He wants to get behind the tanks. This isn't the 30-minute long game where we have infestors going for the underground neurals, or maybe it's a counterattack. His counters haven't worked very well though, so I kind of like going for the swallow, and that's what it's going to be. Just dives everything onto this. All the Ravagers alive at the end of this fight. Very well done. Now the bio is going to be able to hit the northwest base, the southwest base. This one boosted but did not go in. You got about 5 drones and change. It's going to drop into the natural expansion while this drop hits the main base. There's no banelings here, so with the Marines unloading, he's starting to shoot through it, but there's a nice bile directly center. Gets 3 medevacs, few more. And you can see Dark doing everything he can to hold on. But that economy is just such a tough spot. Cure going for the fourth base. And once he gets this secured, then you're getting real nervous. Because Dark, he gets up to hive, he gets adrenal glands. We see him get vipers, but he's really been kept on the back foot all match long. Not even going to planetary the fourth base, by the way. He says, I want money, I want scans, I know where this is going. Look at that. Is my main mining out? All right, let's just float it over. Let's take another base. That's what we got to do. That's what we got to do, baby. Big full army stem there. Drop inside of the main base here too. Going after some of the links, some of the drones, possibly the hive under threat as well. The main army is going to take out the 5th base morphing up top. Double drop on the left side is going to take out the 3rd base. And as the units head over there, I'm expecting boost up, lift into the main base. This army's pretty exposed though. May just need to bail. Parasitic bomb onto the medevacs. He's going to try to peel that weakened one off. I'd say just unload everything and run, but he's going to load up the tanks and stutter step with the bio. That's also acceptable. That drop in the natural is going to get popped by the biles as well. That other drop inside of the main base is going for the spawning pool. Adrenal glands is so close. 3 seconds, and the Marauders turn to shoot the lings. Wow. So he basically saves the upgrade with some sacrificial lings. A huge upgrade. I don't know that necessarily changes the course of this one, as it's, again, very scrappy. But now the lings have adrenal. They attack. That upgrade makes lings attack like 50% faster, right? Or like 65%. It's crazy. They become very dangerous. You do not want fully upgraded lings getting on you. So the bio comes back to the 3rd base once again. Is also going to shut down the creep tumor. And this is why in that earlier game we were talking about the infestors being so crucial, because there's just no anti-air. There is nothing here that can kill the medevacs. So if you're Cure, you just keep lifting up, running around. I mean, the biles can kill them, but you have to stand still for 3 whole seconds for those to connect. So it's kind of on you, really. But he just doesn't have an answer to the drops. Cure just keeps hitting him from every which way over and over. The parasitic bomb is the only thing he's really had to deter the medevacs, but it's the most expensive energy for Zerg, right? That's your Ravagers. Oh, there you go. Dark is pretty good at hitting people with those, and now he floats the main base to this corner base, so he's got a ton more money coming in. And look at this army from Cure, just disgusting. He's doing so much macro behind the non-stop, endless deluge of medevacs hitting him. And the medevac on patrol is even baiting me as the observer. So he says, look, you don't have anti-air. I'm just going to send Vikings. I'm going to kill your overlords. I'm going to kill everything else. Siege up the tanks outside of your base. And there it is. He doesn't even take the final fight. Gee. And Cure takes a 3-0 victory. Beautifully done. Wow. Wow. Dark will always catch you sleeping. Yeah, that's how it seems, huh? Thank you, Terminator. Thank you for the 9 months of support, bro. I appreciate you very much. Yeah, I feel the love. Wow. Wow. Oh my God. It took us some time to cast those matches, huh? I know the stream, I know my OBS crashed about an hour in. So that was unfortunate, but whoo, that was crazy. Some crazy games. I'm gonna get those uploaded in 4K after today's stream. So if you want to watch them again in even higher fidelity, they will be available there. Solo casting long games is fun but difficult. I try to take pauses to breathe. One of the first things that I learned, and I've never actually gotten good at this when I started casting, is that if you talk too much and you don't breathe, your body will force you to yawn just so you get oxygen. It's weird. Apparently, I've accidentally almost suffocated myself just casting too much without stopping to breathe. It's a real thing. Anyway, I gotta pee, and we're gonna play some ladder, all right? I'll be right back. Thanks so much for the love, guys. See you in 2 minutes. No breathing allowed, only guilt. Yeah, I know. I try really hard not to go for the full yawn. But sometimes it's hard to avoid. I'm so nervous. I'm like very self-conscious about because I have my microphone set up so that I can hear myself in real time. Which basically boils down to, if I hear myself breathing at all, then I feel like everybody can hear it, you know, like really loudly. And that makes me like, Monk S. I don't know if people can really ever hear it that much, but that's why I try not to do it too much. Or I like try to turn my head away and go, sort of thing. But you know what I would like to do with this little bit of studying and experience that we've been able to gather from today's show? Some great matches. Oh my God. I know that I'm probably not going to get to play any games versus Protoss because I have decided that I'm not going to get to play any games against Zerg because I've decided that I want to practice a TVZ build now that we have pretty much only cast TVZ all day. There were no Protoss games at the high level because Protoss does not exist at the high level. Whew. All right, we got a game. It's a Protoss. I figured we probably won't hit too many Zergs today. I want TVZ too much.
Go ahead. What's going on?
A little bit of maybe a trying too hard situation, right? Could be.
SCV ready. Scared me. Gotcha. Yep. In the rear with the gear. SCV ready. Yep. Big job, huh? Ah! Huh? What? What? Huh? SCV ready.
What did Gumiho do versus Ranger again?
What's going on? Big job. SCV ready. Go ahead. Yeah. In the rear. SCV ready. You're the boss. What's going on? SCV ready. Huh?
Our SCVs are under attack.
Huh? In the rear. SCV ready. Listen. Yeah, whatever. Bandit. Go ahead. Huh? In the rear. In the rear with the... Ah! What's going on? Woohoo! Overtime. I'm going.
Command center upgrade.
The Grand Reaper has arrived. Got SCV ready. Kill. Bad news. Go ahead. In the rear with the gear. SCV ready.
Come on.
Better be good.
There we go.
Gangway. Got it. SCV ready. What's going on? Fear the Reaper, man.
Ah, there was no saving that guy.
SCV
Add-on complete.
SCV ready. This better be good. SCV ready.
Beautiful.
Big job, huh? SCV ready here.
Your forces are under attack.
Go, go, go! SCV ready.
Liberation is ahead.
Go ahead.
Your forces are under attack.
Ben, huh?
Base
Yeah, it's probably
is
gonna
under
be
attack.
what, like a prism?
Of course.
SCV
It's kind of the
ready.
vibes I'm catching now.
Yes, sir.
Want some?
Perfect. Standing by. We read you. Course set. All hands to battle stations. Reporting for action.
Go ahead. Ben, big job.
It's that part where they're like, oh, music's going too hard, gotta slow it down.
In got. Ah, command. Yes, sir. We're returning fire. We read you.
Add-on
SCV ready.
upgrade complete.
What are you gonna do? What's your plan?
Of course. As you say. Standing all hands to battle stations. Incoming orders.
Bad news.
Isn't it weird how like the music just kind of stops?
Standing by.
Our SCVs are under attack.
How can we help? Ah, got freedom. Ah, Commander.
In the rear. Go ahead.
Got freedom. Right.
Big job.
Isn't it weird that the music, like I have it on continuous and it just stops? Isn't that so strange? Yeah, it just stopped for no reason. Sometimes the game just like breaks.
SCV ready.
Even though I have it set to just let the music play forever, sometimes it just doesn't. Just doesn't want to do that.
Armed and
Your forces are under attack.
As you say.
Engine screaming. Engage.
How can we?
in the rear. Want a piece of me, boy?
Just try and get our next upgrade set here.
We have you on screen.
Holla back. Weapons hot.
Research complete.
SCV ready.
Add-on complete.
Got freedom.
Mayday! Mayday! Targets acquired. I'm gonna enjoy
SCV
this.
ready.
Receiving. Yeah? Fine. I got my ears on. Engine screaming. Can do.
How many did I get? 10? Nice.
What's going on?
Isn't it weird that it's so quiet? I have it on. Look.
Field depleted.
There you go. I guess turning it off and back on does it sometimes. Isn't that strange? Am I crazy for thinking that that's like kind of odd? I don't know.
Attention.
SCV ready.
That's fine. Right. Engaging.
Yes, sir.
SCV ready. Bad news. What's our target?
Engine screaming.
SCV ready. What's going on? Go ahead.
field depleted.
SCV ready.
Loud.
Bad news.
Call the ball. Yeah? Engage. Holla back.
Good job, huh? What's going on?
Research complete.
All right, we take both of these geysers, and now we can do that magic thing we do with the banshees that we love.
Turbo. Receiving. Confirmed.
SCV ready.
Loud and clear.
SCV ready.
Loud and clear.
SCV ready. SCV ready.
Roger that. Fine. Call the ball.
SCV ready. SCV ready.
I think the lib's in the main still. Nice.
Mayday! Mayday! Loud and receiving. Fine. Holla back.
SCV ready.
Target acquired. Calling thunder.
Mineral field completed.
Move it.
Add-on complete.
I'm go. Huh?
Upgrade complete.
Holla back. Done and done. Inbound. Mayday! Mayday!
Go ahead.
Engine.
Go ahead. Huh?
All right, now we go into battle cruisers. I think we're pretty well set.
Ready.
I think we're pretty set up, boys.
Upgrade complete.
That Widowmine shot from earlier was just filthy.
Command center upgrade complete. Add-on complete.
We got one more wave of banshees.
Engaging. Yeah? Mayday! Mayday! Fine. Receiving.
And then we go BCs. We should be good. Should be pretty easy for us to do that.
Here. Go ahead. SCV ready. Bad news. Yeah.
Call the ball.
SCV ready.
All right, let's just get up. Our economy just a little teeny bit. We should be able to get these BCs out now.
Roger that.
You guys like it though? You do big banshee, transition into this, and this guy's just been getting brutalized all game.
Command center upgrade complete.
Loud and clear. I'm gonna enjoy this. Confirmed. They ain't getting far. Fine. Call back. Receiving. I got this.
Mineral field base is under attack complete.
Mayday! Mayday! Yeah? Turbines to full.
Mineral field depleted.
Yeah, he's done. He's donezo.
Roger that.
Mineral field depleted.
I'm in a heap of trouble. You healed?
His unpowered. Just kill the pylon and that's it. Nice. There you go. Yeah, playing super aggro. That's like the way people do TVP now to stop the blink.
Daylight's burning. Light it up.
You either cheese them so hard they can't blink you, or you let them blink you. But I'd rather not let them blink me.
Command center upgrade complete.
Nice. Gotta check workers lost. Yeah, let's take a look. Let's take a look. Ooh, that's not bad. 87 workers for a 13-minute game. Is that good? Is that good? Did I break it? Did I break it? Somehow he got that base too. That's impressive. I wasn't sure if he was going to be able to macro up that much, honestly. It's definitely an achievement on his part. He had a good amount of units too. It just boils down to eventually, if you can't attack me, then it helps a lot. New high score. What does that mean? Did I break it? So you get it. You get it. Love you, Nate. I got you, Zeratol. I got all your classic 90s, 2000s movie references. Okay, you're good. You're safe. You're safe. This is my game. Hell yeah. I said, hell yeah. All right, we got a Zerg. We got a Zerg on Grezvan. What do you guys think? Should we do the build? Should we do the build? Legend tells that long ago, a strategy was buried deep in the recesses of Kulis Ravine, only to be unearthed by the dankest Terrans of our time.
Roger.
This is their story.
Huh? Well, Buttermouth. SCV ready. Go
Sorry,
ahead, man. Huh?
I've only seen so many true crime TV shows and stuff. I've actually, you know, I didn't grow up with cable. I didn't grow up with cable, guys. Okay, if we had Cartoon Network, I was very lucky, but I never got to watch any of the other stuff. I've never got to watch NCIS, CSI Miami. I never got to see any of it. Okay,
Huh?
it cost a lot of money to get those channels.
Go ahead, huh? What? SCV ready here. Yeah.
It's like me, you know, it's work in progress.
Ah! You scared me. What's... Ah! Go ahead. SCV ready. Yeah. What's going? Big job, huh? SCV ready.
We get the APM up, move everything out, get the job done.
Ah! You scared me. What's going on? SCV ready. Huh? Yo. Huh?
No, I was just like kind of good at finding stuff on the internet because I've been on the internet probably since I was a very small child, so I was always a little gifted with finding things there.
Command center upgrade.
But as far as access to normal stuff goes, no, wasn't very good. And we didn't actually have good internet either. We had like, you know, we were basically on dial-up level. Even when we got broadband out in Springbrook, we still were. It was bad. That's what I'm gonna say. That's what I'm gonna say. Even when we were out in Springbrook, dial-up was terrible. Well, the broadband was the same speed as dial-up, which was terrible.
SCV ready. I'm going. Yes, indeed. Death from above. Done. Fair enough. All right. Oh, yeah. I've got something ready to kill. The Grim Reaper has arrived. This better be good. by the numbers, boys. SCV ready. What's going on? Got some. Want some? What? You want some armed and ready? SCV ready. This better be armed or is it you want it to be, boy? Not that I can't handle. God. You the Reaper. SCV ready. What? Got something for me to kill? It's done. So I'm going out. SCV ready. Yes, indeed. On the way. Got something for me to kill. SCV ready. All right, agreed. Big job, huh? Bandit. Ah! What's going on?
Command center upgrade complete.
What? You want something?
I mean, we got some decent pressure on the third. We didn't get to kill it, but that's okay.
SCV ready.
Add-on complete.
SCV ready. Armed and ready. SCV ready. You gonna get gangway. SCV ready. Got something for me to kill. Huh? SCV ready. Who wants some beer?
His lair is coming in.
SCV ready. Ready to plunder. I like it. Big job. SCV ready. SCV ready. Bandit. This better be good. Who wants some? SCV ready. SCV ready. Huh? What's going on? Go ahead.
Command center upgrade complete.
SCV ready.
Add-on complete. Add-on complete.
Been waiting on you.
There we go. 2 BCs. It's crazy when you start to feel like the thing. What I did with the Reapers just doesn't seem to have actually affected him too much here. He went for a very fast lair. His Spire is on the way. That's unfortunate. Okay.
Job. SCV ready. Bad news. We could use some help here. Yeah.
Yeah, we're just gonna need a lot of stuff here. We're gonna need a lot to deal with this.
SCV ready. Huh?
Let's send those guys back over there actually, since it's gonna be kind of exposed.
Go SCV ready. SCV ready. Big job.
Add-on complete.
SCV ready. SCV ready. Bad news. SCV ready. SCV ready. Can't hold them alone. SCV ready. SCV ready. Go ahead. SCV ready.
Command center.
SCV ready. What's going on?
Add-on complete.
Ready to raise some hell. Touching you through.
Research complete.
Man, even though he didn't see, he hasn't scouted or anything, the fact that he went straight for the spire like that and he hasn't done anything with it is like so weird, you know?
Add-on complete.
He's just chilling. He rushed the spire and did nothing with it. It's just kind of strange. There we go. There's the mutas finally.
Add-on complete. Research.
Fight or flight? Ready. SCV ready.
Mineral field depleted.
Optics online. Let's go kill something.
So he's just kind of spreading creep like crazy and just going into mass muta.
Let's go.
So his build was like, even though I opened really aggressively, he just defaulted into Giga Greed the moment he could. That's nuts.
Where's the hot action?
State your rate of engineering at your scanning battle.
Yeah, that's all he's done is just spread creep like a bot.
State your request.
Do this.
Ready
Research complete.
What's going on?
Mineral field depleted. Research complete.
What's our ready to raise some hell?
Such a strange way for him to play. It's just interesting. That's all.
Show me who's on the day. Let's do it. You're the boss. Ready to raise some hell. I'm in a heap of trouble.
State your request. Command. Systems prime. This vessel requires assistance.
Rubber.
Ready.
What is it? Ready to raise some hell. Yeah.
Scanning.
Mineral field depleted. Base is under attack.
Can't hold them alone.
Upgrade complete.
You scared me.
Online.
Sounds sweet.
State your request. Ready for service.
Ready to raise some hell.
Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of a weird game, honestly. It's just one of those, it's really weird. I don't know how to describe it. He's just a super turtley Zerg player, I guess. He was like really ready for my attack, and then he just, I don't know how he knew I like wasn't gonna follow up, because he never sent another Overlord or anything in. This was a very, very hard game. I just don't really understand what I did that gave away what I was doing to him. That's what confuses me. I didn't play like Nathanias, so I don't think it's possible for him to just be like, oh yeah, he knew I was going to do it because I'm me, right?
What's going on?
Just an interesting game.
Ready to raise some hell.
Command center upgrade complete.
Boy, in here. Huh?
Scanning.
I hear you. What? Big shot. What's our target? Yeah.
You know he's going to be coming back for this one too.
SCV ready.
Mineral field depleted.
So greedy though.
Bad news.
Command center upgrade complete. Add-on complete. Command center upgrade complete.
Talk to me, boss.
Oh yeah, he's ready. He's ready for his win.
Bad news. SCV ready. In the rear with the gear. Raise some hell. Boy, is here.
Yes, Commander.
SCV ready.
Mineral field depleted.
Touching you, Biggs. What is it?
Upgrade complete.
I hear you.
Mineral field depleted. Base is under attack.
Reporting.
Research complete.
State your request. Awaiting.
No problem.
Mineral field depleted.
In the rear with the gear.
Liberation is at hand.
Ready to raise some hell.
Mineral field depleted.
Scanning.
Talk to me. Are you ready for this? Daylight's burning. What's going on? I'm waiting. I'm going
He's just gonna make this as hard as possible for me to leave my base.
Liberation is at hand.
Rescue Gaza exhausted.
Combat. Ready for end. Awaiting.
Mineral field depleted.
Reporting for action. Yes, sir.
State your request. State your combat. Ready. Combat.
Your forces are under attack.
Yeah, I really just ran into that, huh?
Yes, sir.
Yep. Give us. What's that? Go ahead. Big job. In the rear with the gear. Ready to raise some hell.
Mineral field depleted.
State your enemy.
Yeah, I think we gotta. I think we just have to go for it here, right?
And state your request. Awaiting. Scanning. Awaiting. State.
Incoming orders.
Command center upgrade complete.
How can we help?
Rescue Gaza exhausted.
I think we got him. Hey, there you go.
Incoming. Attention.
It was interesting because he was playing like he knew it was me, but my build was like very, very, very aggressive. So the way that he opened up, lost those lings, and he just was just like, yeah, there's no way he's gonna have anything else. I was like, it's an impressive call to make. It's an impressive call to make. But he got so greedy once that attack stopped. I guess I need to be prepared to just follow up, huh? If I had just done like a regular bio follow-up, I think he would have just died instantly.
Incoming orders.
Upgrade complete.
But I'll take it. He did build mutas. He did make mutas, so that was a pretty crucial mistake.
Mineral field depleted.
Whew. How's the stream going? You went to get groceries? It's been a pretty good stream today, I think, right? I think it's been pretty good. I think it's been pretty good, right?
We did some casts. We did some Korean Star League casting this morning. And then, yeah, then we're just playing some ladder games now. Just chilling, laddering, crushing it, busting big deals, dancing backwards in high heels, all that sort of stuff. It's getting me excited. It's getting my blood pumping. It's a fun game to watch. It's been a good stream. Yeah. Well, the nice thing about casting and that, all of that, even if it's just replays, and I know that I wish I could do stuff live, but I got turned down for the ESL weekly cups and stuff, so I just don't have anything that I can really cast anymore. So even just doing it off replays is really fun, because at the very least, like watching those games and seeing how they do their follow-ups, seeing how they make their choices and their reactions, etc. To me, it's all very helpful when I want to try something new or learn something new, you know? So that's, it's fun to work that in, and I'm going to bust it out a couple more times. It's just nice to have more builds you can do, right? It's just nice to have more builds you can do. I am going to just take a quick second, and I'll be right back, and we'll queue up for another game, okay? I'll be right back. 1 minute. I said I wouldn't be gone too long. You know, these games, look, I started drinking coffee again, and when the games get me stressed out, you know, that's just the way it goes. Just got to go take that deep breath occasionally. You know what? Let's get swole while we're at it. Hope you guys are having a nice start to your week. I really appreciate everybody tuning in and hanging out. I would like to do some more regular casts. I might just have to start casting GSL next, huh? Their Patreon's like $30 a month. I think if I can get some traction going on the casts, I can make that worth it. But I just gotta keep trying to elevate my game, you know? I think if we can get some casts of good players and good matchups, I think those can end up doing really, really well. And not only did I record all of those games that we just saw in 4K, but I also recorded the little like YouTube short format, the 9:16. I recorded the whole entire of all of the casts in that format as well. So one of the other things that I'm going to be able to do now is just go through all the casts and just edit in little moments, go grab all the highlights. I think probably the Tech Labs with Stim getting sniped was a pretty big one. There was that whole crazy engagement. I'm definitely turning that into a YouTube short. You remember the Neural? The Neural? Well, the Nidus was one. I was going to start with Nidus, but that one wasn't as good. When he Neural parasited his ghost and sniped 3 other ghosts. Just amazing. Literally amazing. Kind of mind-boggling. And by kind of, I mean extremely mind-boggling and extremely amazing. Nice. Whew. Oh, Katie sending me doggo pics. No, we've had some good games today. We've only played 2 games so far on ladder. We won both of them though, so that's nice, I guess. They were both against players quite a bit lower ranked than us, so we didn't really get too much for winning so far, but we keep our eyes peeled. But it's been a good day. I've been wanting to do some casts. For a while.
Go ahead. What's that? Huh? SCV ready. We hear you. Well, butter my biscuit. Go ahead, huh? SCV ready. Scared me. Big, what's... Huh? Huh? Bad news. What's... Huh?
Protoss.
SCV ready. Here. Move it. Ah! You scared me! SCV ready. Ben, what's going on? Huh? What's going on? Ben. Go ahead. SCV ready. Roger. Yeah. What's going on? Huh? What's going
Our
on?
SCVs
SCV
are
ready.
under attack.
Listen. Big job, huh? SCV ready. Huh? Sure thing. Ah! You scared me.
Where's the detonator?
Huh?
Now he saw my probe scout. He saw my scout leave, by the way. He saw my scout leave. He didn't see it arrive in his base though. So that's kind of like the tip off. It's kind of the tip off for him.
Complete.
The Grim Reaper has arrived. Death from above. SCV ready. Ben? Huh? Big. Death from... I'm listening. Certainly. All right. SCV ready. Agreed. Fair enough.
Adapt, robo facility.
Reaper man. We're screwed.
Add-on complete.
What's going on?
All right, I think I just gotta do it the proxy the whole way here if it's gonna be like this. He's opening with the depths. He's gonna have observers, so I don't think floating it in is gonna be the play. I can't give him that much of a heads up on what I'm doing. Although he might have just scouted me right there, so that could be a problem.
Go, go, go! SCV ready. Big job, huh? SCV
Oh,
ready.
supply block of destiny. Yeah, that's got to be GG, right? I can't really do anything. Yeah, I think I just lost this game. I think I lost it to the supply block.
By the number.
Add-on complete.
SCV ready. Bang. Who wants some? SCV ready. Arm. In the rear with the gear.
He's just got to get ready for the drop. That's about it.
Go ahead.
Ready for dust off.
We could use some help here.
Where's the emergency?
Gateway. Coming through.
Understood. Here's your stop.
SCV ready.
Ready for pickup? Light flight two. Now what? Talk to me.
Big job. Huh?
Now what?
What's going on?
Waiting on you.
In the rear.
Ready for pickup? Picking up or dropping off? Now what? Let's go. Talk to me.
Research complete. Your forces are under attack. Your forces are under attack.
Go, go! I'm on it.
Upgrade complete.
SCV ready.
Let's get that +2.
Ah! By the number.
Engine screaming. Hold back.
Add-on complete.
You gonna get big job, huh?
Yeah, Prism would make this really annoying to deal with.
SCV ready.
Command center upgrade complete. Your forces are under attack.
Weapons hot.
SCV ready. SCV ready. SCV ready. SCV ready. Bad news. Go ahead. SCV ready.
Engine screaming.
SCV ready. Ah! SCV ready. You gonna SCV ready. Big job. In the rear. SCV ready. SCV ready. Armed and ready.
Command
SCV ready. SCV.
research complete.
Hold back.
Huh?
Mineral field
SCV ready. SCV ready. SCV ready.
Roger that.
SCV ready. SCV ready. Go ahead. SCV ready.
field depleted. Your forces are under attack. Base is under attack. Base is under attack.
There we go, baby. I knew he had no third base, so I just had to survive. Getting the prism was the big one. That was the best move I made the whole game. Kill the prism. He didn't really have anything, as you guys could tell, because I killed all of his workers the whole match through. But in this specific game, I know I got a little quiet because things got intense. I thought he had the read on this. So I saw his adept, but did his adept not see me when he scouted? Because yeah, see, he checked the north side. He checked the north side for the proxy, and he started the robo. He went robo first, which was the correct move based on what I showed him. But then he comes out here, and it just seems like he totally misses it, right? I just want to see his vision, because I thought the adept would be able to see this. But maybe he did see it. He just didn't care. No, he missed it. Oh my god. Wow. LOL. LOL. That's incredible. That's actually amazing. And he had to burn. He cut a lot of probes to do this too. You notice he's not chrono boosting his workers out anymore. He's playing kind of close to the chest. That's what he has to because of the way the game went, but that was definitely interesting. And then the last move I want to see one more time was the bunker. So I had the bunker. I right-clicked with the bunker onto the prism, and then he got too fancy microing it, and he flew it into my turret on accident. That was probably the funniest thing, is he flew it. He just flies it right into the missile turret, and that actually helped me tremendously because I got his observer as well. So even though he had blink, even though he could dive on me, like this bunker with 4 Marines in it ended up doing work. And I had another bunker ready too, so it was like kind of awkward for him. I should have built a Liberator instead of a Viking, but since he had blink, I really wasn't sure. It was just a scrappy game. But he didn't have workers. It was just 7 probes. Well, 6 probes, I guess. It was 6 probes to 42 SCVs. So it was okay. It was totally fine for me to throw away everything into this, because defending this attack and killing this army was like, that was it. The game is just over as soon as we did that, you know? So I bring it all down, get the Marines in the bunker. I probably could have put the Marines back in the bunker at this point. That would have likely been the smart move, but I had these Marines as well, so I felt comfortable as long as I could just get him. And then he somehow had more blinks. I thought he used all of his blink right there, so that's why I sieged it. So that was my mistake. But then, of course, he just didn't have anything else, you know? I've got a +2 Banshee just wailing away at his Nexus, and he had no mineral income. His only probes that were there were from the main base. It looks like even the 1 probe that he kept in his natural, he ended up sending out towards the end, probably out of desperation. Probably hit F2 and then blinked, would be my guess. Probably a little F2 action there. Not bad, though. Not bad at all. Great game. Having some solid matches. Some very solid matches today. I knew we would. Yesterday was a brutal day on the ladder. Whew. Some good games today. Let's keep it up. Yeah, I guess my voice is a little burnt from the casting. I might have been going. I guess I was trying to put a lot of energy into the cast to keep it fun. So I think that's why I'm like, very mild amount of.
Okay, we got a TVT. This guy's Grandmaster. Which means if we beat him, I'm pretty sure we become Grandmaster, right? That's how it works. If you beat a GM, you are one, I think. I think that's the lore. Also saw some, I got some compliments earlier on the thumbnail for the stream today. It took me all of 40 seconds to find that image, edit it, and upload it. It's beautiful. I just got my transparent StarCraft units, and I just slap them onto everything. That's what it's all about.
What's going on? Sure thing. SCV ready. In the ring. Bad news. SCV ready. Huh?
We'll try to do a slightly safe opening here against like a proxy Reaper.
SCV ready. The gear.
I think we should be okay.
What's going on?
So I can't build an add-on with the barracks there, though. It's worth keeping in mind.
Huh? Go ahead, Ben. Huh? Go ahead. SCV ready. SCV ready.
And then this should keep me safe from Reapers, at least from this cliff. If I'm gonna play TVT, I need to be a little bit more proactive / and or serious about dealing with those shenanigans. They can be a lot to deal with.
What's going on?
Command center upgrade complete.
Here comes the pain. Cap from above. SCV ready. What? You want something? I'm listening. SCV ready. You're the Reaper man. On the way, the Grim Reaper has arrived. What's it worth? SCV ready. Well, butter my biscuit. God, I'm listening. What? You want something? SCV ready. God, gap from above. What's it worth? All right.
He did try to scout me from the safe path in the back.
I'm listening. SCV ready. Yes, indeed. Done. The Grim Reaper has arrived. What's going on? Huh? SCV ready. God. Phew.
Let's see what he's got.
Waiting on you. SCV ready. Talk to me. Are you ready for this? Fear the Reaper. I'm listening. SCV ready.
Our base is under attack.
God, stop this from... Yes. Object. SCV ready. Are you... What? You want something? Nightmare. Gas from above. SCV ready.
Our SCVs are under attack.
Go ahead. SCV ready. What's in the rear? We got SCV ready.
The timing is always so bad.
Our SCVs are under attack.
Comms open. SCV ready. You got coordinate. Got it.
My timing is always so bad. I have the worst luck out of anybody that's ever played this game. You'll never see somebody blow it that bad as me. Simply put, there is nobody who plays this game who is capable of making it look worse than I just did. It's brutal. Even when I take all the precautions to be safe, that's usually the problem, right? Is he just gonna all in me now? Is that it?
Add-on complete.
State your request. What's going on? Under scanning.
Our SCVs are under attack.
SCV ready.
Job wait.
Huh? Ah! That big job.
Combat. Order accepted.
Go ahead. SCV ready.
State engineering.
Base is under attack.
Systems go. Cyclone ready for action. Cyclone en route. Allow
SCV ready.
moving into position.
Scanning down.
Our SCVs are under attack.
SCV ready.
Combat. Scanning.
This ought to be good.
Combat. Wait. Ready. State your request.
SCV ready.
You got coordinate console.
In the rear with
Got a target.
Engineering. State your request.
you. SCV ready.
I don't think there's anything I can do here anymore, but I feel like I killed a lot of his stuff too, so we should probably just hang in there and see what happens, right?
SCV ready.
Ready to plunder.
Ready.
Ready to roll out.
Made for battle. Let's transformation. Fighter flight.
SCV ready.
Yeah, right.
Combat. Waiting.
Got no.
Scanning.
SCV ready. Go ahead.
Made for battle. Yes, indeed. Can't hold them alone.
SCV ready.
Scanning battlefield.
SCV ready to roll out.
Ready to plunder. Certainly.
Combat. Job confirmed. Understood. Order acknowledged.
SCV ready.
Underway. Order accepted. State your request. Command.
SCV ready.
Transfer. You ready?
SCV ready.
Ready to plunder.
SCV ready.
Can't hold them alone.
SCV ready.
Let's get into the fight.
Engineering.
Okay, so he's just going mass siege tank mech, right?
SCV ready.
Can't hold them alone.
Ready.
You ready for war? Transformate. Ready to plunder.
SCV ready.
Victory. Ready for war? I like it.
SCV ready.
Fight or flight. Yeah. Made transformation system prime.
SCV ready.
Mineral field depleted.
Ready to plunder. All you fight or flight. Let's get into the fight. Made
SCV ready.
Scanning.
Command center upgrade complete.
SCV ready.
I'm trying.
State your request.
I don't really have too much, but this is about as much as I can do.
SCV ready. SCV ready. Ah!
Field depleted.
Ready. State your request.
SCV ready. SCV ready.
Liberation is at hand.
Go ahead. SCV ready.
Ready to plunder.
SCV ready.
Our SCVs are under attack.
Standing by.
Up, ready to go. SCV ready. SCV ready.
Our SCVs are under attack.
Ready to plunder. Made for battle.
SCV ready. SCV ready.
Sir. Fight or flight. Yeah.
Big job. SCV ready.
Ready. Let's get into the
SCV.
fight.
We're returning fire. Yes, sir. Course set.
SCV ready. SCV ready.
Ready to plunder. I like it.
Engineer.
Huh? Go ahead. SCV ready. Gotcha. SCV ready.
He's been super aggro, but I'm doing everything I can to try and stay in it.
Command center upgrade.
SCV ready.
Doesn't really get too much worse than this, sadly.
Be ready. SCV ready.
Our SCVs are under attack.
SCV ready. SCV ready.
GG.
SCV ready.
That's our first loss of the day, and he was top 200, so that's not bad. That's not bad at all. Let's go next. That's tough. That's tough. He got so lucky with that backstab. I don't really think there was much I could have done there. What was his build? Barracks, gas. Looks like he's queuing up. I'll give him a sec. Barracks, gas, Reaper, Factory, Reaper. Yeah, I went 2 Hellions, 3 Reapers. He kind of did the build that I wanted to do. It's just hard because I can't. I'm so paranoid about proxy Reapers that I'm never going to be able to deal with them unless I do a build that kind of blind counters it, you know? So I think that's part of it, part of what makes it so tough. I think that's a big part of what makes it so tough. All right, let's get a set in. Gonna try and lift weights every time we lose today. That's been a good day. All right, he's still queuing up for a game, and I don't want to rematch, so I'm gonna just do one unranked build, which we'll do we'll try something funky. But I don't want to play. I don't want to play TVT. I'm sure you understand. Yeah, sometimes there's just not that much to talk about. Sorry, guys. I love you. We'll get into a game eventually. If you want to bring up any questions or talk in the chat or anything like that, feel free, but no pressure. I'm just waiting for a game. All right, we got a game. Nice. Oh, this is the Protoss we brutalized earlier. Since it is unranked, my plan is we'll do something funky, but if that guy logs off or gets into a game, then we'll just leave and queue up. I'm just doing this to avoid a rematch. You can see because his icon is green that he's still searching for a game. He's still searching. Otherwise, it would go to AFK. So if at some point he logs off or gets into game, then we'll just leave and queue up. But otherwise, we can dance with this guy a little bit.
Yo, big job, huh? SCV ready. What's going on? Ah! You scared me! SCV ready. What? Huh? In the rear with the gear. Big job, huh? Ah! You scared me! SCV ready. What's going on? Ah! You scared me! In SCV ready.
Oh, see, he logged off. We're good. GG. I want to play ranked, so sorry about that. I only queued up the unranked to kill a little bit of time while we waited for that guy. Yeah, it looks like he just finished laddering for the day, so that makes sense. Pig patch. Wow, 5.4k. All right, a win here would be huge. Be very big. Very big. Very big.
What's going on? What's SCV ready? Bad news? Sure thing. What's going on? SCV ready. Big. Ah, in the ring. Huh? Ah, in. What's the? Big. SCV ready. Yeah. Bad news.
Once I start playing too much TVT, my eyes start to glaze over.
What's going on? SCV ready.
It's like this guy's 5.4k and I'm 4.7, so mathematically it should be impossible for me to win. So I'm trying not to think about that because I don't think it's very productive, but at the same time it's like kind of impossible not to think about it. So it's like, you know, just one of those situations. There should be nothing I can do here against this guy. There should be nothing I can do. Doesn't mean I won't try, but just, you know, it's a bad matchup for me. It's a very bad matchup for me. But there's also no risk, because if I lose to this guy, I'm only going to lose like 4 MMR, so.
Command center upgrade complete.
What's going on? Grand Reaper has arrived. What's it worth? Oh, yeah, baby. Yes, indeed. SCV ready. Bad news. SCV ready. Got something for me to kill. What's going on?
So what did he do in the first game? He tried to like rush me down with cyclones, basically. Right? That was like the MO of game 1 there. He threw a lot. He just kind of threw away a lot of stuff into me very early. He was very aggro with his ravens too. I don't think this is the same guy, but I'm just trying to kind of be mindful. The other Grandmaster logged off. Now we're playing a different Grandmaster, you know, so I'm keeping in mind that it is possible it's the same guy.
Go ahead. SCV ready.
Systems go. Cyclone ready for action. Got a target in mind.
SCV ready. What's going on?
Cyclone receiving. Moving in. Channels clear, boss. Comms open.
God, I'm the... SCV
Optics online. Let's go kill something. Cyclone receiving.
SCV ready.
Channels clear, boss. Cyclone.
Add-on complete.
Just gotta be ready for the tank rush, right?
Getcha.
It's a big one.
SCV ready.
You got this ought to be. Show me who you want to die. Systems go.
Command center upgrade complete.
Got a target in mind.
SCV ready. Ah! Going. SCV ready.
Oh, I'll get there.
Raven online.
In gear.
Engineering at
SCV
your
ready.
disposal. Ready for service.
SCV ready. What's going on? Big jump.
Optics.
SCV ready.
Research complete.
Comms open.
Awaiting state scanning. Come await.
I'm listening.
State your request.
Got a target.
SCV ready.
Adjusting for
SCV ready.
coordinates.
Bad news.
Ring scanning await. Ready for
SCV ready.
This channel's cool.
engineering at your
SCV ready.
ready for service.
SCV ready.
Scanning battle.
Add-on
field
complete.
SCV ready. SCV ready. Big job, huh? SCV ready.
Ready.
You got show site comms open. Site channels.
Scan.
SCV ready. SCV ready. Queued up, ready to go. SCV ready. SCV ready.
Awaiting stick.
Speak. Go ahead. In the rear. SCV ready.
Command center upgrade complete.
Command. State your awaiting.
Ready to blunder.
SCV ready.
Ready to blunder.
You think he just moves out with everything all at once for like a huge push?
Command.
Probably, huh?
Ah! You scared?
Transformation system.
Ready.
SCV ready.
This is making me nervous.
Ready for service. Speed for service.
Got a target in mind.
SCV ready.
Ready to blunder. Show me who you want to die. Show me who you want to die.
SCV ready.
Stage your cannon.
SCV ready.
Very well.
Remote field completed.
Ready to blunder.
SCV
It's hard to do that little dance. I won't lie. It's very hard. I think I just lose here, right? Because of that. Yeah, GG. I mean, he's Grandmaster, so I can't be surprised that he played that correctly. Let's just go next. Just have to go next. Oh, he's playing unranked? Oh my God. Oh, I didn't. I queued again, but thankfully I did not get a rematch. See, that makes me feel like he's trolling me, right? Like, why would a guy that high ranked be playing unranked against me, you know? That doesn't really make any sense. That doesn't really make any sense, does it? I guess he just wants to smurf for free wins. It's kind of what it seems like. But I don't know why he'd be playing unranked right now.
Let's go.
Is he a fan? I love you too. I love all my fans.
Huh? SCV ready.
All right, this guy is a Protoss player.
Huh? Gotcha. Big going. What's going on? SCV ready. What's going on? Go ahead. Big job, huh? Bandit. In the rear with the gear. SCV ready. Ah! Bad news. SCV ready. Yeah. Ah! Big job, huh? Bad news. Yo. Huh? Ah! Go ahead. SCV ready.
All right, no scouts.
Yeah, whatever. Bad news? Huh? SCV ready. Go ahead. Ah, what's going on? SCV ready. Go ahead. What's going on? In the rear with the gear. Huh? What's going on?
Yeah, no scout at all from the Protoss usually means they're going to go for some kind of big aggression.
Command center upgrade complete.
The Grim Reaper has arrived. Fear the Reaper Man.
How the game's been today? Pretty good. Pretty good across the board. The only games we've lost were to top 100 players on NA. We've only lost to top 100 players today. But otherwise, we haven't actually lost any games. So it's been a nice little back and forth, you could say.
In the rear with the gear. Sure thing. SCV ready.
Add-on complete.
Death from above. Go ahead. Ah! Bad news.
Base is under attack.
SCV ready. Fear the Reaper. On the way. SCV ready.
Base is under attack.
Ah,
The probe pull. Not bad. Not bad.
You want a piece of me, boy? SCV ready. Of course. Big job, huh?
Add-on complete.
Ben? Bad news? What's going on? Been waiting on you. Go, go, go! In the rear with you. Ben, go ahead. SCV ready.
Command center upgrade complete.
I have a feeling he's going to try and get really aggressive on me. Like, probably just do a blink all in. I don't think there's anything I can do right now that would actually allow me to survive a blink all in. So I think the only thing I really can do is just try and make bunkers, defend with the few paltry forces that I have. And then that's basically it. I just don't have anything going for me this game.
What's going on? SCV ready. SCV ready. What's going on?
I am going to try and hit him.
SCV ready. SCV ready. Go, go, go!
Base is under attack. Your forces are under attack.
Loud and clear.
Yep, so there you go, right?
Your forces are under attack.
Big job.
Add-on complete.
SCV ready.
Your forces are under attack.
Been waiting.
I've got 2 Banshees in production, but they're not building because I'm supply blocked, so it's kind of killing me right now.
Boy. 10-4. You gonna give me? Go ahead. Let's go. SCV ready. Bad news.
Base is under attack.
I'm just doing this to pull him away from me because I think he's going to go for it.
In the rear. Bad SCV ready.
Engine screaming.
Base is under attack.
SCV ready.
Research complete.
Engine screaming.
Your forces are under attack.
Call the ball.
Go ahead.
Loud and clear.
SCV ready.
Call the ball. Yeah?
Your forces are under attack.
SCV ready.
Fine.
Bad news.
Engine screaming. I got my ears on.
SCV ready.
Engine screaming. Engaging.
Been waiting.
Receiving. Loud and clear. All of that.
Want some? SCV ready.
Call the ball. Yeah? Receiving. Mayday. Mayday. I got my ears. Yeah? Roger that.
Upgrade
Mayday. Mayday. Fine.
Armed and ready. Ben, this better be. Huh? SCV ready.
Engine
I'm kind of just stuck, but right, I killed all of his probes, so it's like I don't really know what to think or feel anymore.
Bad news.
mineral field depleted.
Go ahead. You gonna give me orders? SCV
Mineral field depleted.
I just don't have too many options, right?
Engine screaming. I got done and done.
SCV ready. We could use some help here. SCV ready.
Engine screaming. Receiving. I got my ears on. Can do. That's fine.
Mineral field depleted.
Screaming fury. Engaging.
Add-on complete.
Right. Loud and yeah. Call the ball. They ain't getting far. Inbound. Confirm.
Go ahead.
I got my ears on. Turp. Yeah? Loud and clear.
Big jump.
I got my ears. Yeah? Roger that. Weapons hot. I got this. Done and
Bad.
receiving. Receiving.
Mineral field depleted.
Call the ball.
SCV
Yeah, I just gotta try to build tanks and go into libs, right? I feel like that's it. I feel like that's my only play here.
Loud and clear.
It's gonna be really, really hard to ever get my natural, but you know, I gotta do what I gotta do, right?
Huh?
I got my ears on.
SCV ready. Well, butter in the rear.
Holla back. Fine. Engage.
SCV ready. Ready to roll out.
Engine screaming. Can do.
Ah, you scared me.
Yeah?
I'm going. Yeah. Yo.
Receiving. No problem. Call the ball. Turbines to full. Holla back.
What's going on?
Call the loud and clear. Confirmed. Yeah? Roger that. Receiving.
Reporting for action.
Mayday! Mayday! Right.
Liberation is at hand. Standing by.
I got my ears on.
Oh, he went cannons.
Holla back. Receiving. Inbound. Done and done. Targets acquired. Weapons. Mayday! Mayday!
SCV ready.
Moving into position.
I didn't want it to take this long or be this painful, but this is the way it had to be, right? So sometimes you just gotta deal cards you're dealt.
Reporting for...
Mineral field depleted.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead. This better be good.
Yeah?
Bad news. You gonna give me orders?
Now, if he pushes into this, then he's in deep trouble.
Liberation is at hand.
Base is under attack.
Yeah, you can tell that this is what he's been waiting for all game.
In the rear with the gear. Tuned up, ready to go.
Base is under attack.
State your request.
Go ahead. Bad TV ready.
Base is under attack.
Good boy. There you go. We got him out of our
Standing
base.
by. Yes, sir. Flight plan is locked.
Ready to roll out. Give us. What's that? In the rear. What's our target? What's going on?
It's unfortunate that it has to be this difficult,
Course
but
set. As you say.
it's not impossible.
This better be good.
State your
Mineral field depleted.
Like, do what you gotta do, bro.
We're returning fire.
SCV ready.
It's not my fault you don't want to let me play a real game, bro. At any point, you could just transition.
waiting. Scanning back.
The only thing I can do against stalkers is turtle. So if you want me to do something else, you're gonna have to do something else too. That's the way this goes. No offense. No offense intended at all. It's just reality. If you don't make it possible for me to leave my base, I just don't understand why you think I would leave my base, you know? That's all.
SCV ready.
I'm doing the best I can out here, bro.
Mineral field depleted.
Combat. This vessel's end.
Up, ready to go.
Reporting for action.
Vesting geyser exhausted.
We have you on screen.
You're the boss.
Attention.
Upgrade complete.
Go ahead.
Yes,
Mineral
sir.
field depleted.
Perfect. As you say.
Bad news.
Mineral field depleted.
This will probably be where the game ends because I feel like I need to get this base. I don't feel like it's really a choice.
Vespine geyser exhausted.
Not that I've really had much in the way of choices or options this game.
Liberation is at hand. Got freedom? Ah, Commander. We have you on screen.
Mineral field depleted.
Yes, sir. Got freedom? Incoming orders. Moving into position. We're returning fire! How can we help?
Gotta do it again.
Easy. Liberation is at hand. Full speed. Standing by.
In the rear with the gear. SCV ready.
Got
Gotta force him to build a Stargate, right? It's not his choice anymore.
Of course. In
SCV ready.
Our base is under attack.
SCV ready. Will do. SCV ready.
reporting for action. Incoming orders.
Ready to roll out. SCV ready.
Our SCVs are under attack.
Liberation is at hand. As you say. Of course.
Oh, he's finally building Stargate units. I do appreciate that.
What's going?
We're returning fire!
In the rear with the gear.
We read you. Yes, sir.
Lots of stalkers.
SCV ready.
on screen. We read you. Course set.
We gotta try, right? We gotta try.
What's going on?
This guy hasn't wanted us to expand all game.
Course.
Add-on complete.
Flight plan is
Our
locked.
SCVs are under attack.
In the rear.
Our SCVs are under attack. Command center upgrade complete.
You're on the ball. Ah! Huh?
Reporting for action.
What's that?
Incoming orders.
SCV ready.
It sucks, but this is the only way I think I could have ever gotten my third base. I think I would have had to surrender if I didn't do this. So it's been slow, it's been painful, but this seems to be the only way that this game could have gone this long, right? Damn, nothing really seems to work here though, huh? That's fine. That's why we've got so many command centers. We just keep it rolling, right? Just keep it rolling.
Give us.
Liberation is at hand. Attention! Course.
Bad news.
Standing by.
It's okay. Being humiliated is something that happens to me every day. This is not new.
This better be.
Base is under attack.
You could argue it's about as normal as anything else that happens
As you
here.
say.
SCV ready.
We read you. Yes, sir.
Damn.
SCV ready.
Well, let's just see what happens when he tries to break this base for the final time.
Moving into position. We have you on.
Command center upgrade.
SCV ready.
Your forces are under attack.
That's fine. You gonna give me orders? Or
SCV ready.
Well, we did finally get this base, you know.
Go ahead.
He tried really hard to stop me, but we did get it, right? He was not actually capable of stopping us, so that's nice. Yeah, you can have the base, that's okay.
Base is under attack.
In the rear. SCV ready.
There we go.
We have you on screen.
SCV ready.
Yes, sir.
I'm doing what I gotta do. You're doing what you gotta do. It's beautiful, right? It's beautiful.
Standing by. Got freedom? As you say. Moving into position. Yes, sir. How can we help?
SCV ready.
All hands to battle stations.
Base is under attack.
Need something liberated? We have you on screen. Course set. Ah. Got freedom?
Bad.
Ah, Commander. Flight plan is locked. Yes, sir.
If he wants it to be a holdout mission, I want you guys to know I actually don't mind playing holdout missions. I think they're pretty fun. I do think holdout missions are pretty fun. So this is about as much as I really can get away with here.
Yes, sir.
Ah! SCV ready. What's going on?
Yes, sir. We read you. Reporting for action.
Let's just try to resecure the natural first, huh? Oh! Damn, look at that max out on nothing but stalkers. Yeah, he's crazy. GG. He took every base with that one too.
Just wanted to make sure that he got his full mileage out of that game. You never know when people are going to throw, right? Tough match though, huh? Very brutal. So he was playing unranked too. That was unranked for him. That's interesting. Let's see. What did he lose to when he played versus Terran? Gateway, gas. Next, he goes Nexus before core. Looks like he likes to do blink all-ins every game. His last TVP was 6 minutes and he made nothing but them. His opponent ghost rushed him. That's interesting. A lot of stalkers. Surprised he didn't go Tempest a while ago. I think he was so far ahead from the way the game started. I'm just not sure there was any way he could have lost at all there. I'm going to pee and then we'll play some more. I'll be right back. Yeah, I didn't do any damage with my early Widowmine stuff, so I think the game was automatically over when that happens. Usually at that point, all you can do is just hold out. Why would a Protoss want to queue unranked to do a mass stalker slow turtle game? Should I wait for him to queue up? That guy was not very fun to play against, right? So I'm going to queue unranked. And then when he logs off or queues for a match, we'll just leave our game and queue ranked again. But sometimes you just got to kill a little bit of time for these guys to leave you alone. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm not interested in playing versus weirdos. No thanks. Let the limit to weirdness be like a cheese from a regular account playing ranked, but I'm not interested in some weird dude trying to get his rocks off. Good opportunity to get another set in though. Puppy breaking the illusion. Yeah, he's cute. He's a good boy. And he just logs off after waiting for like 3 minutes. All right, guess we can play ranked. He logged off. That's nice. Just remember, guys, if you want to be a part of the show, you got to play along. That's the rule. You want to snipe me, you better be willing to lose. That's all I'm going to say. All right? Otherwise, it's not very fun. Just being real. Just being real. All right, we got a Zerg player.
Ben, what's bad news? What's going on? SCV ready. Ah! You scared me! Huh? Bad news? Go. SCV ready. Huh? What's... Ah! Go ahead. Huh? SCV ready. What's going, Ben? What? Huh? Go ahead. In the rear with the gear. Go. Ah, what's going on? SCV ready. Big job. Bad news. Go ahead. Ah! You scared me! SCV ready. Huh? What's going on? Gotcha. SCV ready. What's going on? Bad news? SCV ready. What's going on? Go, huh? Big job. Big job, huh?
Command center upgrade complete.
In the rear. Big job. Enterprise. I'm listening. SCV ready. Got it. What's it worth? Ah. Tap from it. What's it worth? Yes, indeed. The Grand Reaper Enterprise. Let's do this. Got it. I'm SCV ready. Got something for me to compute. What? You want something? I'm listening. Oh, yeah, baby. SCV ready. The Grand Reaper Enterprise. Certainly. I'm going out. SCV ready. Yeah, from above. Listen. Ah! SCV ready. The Grand Reaper has arrived. Nothing I can't handle. Yes, what? Gas from above. SCV ready. Got something. The Grand Reaper has arrived. What's it worth? SCV ready. Ben? What's going on? Yeah, what's it worth? Nothing. Got something for me. SCV ready. I'm going. I'm listening. All right.
Wow, I killed it. No cancel.
SCV ready. Fair enough. Yes, indeed. Oh,
Command center upgrade complete.
got something for me to kill. SCV ready. Certainly. What's it worth? What? You want something? All right. Yes, indeed. Huh? Bad news. SCV ready. Armed and ready. You gonna give me orders?
Oh yeah, Nate, why would you do that? Yeah, I totally deserve to lose that game. I don't know why I thought that would work. It's good practice, though. It's good practice. Getting the kill on the third was pretty huge, so I feel like that was a good game regardless. I just got to work on that build and practice it more, and we'll get better. It was pretty greedy of me to lift the barracks. But truth be told, I didn't think that he was going to turn it into a Zergling all-in, so that's also on me. When I look at the build order, I can actually see that he canceled the third hatchery. So sometimes that happens. It's a good, fun build, but perfecting that follow-up is definitely something I got to work on. All right, we got a Zerg. Now, if I hadn't tried to go for the Overlord, I think we're totally fine, right? Just got to know our limitations.
SCV ready.
Only way to find out is by doing.
Sure thing. SCV ready. What's going on? Go ahead. What's going?
This map's a little bit better for Reapers too, right? There's a couple more spots you can use. Well, not really. There's not really many spots at all, but at the very least, that main base cliff is a little harder for the queens to get to, I think.
Go ahead. What's going? Big job, huh? Man the rear. SCV ready. Bad news. Yep. Huh? Go ahead. SCV ready. We hear you. Sure. SCV ready. What's going on? SCV ready. In the rear with the gear. Ah! You scared me! Bad news? Go ahead. Ah! You scared me!
Command center upgrade complete.
The Grim Reaper has arrived. Fair enough.
In the rear with the SCV ready. Huh? Big job.
The Grim Reaper has arrived. That's all. I'm listening.
SCV ready.
What? You got something for me to kill? Yes, indeed. Let's do this. You know that man. The Grim Reaper has arrived. Yes.
Oh, I lost one. That's bad.
All right. Oh yeah, baby. On the way.
SCV ready. In the rear.
The Grim Reaper has arrived. Nothing I can handle.
SCV
Okay.
Been waiting on you. Yeah. What's going on? SCV ready. By the number. This better be good. SCV ready. On the way. You gonna give me orders?
Base is command center upgrade complete.
SCV ready. Gangway coming through. Bad news? Got some. By the number. SCV ready. Roger that. Number 10. Got some. SCV ready. Want some. SCV ready. Me.
Add-on complete.
SCV ready. SCV ready. Go ahead. Fan the ring. SCV ready. Gangway coming through. I'm going in. Armed and are you? SCV ready.
Add-on complete.
I wanted to kill all his lings. That's why I let him in. Don't want it to be too easy for him.
SCV ready. Go ahead. SCV ready. Got something for me to kill. SCV ready. SCV ready. Right on. Got something for me. Ready to raise some hell. SCV ready. Fair enough. SCV ready. Death from above. Ready to blunder. Ready to raise some hell. SCV ready. SCV ready. Bad news? What's going on? Big job. SCV ready. Huh? SCV ready. I'm listening. One death from above. In the rear with the gate. Got something. SCV ready. I'm done. Go ahead. SCV ready to raise some hell. Nothing I can't handle. I'm listening. Fair enough. SCV ready.
Add-on complete.
SCV ready. SCV ready.
Ready.
Big job. Let's get into the fight. SCV ready. SCV ready. Talk to me, boss. SCV ready to raise some hell. SCV ready. Ah! You scared me. SCV
Mineral field depleted.
ready. Light it up. Ready to raise some hell. SCV ready. All day long.
Command center upgrade complete.
Man, he's just all lings all the way, huh? From the very first moment of this game. He's been wanting to do a ling bust this whole time.
That's kind of crazy, don't you think? Very difficult position to deal with. From this position, I don't think it's possible for me to win this game anymore, right? Most likely, I think I'm just dead. He's gonna make a lot of banelings here, and that should be enough for him to kill me.
Got a target in mind.
Add-on complete. Base is under attack.
What is it?
Upgrade complete.
Go ahead, TV ready.
Add-ons complete.
Lay it on. SCV ready.
Are you?
Oh, he's already gone up to Hydras for the Viper transition.
Mineral field depleted.
Yes, Commander.
Huh? Big job. Ready to raise some hell. It's your time.
Oh, he got my battle cruiser. That's not good. Yeah, we are definitely dead. I'm playing against some pretty good players today, huh?
TV ready.
I'm trying a new build, but these guys are all playing like pros. I really feel like I'm up against like some top Koreans or something today.
Some hell. SCV ready. Ready to raise some hell. SCV ready.
Upgrade complete.
Yeah. Bad news. Daylight's burning. Where's the hot action? Light it up. In the rear with the gear. Ready to raise some hell.
Liberation is at hand.
Absolutely. I'm going in.
How can we help? As you say.
Daylight's
Research complete.
Where's the hot action? That it? Talk to me, boss. What's our target? SCV ready.
Moving into position. Read you. Of course.
In the rear with the gear. I'm waiting on you. Are you ready for this? What's going on? Go ahead. Where's the hot action? I'm waiting on you.
Yes, sir.
Light it up.
Got reporting for action.
Hell yeah.
All hands to battle stations. Attention!
Command center upgrade complete.
Bad news.
Mineral field depleted.
Boy is here.
Need something.
What's going on?
And you know why we do this?
Some hell.
So that we don't have to worry as much about the other stuff that we know he wants to do.
Where's the hot action? Ready to raise some hell.
If he didn't want to go Spire before, now he has to. So this buys us time.
Upgrade complete.
All hands to battle stations.
Ready to raise some Where's the hot
Reporting for action. Ah, Commander. Moving into...
Taking some fire here.
What's going on?
We're returning fire!
Go ahead.
We read you.
Mineral field depleted.
Of course.
Boy is here.
Mineral field depleted.
Standing by. Initiating. Reporting for action.
Upgrade complete. Upgrade complete.
Incoming order.
Mineral field depleted. Command center upgrade complete.
We have you on screen. We're returning fire!
It's off. Go ahead.
Mineral
Boy is here.
Incoming
Mineral
orders.
field depleted. Mineral field depleted.
Standing by. Reporting for action.
Got him.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, he couldn't handle the libs.
Attention.
And the time it took for him to transition into corruptors out of the way that this game started, because I think he wanted to just roll me over with Hydraling Bane, and then the only reason why he even built a Spire at all was most likely because of the number of Liberators I had quickly with range.
Incoming
Not
orders.
too shabby though, not too shabby at all. I like my libs did a lot of work this game.
Something liberated.
Not bad, huh? Hey, Justifiable Chaos. Good to see you, buddy. Work was a real doozy today. I'm sorry to hear that. Hope your day gets better, man. I just had a fun little run-in. Had a fun little run-in with the cheeky Zerg there. He had that third hatch crazy fast. I must have just barely missed it with the Reaper. Feels like it's so hard to kill anything. The move is definitely to just delay the third base. Just 3 Reapers to delay the third, and then you just do everything back to normal at home. That's definitely the correct way to handle it. I like it, though. I like to see it. Yeah, we had a good stream today. We spent the first half of the stream. We did a bunch of commentary, did some casts for the Korean Star League. We got the replays, so we were going over the semis and the finals for that. It was a good time. And then aside from that, I don't think there was really too much else. We've had some good games. We're trying a new build versus Zerg. That's pretty fun. There's not really any new builds versus Protoss. Everybody's still just mind dropping. Still just mind drops the whole way through. Sometimes it'd be like that. We've had some good games. I'll say that. The only games we've lost today were to Grandmaster players. So as long as that's the case, I'm happy. Oh, this is the Grandmaster Terran guy again. So he logged off and then he logged back on to play me again, I guess, huh? Well, he's playing unranked and I can't beat him, so I'm just gonna leave. We'll just bang out another weightlifting set while we wait for him to log off again. If you're watching, I just want you to know that you got to play along if you want to be my friend
but I'm not interested in these games. I'd rather give you the MMR. But if you ever want to play a real game, you could reach out to me privately. We could arrange it, we could fix it, we could do whatever you want, but I'm not interested in doing this. I think this is the least entertaining content that I can make on my show. Thank you for understanding. I'm gonna bang out a quick weightlifting set while we queue unranked. If I think somebody's trying to come at me like that, I'm gonna just leave. He doesn't deserve my time. All right, we got a Protoss.
SCV ready.
All right.
Ah! You scared me! Huh? In the rear. SCV ready.
All right, he's in a game. Let's go Q ranked. Simple as that. I don't think he's going to leave his game, so I think we're good. Got a good burn going today, though. I'm getting a lot of sets in. There we go. All right, we got a barcode Protoss. I'm sure this will be a tough one.
Ben, go ahead. SCV ready. Yep. Will do. What's SCV ready? Ah, go ahead. Huh? What? Huh? SCV ready.
So Nathanias is a journey, not a destination. Amen to that. Amen to that. I don't think these guys are actually cheating, just to be clear. It's just like sometimes you get put versus a guy that's really high rank, but he's playing unranked. So when he beats you, you lose a lot more MMR than usual. And to me, I think they know what they're doing, right? Like, why would you do that? You know what I mean? Sort of thing. So against people like that, I just don't have any respect for them. You know, it's like a barcode unranked Protoss. Like this guy, I have no respect for him. I don't care, right? It doesn't really matter. He's given up all ability to be a person so that he can have a small advantage in his ladder games, right? Like, is this really the kind of person that you want to try to measure yourself up to? Somebody who plays with no face or name or rank just so they have a small increase of their chance to win? Like, that's it? I find that to be a little funny, personally. To put forth so much effort just for a small advantage in an online game that doesn't really matter or mean anything, that to me is humorous.
Command center upgrade complete.
That to me is actually hilarious.
What's it worth? Get from above. What's going on? I'm listening.
I don't think anybody would do that, though. If you were gonna stream cheat somebody, you'd probably want to do somebody with more viewers, you know? It's not like there's that many people here to even grief, right? The only people who are watching my stream on YouTube are like the most dedicated hardcore fans that I have. So they're the last people that are gonna stop watching just because I lose to some, you know, to a sniper or something. It's way worse when they do it while I'm on Twitch. That's why it doesn't really bother me here. The YouTube streams, like not enough people are tuning in for it to be a serious thing beyond just recording content to publish later. I don't expect us to even be able to regularly break 50 people here for probably another few months. As soon as I'm allowed to stream Stormgate stuff, I think we'll have a pretty big uptick, but I just kind of got to wait for that. Just got to wait for Stormgate. And all my problems will be gone.
Got something for me to keep. This ought to be good.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's sniping me.
What's it worth? Go ahead. Yeah, I'm listening. Got something for me to kill.
I just say it out loud as like a coping mechanism, you know? I'm looking for validation from you guys. I'm looking for you to be like, yeah, that does kind of suck when people just scout all your stuff. Because that's it. Again, that's really the only part that matters. As long as you guys don't think I'm completely crazy for being confused by some of the things that people do, then I think we're good.
Base is under attack.
Because that's pretty much all it boils down to.
Comms open. This ought to be good. Cycle's got a target. SCV ready. Nothing else. Optics online. Let's go.
Research complete.
Adjusting for system go. Cyclone ready for action. SCV ready. You got coordinates or what? Ah! You hear me? Cyclone receiving. Got a target in mind. It's on. Channels quick got it. It's on to be. What's going on? You got coordinates or what? This better be good. Cyclone en route. SCV ready. Nothing else. Gateway. Coming on. You got coordinates or what? I get you.
Hey, there we go. There it is. Wow, he must be really bad to have to pause the game, right? I'm gonna guess he's very angry based on that. I think our barcode unranked friend who, you know, despite all the free advantages you could try to get by manipulating this game to your heart's content, he ends up losing anyway. That's kind of pathetic, don't you think? This guy bought a $5,000 computer to play in Bronze League. Purging the world of barcodes is very therapeutic. Sorry, you're just gonna have to let me do this every now and again.
Moving into position. Nothing will stop me. Channels clear, boss. Stay good night. FPV ready. Cyclone en route. I'll get you. Oh, I'll get there. In gear. FPV ready. This ought to be good. Moving into position.
Yeah, killing his robo. Not only did I kill his robo facility, but he actually used all of his overcharge and shield battery energy on these guys. He used all of his overcharges that he had on the robotics facility, and he drained all the energy of all of his shield batteries into it. I just want to go back a little bit further. But yeah, see, when I get the lock on, and then he's just, all his batteries are just dumping into it, trying to keep it up. And then he goes for the overcharge on it as well. And he does get the immortal, but that doesn't really bother me. The biggest thing is I don't want him to get a prism. If he gets a prism, things get annoying, but I mean, I've already got the turrets, right? So we're kind of set. It's just not a very strong build that he tried to do. And of course, all of his batteries were totally drained, so it was a good game. I'm gonna guess he was probably playing unranked based on his barcode name, but we'll see. Yeah, of course, of course. The nice thing is that when you're up against somebody that good, so this guy is like a grandmaster then, because his unranked, yep, that's what I thought. Yeah, look right here, GM. So he plays unranked, I think, to hide from people, right? He leaves League after every game, is what it looks like. Or he only plays unranked so that people can't see what league he is or know who he is. That's funny though. Who did he beat? Snorkel Juice. What else? What other builds does he do? Does he do this every time? Gateway, Cybercore, Nexus, Sentry, 3 sentries. Triple sentry. Interesting. His opponent went for a pretty standard build though, but 3 sentries is very strange. What did he do the other game? I've played this Larsh guy before, so I'm just curious if he goes Stargate every game or not. Gateway, Core, Nexus, Robo, Immortal, a lot of Immortals, 3 Immortals. This guy goes Ghosts every game? Ghost Academy at 1 minute and 30 seconds? That's fascinating. And there's not a single ghost on the build tab either. There's not a single ghost on his build tab, but he builds the Ghost Academy crazy early anyway. He gets it at 1:30. That's the same moment his barracks finishes. Does he do it just to mess with the Protoss? Like, what? Am I crazy? Am I crazy for being confused by this? Because I do find that kind of confusing. I do find it a little bit confusing that this guy would build... I've looked through multiple people's match history that have played against him, and it seems that that's like his thing. He also played the Apple Juice guy, who apparently just plays Protoss, but then he only plays Terran against me. Like, I don't know. That's why I thought he was griefing me, because this guy I played in a TVT earlier, but he plays all of his games as Protoss. So he plays every single game as Protoss, and then he plays me as Terran, and that's what I find very interesting. That's what I find very interesting. He played the Calorine guy. That guy plays really greedy. Yeah, it's just strange. 5D mind games. Yeah, exactly. You're the poor guy who misses way too many of his 80% plus successes in both games and tabletop. Yeah, exactly. It's anxiety. It's that hesitation. It's that moment where you stop to consider if what you're doing is too much or not enough. And your opponent, whether he doesn't think about those things, and you might think it's a mistake to not consider those things, but the reality is, because your opponent doesn't care, at all, it makes it pretty easy for them. To just do their build correctly, since in those types of situations, you're not really going to be dealing with the same level of shenanigans, really. So if your opponent isn't thinking and they're just unga bunga, and you're thinking and considering, then that means they're always going to hit you first. So if you know that you're a nervous player, like me, for example, you either do a build that very deliberately lets you hit first and hit hard, or you have to do something entirely different, you know? This guy's in that easy money clan.
Huh? What? Huh?
Oh, I don't know what race he is, so let's just pretend that he is Zerg.
Huh?
That's the option that makes me happy.
I'm going. What's going? Huh? SCV ready. In the rear with the gear.
We'll go a little CC first, shenanigans.
What? Huh? What's? Ah! SCV ready. Go ahead. What's going on? Ah! You scared me.
Oh, he's Protoss. Well, he revealed himself pretty quickly. That's nice.
Yeah. Huh? Bad news. SCV ready. Ah! Big job. In the rear with the gear. What's going on? Go ahead. Bad. SCV ready. What's going on? Bad, huh? What's going on? Be ready. You're the boss. Yeah. Ah! You scared me. Well, Buttermouth and SCV ready.
Let's see what he's doing.
Big job. What's going on?
You see how fast he sent that probe out too?
SCV ready.
He's a psychopath.
Woo-hoo! Overtime. Huh? Big job, huh? Go
He's
ahead.
chronoing out an adept.
Roger. Your time.
Reaper has arrived.
Command center upgrade complete.
Sure thing.
I'm listening.
Bad news.
Our SCVs are under attack.
What? You want something?
SCV ready.
Nothing I can't handle.
On the. Huh? What's going on? Ben?
Got something for me to kill.
SCV ready.
Here comes the pig.
Go ahead.
What's it worth?
SCV ready.
Yeah, I'm listening.
Base is under attack.
SCV ready.
You want a piece of me, boy?
Add-on complete. Base is under attack.
SCV ready.
Got something for me to kill. Anyway, coming through.
SCV ready.
Done. Let's do this. That's all? Nothing I can't
Ben, SCV ready.
Add-on complete.
Optics online. Let's
We're screwed. I love it when a plan comes together. Death row.
Base is under attack.
Want some? This better be good.
Big job, huh?
Been waiting on you.
SCV ready. What's going on?
got a target.
Ben. Go, go, go.
Our SCVs are under attack.
Cyclone ready for action.
Armed. You gonna give me by the numbers.
Huh?
Enemy contact.
Oh my god.
SCV ready.
Oh, he was so ready, huh?
Optics online. Let's go kill something.
SCV ready.
Research complete.
Damn. I'm just gonna GG. Seems like he knows how to play. Let's go next. He had like the perfect counter set up for that, huh? Kind of nuts. Sometimes it'd be like that though. I'll let him queue up for another game. I'm gonna pee. I'll be right back. We'll queue unranked while we're gone since it takes a little longer to do that. Oh, see? That took way less time than I thought. Big oof.
What's going on?
That's the first thing you're gonna write in chat?
Hear ya.
Come here to crap on me, Timothy?
SCV
Oh, it's the same guy. Well, I queued unranked, so I think we're safe. All right, we're just gonna keep queuing unranked until we don't get matched against him. That's what we'll do. You know, we'll just wait, right? You guys don't think he's sniping me, right? This guy, he never snipes, right? Which means, that must mean, if he's not sniping me, then he must be queued for a game right now, right? So all we gotta do is just wait, like a minute or two, and we'll be fine. We just gotta wait like 2 minutes. There we go. See? He queued up. We're good. Oh yeah, I just queue unranked whenever I get matched versus someone who does weird stuff, you know? That Goya guy, he's a part of that clan that they just, I don't know, there's a bunch of weirdos. The other guy that logged off and back on to snipe me earlier was in the same clan, right? They got 71 people in it too. It's huge. It's a huge clan. There are a lot of them. A lot of barcodes, right? A lot of barcodes.
In the rear with the gear.
Well, Harimong just did mass ling against me, right? That was the Zerg that just went mass Zergling as the follow-up, I think.
Ready.
But if he's not going to build Ravagers, we can probably be a little more creative with this, right? I think. A little bit, anyway.
SCV ready. Gear. Go ahead. Go ahead. SCV ready. Ah! You scared me. Go ahead. Bad news. What's go? SCV ready. Bad news. What's going on? Yes, sir. What's going on? In the rear with the gear. SCV ready. Big job. Go ahead. Big. What's
As Harimong guy is pretty good. I don't think I've played him before. I think I played him yesterday for the first time, so this is like my second day against him, but he's pretty decent. Very, very, very fast Zerg. It's the guy that I gave the win to earlier by raising my barracks for the Overlord. It's the guy I gave the free win to earlier.
big job?
But my Reapers I actually killed his hatch. He didn't even cancel it, so we'll see if we can do a little bit better this time around, huh?
We hear you.
Command center upgrade complete.
Big job.
Reaper has arrived. I'm going. Nothing I can't hit.
SCV ready.
Got something.
What's going on?
What's it? Got something for me to kill. Oh yeah, baby. I'm listening.
SCV ready.
The Grand Reaper has arrived. Yes, and what's it? What? You want something? Certainly. All right. The Grand Reaper has arrived.
Bad news.
Cat from above.
SCV ready.
Nothing I can't handle. Certainly. Got something for me to kill. SCV ready. Huh?
Command center upgrade complete.
SCV ready. Fair enough. Oh. What? You want something? Yes, indeed. On the way.
Add-on.
SCV ready. Agree. Death from above. SCV ready. Big job. Ready to raise some hell. SCV ready. Was he ready? Nothing I can't handle. SCV ready. Ready to raise some hell. You gonna get
Add-on complete.
that? Yeah. SCV ready. Boy, got something for me. Fear the Reaper, man. Ready to raise some? SCV ready. Nothing I can't. Ah! What's going on? SCV ready. Oh, yeah, baby. Yes, indeed. Ready to raise some hell. SCV ready. Bad news in the rear. This better be.
Engine screaming.
SCV ready.
No problem.
Been waiting on you. Ready to raise some hell. SCV ready. Big job. I'm listening. Oh, that's all? Yeah. SCV ready. What's going on? Huh? What? You want something?
Research complete.
Yes,
Mayday! Mayday!
SCV ready. I'm SCV ready.
Command center upgrade complete. Add-on complete.
Yes, indeed. SCV ready. Done. All right. SCV ready. SCV ready. SCV ready. Here comes the fight. SCV ready. SCV ready.
Inbound.
SCV ready. SCV ready. SCV ready.
Add-on complete.
SCV ready to raise some hell.
Add-on. Mineral field depleted.
Engine screaming.
SCV ready. Madness. SCV ready. In the rear. Huh? What's going on? Ah! Just been waiting on you. Go ahead. Uh-huh.
Call the boat.
Ready to raise some hell.
Loud and clear.
Systems go.
Research complete.
Man, he likes his roaches, huh?
Our SCVs are under attack. Upgrade complete.
Receiving. This could get messy.
SCV ready. Let it roll out. SCV ready.
Receiving. Engine screaming.
SCV ready. SCV ready. This better. We've been waiting on you. Give up.
Mineral field depleted. Research complete.
SCV ready. Got legs. Ready to raise some hell. SCV ready. What's that? SCV ready.
Yeah?
Systems go. Cyclone ready for action.
Inbound.
SCV ready. SCV ready.
Our SCVs are under attack.
SCV ready.
Mayday! Mayday! Yeah? Mayday!
SCV ready.
Mayday! Receiving. I got this.
SCV ready.
Base is under attack.
SCV ready. SCV ready.
Show me.
Mayday! Mayday! Done and done.
SCV ready. Smoking this. SCV ready.
Fine.
SCV ready.
Roger that.
In the rear with bad news. Ready to roll out. What's going? Armed and big job. I am heavy metal. Go ahead.
Mayday! Mayday!
Liberation is at hand.
Stand. SCV ready.
Call the
I think what I got to do is just hold the next attack, right?
SCV ready.
Upgrade complete.
All back. I got this. Can? Mayday! Mayday!
Comms open.
Holla back.
You got coordinates or
Reporting
what?
for action.
Receiving.
Cyclone receiving.
Huh?
Channel's clear, boss. In gear.
Doc.
Liberation.
Upgrade complete.
This better be
Got a target.
No, I just got to push the creep back. That's the most important thing, so I can attack him.
waiting on you. SCV ready.
Moving into position.
Command.
Mineral field depleted.
Gotta be good.
SCV ready.
Systems go. Cyclone ready for action.
SCV ready.
Mineral field depleted.
Done and done. Fine.
Systems go. Cyclone ready for action.
Roger that.
SCV ready.
Receiving.
Liberation in the context.
Mineral field. Vespine geyser exhausted.
Optics online. Let's go kill something.
Right. Engaging.
Reporting for action.
That's fine. Pulling fire.
Mineral field depleted.
Done and done. Inbound.
Ready to raise some hell.
Roger that.
How can we help?
Bad news.
Mineral field depleted.
Yeah? That's fine.
Online. Let's go kill something.
Can do. Fine. They ain't getting far. Targets acquired. All of that. I got my ears on.
Base is under attack. Mineral field depleted.
I got my ears on.
Bad news. SCV ready. SCV ready.
Easy. Yes, sir.
Mineral field depleted.
Ah, Commander.
SCV ready.
How can we help?
Vespine geyser exhausted.
We're returning fire. Of course.
You got coordinates or what?
SCV ready. Ready to raise some
All hands to battle stations.
SCV ready.
Our SCVs are under attack.
SCV ready. SCV ready.
Man, his roach all in was just way too strong, huh?
Mineral field.
There was nothing I could do. GG. There was just nothing I could do there. It was a good game, but that guy is just way better than me. Nothing I tried worked at all. Hopefully I can match against him again. He's a good player to practice against. That third base on that map is so exposed. It's very hard to defend. Oh, we got another Zerg player. That's the hard thing about Banshees, right? They kind of just suck against everything. They don't even kill the roaches that well. It's like kind of fun to think about going Banshees, and then you actually go Banshees, and you're just like, I wish I had gone Liberator range faster. You know what I mean? Would have worked a lot better, I think. Much better.
What's going? What's SCV ready? Huh? Bad news? Sure thing. Big job. What's SCV ready? Huh? Big, huh? Yeah. Big, huh? What's going on? Bandit.
Just got to work on my Reaper control, right?
SCV
It'll
ready.
sort itself out.
What? Ah! You scared me. What's going on? Yep. SCV ready. What's going on? SCV ready. Huh? What? What? Huh? Go ahead. SCV ready. What's going on? In the rear with the gear. Big job, huh? Bad news? What's going on?
Command center upgrade complete.
Go ahead. SCV ready. What's going on? I'm listening. The Grim Reaper has arrived. SCV ready.
What's it worth? Nothing I can't handle. All right, fair enough.
SCV ready.
The Grim Reaper has arrived.
Certainly. In the rear with the gear. What's going on? That.
What? You want some gas from above?
SCV ready.
Do this. You want a piece of me, boy?
Go ahead. Ah! Huh? SCV ready.
Fair enough. What's it worth? What? You want some? Yeah. Okay.
SCV ready.
You gonna give me orders? You're the finger man. Yes, I'm listening. Got something for me to kill.
So his link speed was out pretty fast that game, right?
SCV ready. Big job, huh? Go ahead. SCV ready.
Hey, Kate.
Command center upgrade complete.
Kate's back from work, guys. Space guy, Kate.
SCV ready.
This better be good. I feel. Who wants?
SCV ready. Bad news. SCV ready. Big job. In the rear.
You gonna give me orders?
SCV ready.
Command center upgrade complete.
SCV ready.
Gangway, coming through.
SCV ready.
Been waiting on you. I feel
SCV ready. SCV ready.
Add-on
SCV ready. Ah!
Let's make sure there's no threat of like Nidus. And I just want to get my SCV count up a little bit more before we go into...
add-on
SCV ready. SCV ready. SCV ready. SCV ready. SCV ready. SCV ready.
Ready to raise some hell.
What's going on?
I'm waiting.
SCV ready. SCV ready.
add-on
ready to plunder.
All day long. Word. Hell yeah. Some
SCV ready.
Research complete.
SCV ready. SCV ready.
Action. Are you ready? Wait. Where's the hot action?
Add-on complete.
Raise some hell.
SCV ready. Go ahead. SCV ready. SCV ready.
Transformation systems primed.
Ready to roll. SCV ready. SCV ready.
Ready to raise some hell.
SCV ready. SCV
Ready to raise some hell.
SCV ready. SCV ready.
Burn rubber. Light it up.
Huh? It's your dime. SCV ready.
All day long. Sounds sweet.
What's going on?
Ready to
Research add-on complete.
Liberation is at hand.
Mineral field depleted.
Burn. SCV ready.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Mineral field add-on.
Okay, he doesn't have any lings out on the map, which is good.
I'm waiting on you.
SCV ready. Ready to roll out.
Mineral field
SCV ready. SCV ready.
Moving into position. Reporting for action.
Sounds sweet. Are you waiting on you? Ready to raise some hell. Ready? Stop. Daylight's burning.
How can we help?
Are you ready for this? I'm waiting on you. Sounds sweet. All day long.
mineral field depleted.
Got freedom? Course set. We read you. Easy. Reporting for action. Attention!
Yeah, I think we can kill them all.
What's that?
Incoming orders. Initiating.
Huh?
Where's the hot?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Thor is here. I am. Got something. I hear you. Speaks the art with.
What's that?
Liberation is at hand. We read you.
Light it up. Where's the hot action? Are you ready for this? Ready to raise some hell.
SCV ready.
We're returning fire! We read you.
Thor is here.
Command center upgrade complete.
Sounds sweet.
Ah! What's going on?
I'm in it.
We're returning fire!
Big job.
Okay, based on everything I'm seeing, this game just looks like it's 100% a crazy big setup for
Mineral field depleted.
action.
Yeah, it's really weird that he's suddenly he's incredibly it's like when I don't go BCs, I'm always like caught off guard by the fact that people just put overlords everywhere on the map, you know?
In the rear with the gear.
Base is under attack.
Oh, did he try to do like a big Bane run by thing?
Boy is here. Speak up.
Research complete. Upgrade complete.
Yes, sir. Initiating. We have you on screen. We read you. Reporting for action.
Ready to raise some hell. Let's do this. Yeah.
Mineral field depleted. Our SCVs are under attack. Mineral field depleted.
How can we help?
Daylight's burning. Ready to raise some hell. Ready to raise some hell.
Liberate.
Got any extra
Mineral field
firepower? SCV ready.
add-on complete.
Need something. We read you.
Show me who you want to die. Boy is here. Ready to raise some hell.
Mineral field depleted.
Got freedom.
Cyclone received. I get ya.
Command center upgrade complete.
Reporting for action. Incoming order. Need something.
Comms open. Got a target in mind.
We're returning fire.
Moving into position.
Mineral field.
Liberation is at hand. Yes, sir.
Ready to raise some hell.
Incoming order.
Now the problem is, of course, I did get rid of my tanks, so we are in the unfortunate position of not really being able to rebuild too much of our stuff, but
Cyclone receiving.
Mineral field.
Boy is here.
Reporting for action.
Ready to raise some hell. Are you ready for this?
Mineral field. Vespine geyser exhausted.
Liberation is at hand.
Got a target in mind. In gear. Light it up. Talk to me, boss. Pedal to the metal. Focus. I need some fire here.
Mineral field depleted. Upgrade complete.
Need something liberated?
Mineral field. Research complete.
In the rear with the gear.
Yes. How can we help? Reporting for action.
Base is under attack. Mineral field depleted.
Standing by.
Raise some hell.
How can we help?
I'm in a heap of trouble.
Got
Mineral field depleted.
Daylight's burning.
Base is under SCVs are under attack.
Commander.
Yo.
Need something liberal? Got freedom? We have incoming orders. Attention! Standing by. Yes, sir.
Our SCVs are under attack.
Got freedom.
Mineral field depleted. Command center upgrade complete.
All hands to battle station.
Command center upgrade complete.
We have you on screen.
So his plan is just infestors, I guess, huh? I just don't have enough production. I literally cannot spend my money fast enough. That makes it very, very difficult. I think we are dead, though. I think we're dead.
Add-on complete.
Standing by. Reporting for action.
Thor is here. Big job.
It's like I keep thinking I'm gonna get this big Gigachungus army, but it never really materializes the way I need it to.
Perfect.
Well, he's not even using that base. See, that's what's getting me then. That's what's getting me. Need ravens with this.
Need something. Standing by.
Mineral field depleted.
Big job, huh?
We read you. Flight plan is locked.
Add-on complete.
We have you. All hands to battle stations.
Thor is here.
We're returning fire. Gumiho. Got freedom. As you said.
It's open.
Add-on complete.
State your way scanning and
Standing reporting for action.
Bad news.
combat. Engineering at your
Base is under attack.
ready. State your
Got freedom.
Base is under attack.
I think that's game, right? Once they get the Nidus Worm inside your base, there's usually nothing you can do from that point. I don't think.
Geyser exhausted.
I don't think there's going to be too much.
Base is under attack. Mineral field depleted.
I think it might just be too
Base
much.
is under attack.
Yeah, GG, well played. Now that guy played like a psychopath. I don't even know. I don't even know what I could have done there. There was just absolutely no way I could play as well as that guy. It's good practice, though. It's good practice. Losing that Viking at the start of the game absolutely killed me. It gutted me so bad. He had overlords blocking my base for minutes at a time. It took me so long to do anything to clear the poop off my bases. That was tough. That was tough. All right, we got a game. We got another Zerg player. Now, I've mostly been playing really good Zergs today. I haven't played against anybody bad at all. I've kind of just been getting my shit kicked in all day long, but I'm doing a new build, so like I said, that is the expectation, right? We should be losing. If this build was OP, then we would probably be able to win with no experience, no mastery. But
Yeah, whatever.
sadly, the strategy is not overpowered. It's just good. It's just a good
Bad
build.
news? Huh? What's... Go ahead. SCV ready. Yes, sir. Huh? Bad... Big job, huh? What's going on? Go ahead. SCV ready. Yeah. Ah, huh? Ah! You scared me! It's your dime. SCV ready. Huh? That, what's... SCV ready. Go ahead. SCV ready. Bad news. In the rear. Bad. What's big? What's bad? Go ahead. What's...
Yeah, Vipers are so good. It's one of the only players I've ever seen build them on this server, too. It's very rare. It's very rare to go up against Vipers. I don't have a lot of practice.
Command center upgrade complete.
The Grim Reaper has arrived.
Ah! You scared me! SCV ready. Go ahead. Big job, huh? Big job, huh? Sure thing. You're the ball.
The Grim Reaper has arrived. Agreed. Certainly. All right. Fear the Reaper, man. I'm listening.
SCV ready.
The Yes, and
SCV ready.
yeah, baby.
I got a drone, right? I killed a drone, so I need to just focus on my game now.
SCV ready. Awesome. Bad news.
Yeah,
Ah! SCV ready. Go, go, go!
what? You want something? All right. On the way.
SCV ready.
Done.
Awesome.
Death from one love.
SCV ready.
Fair enough. Yeah, baby. All right. Oh, yeah, baby.
SCV ready. SCV ready. You gonna... Let's go. SCV ready. Go ahead. Arm. What?
We couldn't get the delay on the third base, but it seems like that's really, really hard to get. So he played pretty well. I feel like I had a chance at it, and he sort of baited me with the lings on top of that cliff. But that's a pretty big investment from him too, right? It's not like it costs nothing for him to do that.
SCV ready. Go, go, go. 10-4. Huh? In the rear with the gear.
I got a lot of lings. Yeah, I got a lot of his lings. I killed a bunch of his other guys too.
You want a piece of
Not only did we get his lings, but we got a drone.
Yeah, baby. I got agreed. Certainly. Gonna get worth it worth.
SCV ready.
That's all done.
Ready to raise some hell.
Geronimo!
Ready to plunder.
I'm going.
SCV ready. In the rear. Light it
I'm supply blocked pretty badly, so I just gotta
Add-on complete.
send my units.
Let's get into the fight. Hold. Who wants some?
I'm waiting. Light it up.
Oh, when they try so hard to jam that Nidus in there, that does make it tough. That's tough.
Daylight's burning. SCV ready. Do this. Talk to me, boss. Absolutely. SCV ready. Here's the hot action. Light it up. SCV ready. Easy. Talk to me, boss. SCV ready. I'm going. SCV ready. Let's go. SCV ready.
No lair, right? That's a good thing.
SCV ready.
Does have a roach warren though, so we'll get a few more. We'll get another bunker just to be safe. Very stressful. Trying to play this like fast-paced, high octane style is tough.
You gonna give me orders? Ready to raise some hell. SCV ready. We could use some help here. Yes, sir. SCV ready. SCV ready.
Hey, must be the money if you want to. See, I mean, I could just go into battle cruisers, right? Out of that Reaper build. I was trying to do something other than just rush BCs all day, but against this guy, I feel like I lost enough games against Zerg that I should probably bust out the best build in the game again. Except instead of doing it out of a very slow Turtley opener, I can just do it out of this new, very popular Terran versus Zerg opener.
Add-on complete.
It's very fun. It's very nice.
Mineral field completed. Command center.
Just gotta trust in the heart of the cruisers, you know?
Yes, come on.
Mineral field
GG.
completed.
Nice. Now that was a little bit more along the lines of what I was trying to do with the build today. I don't really feel like I got to demonstrate it the way I wanted. I beat him, but he was 4.2k. Every other player that I lost to today was over 5,000 MMR. Sometimes it just be like that. I felt like we played a lot of good games today. Again, the win rate thing is, you know, I don't really know or choose who I get matched up against. So sometimes you just get matchups that you can't win. And being able to accept that's a thing that happens is very important for one's mental health. That being said, pretty great game to end on. So I'm going to wrap up today, guys. Thank you so much for watching. I really appreciate everybody's support. I hope you had a good time. I'm going to put those 4K VODs of the casts from earlier up onto the YouTube over the course of the week. So you guys will have a lot of great games to watch, and I'll try to take some highlights as well for shorts of the matches, since there were some pretty sick moments. I'm not gonna lie. I'm pretty excited to see those since I have them recorded in the right format. But that's gonna do it for me today. Have a great night, everybody, and I'll see you on Twitch tomorrow. Night is nice and early. Cheers, y'all.